All right, the time is 9:08 a.m. We're going to call this meeting to order. Welcome to our last meeting of the year, or as my council colleagues know it as, the last vegetarian breakfast they ever have to eat. We do have a very packed agenda ahead of us, so let's go ahead and get this meeting started. City Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Here.
Vice President Perea. Here. Council President Maxwell.
Present. All right, looks like we have a quorum. I'm going to ask everybody to stand at this time for the invocation, which will be led by Executive Pastor of Ministries, Reverend Adrian Lee from Family Community Church. And I'm going to ask everyone to remain standing afterwards and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be administered by Councilmember Bredefeld. Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning. Thank you for the privilege of being here, and we definitely will be praying for some of these sweaters I'm looking at this morning. Merciful Father, we come before your throne of mercy and your throne of grace today. First of all, recognizing you, Lord, as our sovereign. Father, you are the leader, or you are the source of all of our supply, and we're grateful, Father, to be your servants today. Help us to keep a mindset this morning of 1 Peter 4:10 that you've given each one of us a gift, a position, a gift, Lord, that we are to use as good stewards in what you've called us to do. We pray for the leadership of our city, our state, our country today. Father, I pray today, Lord, that in light of everything that's going on in our community, which is here in Fresno, Clovis, and at large, Father, in the United States, that while there is a prevailing sense of discord and disunity, Lord, let us be a shining example, Father, of unity and teamwork and compassion, justice and righteousness, Lord. I pray right now, Lord, that you continue to crown this council with wisdom and discernment in the work that you've given them to do, representing these great families of our great city, that you would keep their minds, Father, clear on what they have to do, that you would touch them, Lord. Bless their families. Protect this city, Lord. Lord, we just pray right now for an intervention of your Holy Spirit today. Father, we need you like we never needed you before. So, Lord, on this day and every day, we pray for your presence, your influence. Let us hear your voice. Speak to our hearts. Speak to our spirits. Give us the wisdom and discernment that we need to be effective leaders in our city, to have the impact of love and strength and compassion that you have called us to demonstrate and exemplify today. We pray for every item that's on this agenda today. Give us ears to hear the voices of your people that cry out in their hour of need. the things that need to be done to help us to be a shining example of what it means to be Christian stewards over what you've given us to do. We pray for the people that are here today that are bringing their issues. Lord, that you would encourage them, that you would strengthen them, that you would visit them as well. Let their concerns be heard today, not just listened to, but heard. Father, we just pray right now in the name of Jesus that you just continue to bless us, anoint this meeting, anoint this council, anoint this city, anoint our leadership. Father, we be ever mindful to give you all the praise, all the honor, and all the glory. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
All right, City Clerk, do we have any changes to today's agenda?
Yes, Council President, we do. I'm going to go ahead and start off with the changes to the agenda, introducing, we do have Spanish translators, so if anyone needs a translator in the audience, please go to the back. We also have translating services on Zoom, Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi, as well as ASL. And then the following items were removed from the agenda. Item consent calendar 1A, regarding the approval of the minutes for December 7th, was removed by staff and continued to January 11th. Item 1II, ID 23-1794, regarding Route 99 freeway agreement, was requested to be removed from the agenda by Councilmember Arias and tabled to an unknown date. Consent calendar item 1JJ, ID 23-1760, regarding the renaming of the Van Ness and Weldon Pocket Park, was removed from the agenda by Council Vice President Perea and tabled to January 11th, 2024. Hearing 10 a.m., ID 23-1691, regarding the office warehouse project, was requested to be removed from the agenda by Councilmember Arias and tabled to January 11th, 2024 at 10 a.m. And general administrative item 3A, regarding the workshop to update on sales of Grizzly Baseball Club, was requested to be removed from the agenda by staff and will not be returning. The following items are corrections that needed to be read into the record. Item 1D, as in dog, 23-1820, regarding the warming center resolution. The following was requested to be read into the record. Pursuant to council direction from December 7th council meeting, the resolution establishing a policy for city cooling and warming centers is modified to include an additional location at Axe Foundation, 4798 North Marty Avenue. Item 1M, as in Mary, regarding the purchase agreement to PAP Kenworth for DPU Water Operations Division, there was a change in the fiscal impact section and should read, the Kenworth T880 water pump hoist truck will be financed through the Master Equipment Lease Purchasing Agreement, with the first payment estimated to be $56,297, expected in fiscal year 2025. The source of funding for this project is the General Services Department, Fleet Management Division, Replacement Fund, and the Water Operating Fund, generated primarily by the collection of customers' user fees. Item 1T, 23-1763, regarding resolution to adopt the 9th Amendment to the fiscal year 2024 salary resolution. The resolution amending the fiscal year 2024 salary resolution is being amended to remove the following new classifications. This is to remove them: Airports Public Safety Agent 1, Airports Public Safety Agent 2, and Senior Airports Public Safety Agent. These new classifications will be brought back at a later date. All references to these new classifications are hereby deleted from the resolution and provided in the updated document distributed with these updates. Item 1KK, 23-1792, regarding bill repealing Article 22 of Chapter 14 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to cruising. The bill is not subject to mayor's veto. The following items are moved to contested consent for further discussion. Item 1C, 23-1358, regarding the City of Fresno Downtown Parking Garage 9, was pulled by Councilmember Arias for contested consent. Item 1D, 23-1820, regarding the Warming Center resolution, was pulled for contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 1S, regarding the training services for street outreach, was pulled by Councilmember Arias. Item 1V, as in Victor, 23-1759, regarding the Organized Retail Theft Prevention Grant Program, was removed by Councilmember Arias. And lastly, item 1Z, 23-1762, regarding Prop 218, was pulled by Councilmember Arias. Council President, that is all the changes I have for today.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. I'm going to take it to my council colleagues to see if they have any further changes to today's agenda. We're going to go in order, starting with Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to bring item 1II back to the agenda for consideration by this council.
Motion to bring II back onto the agenda.
Consent.
Back onto consent. I got a second from Vice President Perea. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to pull the item to contested consent 1II, given that
I think we got to bring it back onto the agenda
Okay.
first. So let's have a vote on that.
Sure.
And then we could entertain that, council member. All in favor of bringing the item back onto consent? Say aye.
Aye.
Okay, hearing no, any opposition? Seeing none, it's back on the consent calendar. Councilmember Arias.
I'd like to pull it for contested consent.
Okay.
And also, maybe for closed session, as I know there's pending litigation that we might have to address.
Okay.
So contested consent for now.
Okay. Was there additional changes you wanted to make, Carbasi?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. Arias, did you have any additional changes?
Yes, I want to keep 1D as in dog on consent. Staff has addressed the questions and have identified a new warming center in North Fresno.
Okay.
That was a request from the last council meeting, so that should remain in consent.
Give me just a moment, please. Anything additional, Councilmember Arias? No?
No, thank you.
Chavez? Rutherford? Esparza? Perea? And none for myself. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Got a motion by Esparza and a second from Perea. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes 7-0. Okay, that'll bring us to our ceremonial presentation for the day. This is a proclamation for Tony Boren Day, and this will be sponsored by Councilmember Carbasi in the Office of Mayor and City Manager.
Well, it's our honor today to be able to recognize a gentleman, and I mean that word, gentleman, somebody that has led our COG, Council on Government, for many, many years. And for those who don't know what that is, it is really gives us the roadmap in terms of how we utilize Measure C dollars for the city and the county, as well as a number of other things that we run through the COG. But as the executive director, Tony has served with distinction, with integrity, and a great deal of humility. And that word humility is something I think we oftentimes do not see in leadership positions today. And I can tell you that oftentimes in those positions, Tony can attest to this, that oftentimes there's criticism and loud voices, and that criticism turns into personal attacks. I have never seen Tony become defensive, to strike back, but always presented the facts in a manner which everybody could understand, and he was a mediator and brought people together. And I think that's what I'll always remember about you, Tony. So you're more than a leader, you're a friend, and I appreciate you very, very much and all that you've done for the COG and for Fresno County over the years. And this, you're very deserving of this.
Thank you for those kind words.
You bet.
So I will say this, Tony. We've unfortunately only had 4 years to work together, but I'll tell you how I first learned your name. People in the community, you ask them who's someone we should reach out to, who's someone that could be helpful. Veterans Boulevard was on my mind. Your name kept coming up. What I've learned, and I mean this, that you are a servant leader. I can tell you care so much about this community and how important infrastructure is to support our economy and working families, and how you work with all sites to really bring people up together. I don't know how we're going to fill the hole that has been created by you leaving, but I know that Robert's going to do a great job. But you've set an example for a lot of us. I genuinely appreciate your service to Fresno, beyond Fresno. Yeah, I think I told you at the last meeting, it's a fitting achievement to finish veterans, but you've done so much more for this community. And I think all of us, with all the money we've been able to collect to fix the roads and sidewalks in our district, thanks to Measure C, I know how hard you've worked. And I just truly thank you for your advocacy for a better Fresno. Thank you, Tony. Thank you.
And one thing I wish you would have
Thank you.
done is a better job of training your niece, Sarah, who's in my office. But I know you did the best with.
Oh, wait
I know
a minute.
you did the best.
I didn't know this. Forget it. Give it back.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Do you want to,
Yeah.
Tony?
We're going to have you talk. Your family's here too, right?
Yes, yes.
Tell us about that,
So,
yeah.
I want to introduce my daughter, Maddie, in the back of the room, my youngest grandson, Riker there, my niece, Sarah, my sister, Robin, here, my brother-in-law, Robert Gonzalez, right there, and then here's all of our COG team. Were kind enough to come over and join me for this event, so again, much appreciated, everybody. I feel blessed, really, really blessed, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Clerk?
Yes. Whereas Tony Boren has been with the Fresno COG for 30 years, proudly serving as Executive Director from 2008 to 2023, graduating with a master's degree from Fresno State University in City and Regional Planning and a bachelor's degree in Public Administration. Tony started his planning career at the City of Fresno, working on land use planning, development services, and annexation in 1989 before joining the COG in 1993. And whereas during his professional career, Tony has executed quality planning principles and as a leader in not only finding harmony in the region, but the San Joaquin Valley. Under his leadership, Fresno COG has utilized the remarkable integrated planning techniques combining transportation, land use, and air quality planning for the development of critical projects and plans in the city of Fresno. Tony has worked on and implemented many projects and programs that improved air quality, advanced mobility for people and goods, as well as sustainable planning practices for the Fresno region, as well as San Joaquin Valley. And whereas highlights of Tony's career included serving as Fresno's COG Executive Director for 15 years, coordinating and implementing the Measure C programs, significant transportation projects, leading 3 cycles, 2014 through 2022, of the Fresno COG Regional Transportation Plan, Sustainable Community Strategy, collaborating with the 8 San Joaquin Valley MPOs, frequently taking the lead on valley-wide projects and plans, and serving as the chair of the Fresno State Transportation Institute since his inception. Whereas Tony has taken his leave from Fresno COG and will be still residing in Fresno County, he will be spending time with his wife Dina and his daughter Maddie and his 3 grandsons. In his spare time, Tony works with his family on his family farm, plays the guitar, and spends quality time with his family. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council recognize that many years of service to the Fresno City do hereby proclaim Tony Boren.
All right, let's bring it back up here for council member reports and comments. We'll start with council member Arias. Council member Arias. Well, if you wait long enough, we can get to Mike. Mike, do you want to? Yeah. All right, no worries.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. So, just a few things. Public Works update. Thank you to so many folks. Yesterday, we had a press conference out at Sierra and West. The signal is back online. Thank you, Mayor, for being there, as well as Randall Morrison and Scott Mosier. It was a very big deal. This is one of the projects I identified while I was walking the neighborhood back in 2019. And to see it completed and to see the happiness on the Star community, especially Charlie Reynolds, the principal, it means a lot to me. I really do want to thank our partners at Fresno Unified, Trustee Susan Wittrup. These partnerships are really important. I can tell you, serving on COG, we're talking not just about Fresno Unified, but the entire county and how to have safe routes to schools. We have had incidents at our schools in the urban part of the city where there are a lot of cars, bicycles, and pedestrians, and this is just one big step to ensure how infrastructure can make a difference to keep our most precious asset in the city, our kids, safe. Thank you to the administration and Ruthie at the end for helping push this through as well. Thank you, guys. Also, Weber Avenue, this is a road that gets to Camp Pashayan. It is one of our access points to the San Joaquin River. I'm really hoping we can open this up in partnership with the San Joaquin River Conservancy by this summer so we can have more recreation out there. Weber Avenue has been repaved. That was one of our budget hopes, and Scott and Randall, you guys really made it happen. Thank you. We found the extra money within our public works budget, district public works budget, and got that done, and it looks great. I mean, you guys, it was truly a third world road. Now it's top of the class. Thank you. Colette, thank you for the cookies. Thank you so much. These are great. I also want to congratulate Mindy Casto for the Fresno Area Polar Express. Deputy Chief, I unfortunately didn't get to make it, but I heard so many wonderful things about it. It was a great event to take kids that wouldn't have the opportunity to be able to go down and enjoy Christmas Tree Lane. That's a wonderful thing. Bless you. Yeah, lastly, I want to say Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah to folks out there celebrating the holidays. Two last things. Council President Tyler Maxwell, this is your last meeting. I want to thank you. You've done a really good job this year. You've completely changed the tone here. I'm so happy to work with all of you. I think we all can say the same thing. We've gotten so much more done. Thank you very much for your service. It's not easy, but you've done a great job. Thank you. And then if we can put up a picture I shared with the clerk for the very last item, I'd like to request we adjourn in memory of Sally Caglia. Sally Caglia, those of us that know her, Aunt Sally. I actually didn't know her last name was Caglia. No, I'm just kidding. Just Aunt Sally. She's a wonderful person. She unfortunately passed away. This picture is from when she was the winner of the Fresno Chamber's Leon S. Peters Award this past year. It is given to business leaders who embody the spirit of service, community engagement, and philanthropy of its namesake. And frankly, it's the philanthropy that she's done that I knew her for. And she's just some people, her father was an immigrant from Italy, started a business, and the family carried that legacy on. And to the Caglia family, they have our condolences, and she'll be missed. Some people, they had left such an impression that you can't forget them. So if we can adjourn in memory of Aunt Sally, I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you all.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of informational items. On Saturday, we'll be hosting a food distribution toy giveaway at Tilly Elementary. Thank you for my staff and the supporters for helping us arrange that. Everyone from The Modernist to Zamora's and Producers Dairy for helping make these toys available to our community. As well as thank you to staff for completing the Huntington Boulevard street repaving project, Scott. Well done. I know the Huntington Boulevard historical section gets a lot of attention, but everything east and west of it hadn't in recent decades. So all the residents who are retired west of First appreciate it. Blackstone is a major street. You guys are finally repaving that. You kept 3 travel lanes, parking for businesses, as well as a bike lane. So that's a significantly wide road, and somehow we're still getting traffic through smoothly and in a brand new repaved street. So thank you all for that. I know you get a lot of criticism from us because we all want to see their neighborhoods improve, but you guys do good work, and we do appreciate it because the neighbors appreciate it. For the administration, I had the opportunity to ride the trolley this weekend, and I think I shared this with the city manager. I think there's some improvements we can make to the routes. It took us 2 hours to get from the Brewery District to the tower stop at 9 o'clock at night. I could have walked to the tower within 20 minutes. So I think the routes need to be revisited just to make sure that we're actually getting people up and down the corridor efficiently. The good news is it was full, and a lot of people were using it, even though it was super cold outside, to wait in those stops, but it's being well used, so thank you for that. Also, City Manager, if we can get an update on the Fulton Street overhead lighting. I understand there's been some conversations around limiting the overhead lighting to the Brewery District. The intent of the budget was to be the Fulton corridor, so we can get an update on that. That would be great. And to the members of the public, the city is undertaking the Central Fresno Truck Study, the reroute survey, so please engage, fill out the survey, because the last thing we want to hear is when we're actually debating the study that nobody was involved and nobody got their opportunity to speak. So if you would, and you are in that area, please speak up. The last item I'd like to cover, Council President, is, as you know, last week our office sponsored the flag raising for Palestine at the request of the community. I will tell you that it was a very well-attended event. I did, of course, receive a lot of communications, emails, phone messages. Thank you to the Mayor's office for forwarding all those voice messages to our office. And the messages tend to come in three buckets. One is the messages that I won't give a lot of airway to, but they're the usual stuff, treasonous scum, we should hang you from the flagpole, and we should show up and rape your kids, and everything else that they think should happen to my family as a result. The other set of messages are from people who attended the event, and this event was actually attended by members of the Jewish community, and they felt it was well done, they felt appreciated, they didn't know what to expect, and they felt that it was the right thing to engage in a unifying event for the city. And the third types of messages that we get are from the individuals who directly felt an impact as a result of the event. And I just want to read you a couple of their notes. One of them is a Fresno County doctor who's been practicing for 25 years. He left Palestine at the age of 17 and was hoping to return and never made it back. Since then, his son's a doctor, his wife was a special ed teacher, his other daughter is a social worker, his last daughter is in public health, and he simply said thank you because it made him feel at home in Fresno after living here for 25 years. The other one was from a gentleman who shared that he has only witnessed his father cry 3 times in his life. The first time when his father died, the second time when his mother died, and the third time on December 8th when the flag was raised. And that his grandparents would have been proud, and he wanted to express his appreciation that his father, for the first time of calling our country home for so many years and contributing to our community, finally felt like he had been seen by the place that he called home and where he raised his children. And I appreciate the attention that my colleague is bringing forward to the victims that have been kidnapped by Hamas during this conflict. And the fact is, they are victims. Hamas is a terrorist organization that needs to be dealt with, as we've dealt with other terrorist organizations in our country and abroad. But if we were to engage in the same activity and put up the photos of the thousands of innocent children that have died in Gaza, this whole building would be full. You wouldn't be able to see any piece of the wall or the ceiling. And that's the reality. In this conflict, there are far more innocent victims who are losing their lives every single day as it continues. And but what sets us apart, I think, in Fresno, is that on Friday, I can attend a radio show with my colleague, Bredderfield, and the 2 moderators and have a debate over the issue. And all of us can walk away and have a handshake and continue the work of the city. That in our city, we can have a flag raising with the Jewish community of the Israel flag, and 2 months later have one of the Palestinian flag with the Palestinian community. And there was no need for officers to respond. There was no need to have arrest. There was no need for conflict. That we have a place where everyone is welcome and everyone is loved and everybody can call it home and feel safe enough to express themselves and to advocate for whatever their beliefs are, and to collectively try and move our community forward. So I want to say thank you to the community who showed up. There was hundreds of you. It was a touching experience, and I'm not in your shoes. I just know that this is your home too, and just the way you save lives as neurosurgeons and heart surgeons and doctors and teachers, that this too is your home, and you still feel that you can be seen and heard. And to my colleague, Bredfield, and any others, I welcome the debate that we have in this dais and in private and in public. This is what sets America apart, that we get to have those debates and then continue to move our city forward in the most productive way. So thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. First of all, I want to thank you, too, for this year. I think the Fresno Bee wrote an article that said that the council meetings were boring in the beginning of the year, and that goes to your credit. I wish we would have been able to close like that, but we did not. But I just wanted to personally thank you for the work you've done. Having been in that chair, I know how annoying it is to be in that role, but you did a really good job, Council President. So I just wanted to publicly thank you. And then also welcome our incoming Vice President Perea. Get ready to field calls from council members wondering why 10 proclamations that they put on are not on the agenda, and say goodbye to your free time. Merry Christmas. But I do want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. This will be the last meeting that we have before the year ends. It's one of the reasons why I think it's so jam-packed full of good stuff in there. But I do want to thank also some folks. This past weekend, my council colleague, Councilor Esparza and Congressman Costa had the honor of presenting the Larry Raven Spirit Award at the Huntington Boulevard neighborhood. As some of you know, Mr. Raven and his family lived there for 50 plus years. He passed away a couple of years, but we wanted to commemorate that, and we actually gave that to his wife, Miss Penny Raven, and just want to thank the folks that attended, and then keep working to advocating for the Huntington home neighborhood. Also, this past weekend we had our toy drive. Big thank you to our car clubs that came out and actually were very, very supportive, and our PD folks too for helping us escort. Chief, thank you for our officers that were there. I know that weekend they were very busy responding to calls, but they made some time to make sure we all got to there, and we did not stop any traffic or any flow of folks that were trying to get across. But I do want to give a special thank you. We collected toys for our toy drive that we're having. It's currently still going on. If anybody has any toys that they would like to donate for the Calawa toy drive, we're more than happy to accept those. And also want to thank Jacinto Tacos. They were the winners of the Taco Throwdown. They actually came out and fed all our lowrider folks and people that came and donated toys. And along those lines, thank you to Mike Oz for coordinating with those folks. And then lastly, we have our big rap-a-thon that we do. All the toys that we collect, we actually have a rap party hosted at the East Fresno Boys and Girls Club. They've been very generous in letting us host it there. Are currently looking for volunteers. So if anybody is interested in wrapping the toys we collect, we have a big potluck. We have a big event there with chocolate, coffee, and donuts and pastries. Contact my office. We'll be happy to connect you and help coordinate that for, I believe it's next week, but we're going to be announcing it on our social media page. So with that, thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Bertefield.
Yeah, I too just want to comment, Council President Maxwell. You know, I said early on that I thought you were doing a phenomenal job. I think these meetings have really moved in a quicker way, and I think you've set a great standard. So I appreciate all the work. People don't understand how much is involved in doing this as a council president. And so thank you for that. And I look forward also to Councilmember Perea being our next president. And I hope to make the motion for you next year.
Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, I also had the privilege, as Councilmember Chavez noted, of awarding Ms. Penny Raven this last Saturday, recognizing her and her family for their efforts across the city and on Huntington Boulevard specifically. As I noted there at the event, very happy and very proud to, as we call it, share custody of Huntington Boulevard with Councilmember Chavez. But he's a resident there, so he's our resident Huntington guy. But was a very good, a very nice event, and I look forward to doing that same ceremony next year with whoever the following awardee will be. Also had the privilege of attending General Vang Pao's commemoration ceremony this last Saturday in partnership with our Hmong community, and honor a Hmong American leader who was very venerated by the community here. So it was nice to attend and celebrate his birthday. Lastly, would like to invite the community, in particular our District 7 community, out to our Manchester Center holiday celebration that we do on an annual basis. This will be on Saturday, December 16th, and a couple days from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And I invite you out to enjoy Cookies with Santa, live band performance, and various other resources and fun activities. Council President, that will conclude my remarks.
Thank you. Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. I want to start by welcoming a new business in the Tower District. They are called Mi Cafecito. If you haven't had a chance to pay them a visit, they're located in Venice Village within the Tower District. So please stop by and let's support our small businesses. I want to thank everyone who took the time to come out to our holiday fundraiser last night in partnership with Senator Caballero and Assemblymember Soria. We partnered to host a reception to benefit the VFW, which is a local veterans hall in my district. For those of you who don't know, they suffered a pretty major roof collapse at their facility back in July. And this is an entity that serves over 400 of our local veterans west of the 99. And so just really appreciate everyone for coming together and helping us to raise the $400,000 that will be needed to repair their roof. Also want to just give a shout out to the Axe Foundation for stepping up and filling a need here. They're going to be helping us serve our unhoused population during the winter months. And so I understand we did reach out to a number of churches, and some of which didn't return our calls, but it was the Axe Foundation who stepped up in a time of need. And so I just want to give them a shout out and thank them for doing that. And then lastly, Council President, you set the bar high. Thank you for just showing your leadership style here. You are leaving big shoes to fill, but I'm looking forward to moving into the council president seat next year. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you very much for the kind words, everybody. I don't have any remarks at this time. I technically have half a meeting left in January. I'll save my sappy remarks for then. I will also not be wearing this horrendous sweater, so I'll save my remarks for then. City Manager.
Thank you. I need to get on a call, so before the mayor commented, I'm going to go ahead and speak. So, yes, so thank you, Council President. I guess you still have one more, but thank you. Appreciate working with you over this last year. We have been a very, very busy city, and, you know, as evidenced by our double and sometimes triple letter agendas. So thank you for all of the coordination to you and your team, and, you know, the last minute changes and approvals, so appreciate it. Also wanted to, you know, we had conversations several months ago about the customer relationship management software that we are switching to, and I understand that the product that ISD worked with your teams on for the council offices to manage your constituent request has gone live. So thank you for your patience on that. I'm sure there'll be bugs that'll need to be worked out, but wanted to make sure that you were aware that we did listen, and we're trying to be responsive to provide you with a product that could help manage your constituent requests. And that is all I have right now, and I will punt it over to the mayor. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, Council President, Council. You know, I have some comments I'm going to make in January for you, Council President. But I also wanted to say thank you on behalf of the administration. Your calm demeanor, professionalism, and being fair throughout the council meetings, and your humility is appreciated not only by my administration, but I can tell you the folks that are sitting in this audience. So thank you for your leadership. Yesterday I had the opportunity, along with Senator Caballero and Dr. Arambula, to be able to welcome our, what is known as now, I guess, the Senate Pro Tem elect, who is Senator Mike McGuire. And I had an opportunity to spend time with him. He toured our downtown. He understands the importance of us keeping the dollars that have been awarded to us by the state, because we always know there's always a potential, especially in a financial situation the state's in, is that there may be attempts to claw that money back. So, but it's good to have a friend like him in support of that. Also, this Friday night, we will be recognizing through what's called Beautify Fresno Volunteer Appreciation Night at Chichancy. And Mark Standerf will be putting that event on, but we'll be recognizing our volunteers and many of the organizations that supported Beautify Fresno this year financially. And with that, I look forward to a spirited debate today.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, any updates?
Not from our office, thank you.
Thank you very much. City Attorney.
Good morning, Council President. An additional update on smoke shops. The City Attorney's Office Code Enforcement Division continues to partner with Fresno PD, Fresno Fire, and the state of California in raiding smoke shops believed to be engaged in illegal activity and selling to minors. Yesterday, 5 additional smoke shops were raided. Our investigators again discovered illegal gambling, illegal cannabis, and illegal tobacco products. I want to thank the council, code enforcement, and all agencies involved, especially Fresno PD and Chief Valderrama, and their continued efforts in going after illegal operators in the city of Fresno. I will provide the council with a more detailed report in closed session during my performance evaluation. Next, sadly this morning I was informed of a fire at La Hacienda Mobile Home Park last night. Initial reports indicate a kitchen fire is to blame. This obviously comes after this council last week voted to file an injunction against the property owners who are seeking to close the mobile home park without first seeking council approval of a closure report. Lastly, I want to echo the sentiments of the other charter officials in thanking you, Council President, for your services as Council President. I have observed your meetings to be efficient and organized. Above all else, I really appreciate the way that you've treated all members of the public who come before us in a respectful and fair manner.
Thank you, City Attorney. Well, speaking of which, we're going to take it over to public comment at this time. You could comment on any consent items, including contested consent, unscheduled communication, and closed session items. If you wish to speak and haven't filled out a yellow card already, please do so at this time. We have them in the back of the chambers. You could turn them up here to the front. We'll allow each speaker 3 minutes. When the yellow light goes off, that means you have 1 minute remaining. When the red light goes off, your time has expired. We'll start with folks in the chambers, and after we conclude folks in the chamber, we'll move to folks wishing to speak electronically. First person in the chambers today, Kevin Carmichael. Kevin? Good morning.
Good morning. Kevin Carmichael, here on behalf of Fresno Residents for Responsible
Mr.
Development.
Carmichael, can you pull that microphone up just a little bit closer? You could elevate the podium too if you like.
Is that better?
That's better, thank you.
Yeah, I was here to speak on the ID 23-1691, which I understand has been tabled to January 11th. So I will reserve my comments until that date.
Okay, thank you for your time. Next in the chambers, Cindy Pambino. Pambino. Sorry, Cindy. I'm also losing my voice. I apologize.
Good morning, City Council, and thank you, Tyler, for your professionalism up there, and welcome to our new president, Go District 1, right? Okay, so my name's Cindy Pembino. I'm with Fresno Church, Christ Helping Hands, and I am a Fresno Homeless Union member. And I just heard that you're moving the warming center to 4798 North Marty. Mint Thrift is the building, if I'm correct. I'm concerned about where are you going to open it up. That's one building that, as far as I know. It's a thrift store. Am I correct? Well, it's good to know that you're going to open one up. I'm grateful for that, but I am concerned. That's more West Fresno. That's Shaw and Marty. It is close to buses. Will the Poverello be also providing transportation and our fax buses for that? And what is the capacity? So who do I get these answers from, please?
Cindy, I would recommend going to the rotunda afterwards and asking to meet with somebody from the administration on those questions.
Thank you. Also, we need to drop that temperature to 35. It's cold. It's cold, guys. Thank you so much, and God bless our city. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you, too. Next in the chambers, Elmer Blanco. Elmer, are you in the chambers with us? Going once, going twice. All right, next in the chambers is Dahlia Hussein. Dahlia Hussein, are you in the chambers with us? Going once, going twice. Next in the chambers, we have Bernardino Galindo. Bernardino Galindo. Going once, going twice. All right, next in the chambers, Lilia Becerril. Lilia? Going once, going twice. All right, next in the chambers, we have Janine Roberts. Janine Roberts, going once, going twice. I apologize on the pronunciation of this next name. Dana or Dina Abudaga. Going once, going twice. All right, no, this next person's here, Fernando Elizondo. Good morning, Fernando.
I'll take their time.
You got 3 minutes.
Good morning. Peace be with you. The Lord is with me. The Lord is my strength and my defense. First of all, we have to change the name of City Hall to the City Wall. People talk to you, you don't say nothing. How do you say it's an agenda that's not skewed? When everything we ask you, you never answer no questions. You talk among yourselves, and that's about it. We'd like to see that change in 19 and 20, 23, 24 coming up. Another thing, too, I came to pop your bubble. Not everything you did was perfect. When you were cutting trees down, you were cutting shelter from the homeless. That's one. When benches were removed so that they wouldn't sleep on them, that's hurting the homeless. They have it bad enough, but you wanted to see them on the cement. That's not right. First and Tulare, there's a bench missing there. It was purposely by city taken out so they wouldn't sleep on it. The latest damage that they've done to the homeless is the benches, they put ribs on them so that they can't sleep on them. Now, is that really being a hospital to your people? Is that really being humanitarian? No. It's being rude. It's kicking a person when they're down. It's unheard of. It's evil. Anyway, so much for the politics. But do you know whose birthday is coming up? I'm speaking to the wall. Anybody know? It's Jesus' birthday. If it's his birthday, why are you receiving his gifts? That's what I asked my daughter. She was only 5 years old. But anyway, to say the least, God forgive you for what you have done. All of you. Remember, your time is coming up. Then what are you going to do? Who are you going to run to? Who are you going to hide to? Who are you going to cry to? You're going to turn to God. I bet you will.
Thank you, Mr. Elizondo. Next in the chambers, Lauren Lopez. Good morning, Lauren.
Hello, representatives. My name is Lauren Lopez. I've come here today to speak on the matter of Palestine. I've never been more moved to act on any single issue as much as I have regarding the ongoing genocide happening in Palestine. It astounds me that we are midway through week 10 of a genocide which has murdered over 18,000 innocent Palestinian men, women, and children. And you, our representatives, have continued to ignore the calls from your citizens that you are responsible for representing, and we want you to demand a ceasefire. There's no justification for our elected officials or anyone with an ounce of humanity to oppose a permanent ceasefire. On December 8th, 2023, I attended the historic raising of the Palestinian flag in Eaton Plaza. I would like to say thank you to Councilmember Miguel Arias for sponsoring the event. The ceremony was an incredible show of determination, conviction, and collective humanity. The experience was uniting and held extreme significance to a community grappling with immense pain. I was saddened but not shocked to read the response of one council member in particular, Gary Bredefeld. In his words regarding the event, he is quoted as saying, "It sends a terrible message to our city and about our city." Mr. Bredefeld, I think standing by and only using your voice to further dehumanize Palestinians by choosing to use divisive language, which further fuels tensions within our city, is not only irresponsible, but it is incredibly dangerous for those brave enough to speak out against injustice. For as long as our city officials continue to dehumanize and marginalize any underrepresented group of people, the message you send is clear. You don't think all citizens are equal. I urge you, Mr. Bredefeld, along with all members of the City Council, to be cognizant of your words, as well as the message you send when you are silent. In the face of genocide, what is your response? I urge you all to wield your influence and demand a permanent ceasefire on behalf of all of humanity. Free Palestine.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, I have Daisy Porras. Good morning, Daisy.
Good morning. 3 cities in California have now called for a ceasefire. Oakland, Richmond, and Davis have all passed resolutions. I strongly believe that the city of Fresno should follow as well. On December 12th, the United Nations General Assembly voted overwhelmingly in favor of a ceasefire. 150 countries voted yes, and only 10, including the US and Israel, shamefully voted no. While many of us will be gathering for the holidays to celebrate with our own families, Israel has wiped out entire families in Gaza. If the current actions of the Israeli government continue, then it is estimated that 1,400 more children will die between now and Christmas Day. On top of the 8,000 children that have already been killed. We are watching video after video, image after image of children being killed in the thousands by Israel, paid with the tax dollars of US citizens. I know that you as a council may not care about what is going on because it is not directly happening to you or your children. But I know that if it was happening to you or your family, you would want the world to stand up for you. Parents should be picking up their kids from school, not picking pieces of their bodies out of the rubble. A mother's grief and pain for the loss of her child is a feeling that I believe is universal. I do not understand what makes it different to the members of Fresno City Council or the mayor. I don't know if it is her head covering or if it is the language that she speaks, but I know and I understand the love that one has for their family, and I cannot imagine the pain of losing a child. No mother deserves this. 25,000 children in Gaza have lost one or both parents. There is no time for grief when it is a fight for survival and when they're forced to move from a alleged safe zone to another safe zone. It is a collective punishment of people if they do not die due to the bombs. They are certainly at risk of death due to starvation and disease. Please stand for humanity and call for a ceasefire. You cannot claim that calling for a ceasefire is outside of local limits. I have a special thank you for Councilmember Arias for the flag raising. I was there and it was absolutely, it demonstrated the inclusivity of the 9th most diverse city in the U.S. It was absolutely heartwarming to see families. I am not Palestinian, but it meant a lot to me, and I know it meant a lot to our Palestinian community. To have kids running around with Palestinian flags shouting, "Palestine, Palestine," it just absolutely warmed my heart. Thank you so much. Again, ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, Suleiman Al-Gharabli.
Good morning, and happy holidays, everybody. Actually, I did not prepare myself today, as every time I come here. We mention every time what's happening in Gaza. We mention what Israel doing to the Palestinian, to the civilians Palestinian in Gaza, and even West Bank. We will keep talking about it. We will not stop talking about it. My big reason why I'm here today, I just came here to say thank you to Mr. Miguel to showing the love to the Arab Muslim Palestinian community. Thank you for showing what's the true real leadership we need here in Fresno. You were spreading love, raising the Palestinian flag is means a lot to our community here in Fresno, not only for the Palestinian, for all the communities. As you mentioned, the day we raised the flag, thank you. You have all the love from me, from my family, from the Palestinian community, the Arab community, all the Muslim community. As Mr. Yasser Amira mentioned before, we are a big community. We are business owners, doctors, engineers. We need to spread the love here in Fresno, not spread the hate as the other council members trying to do. We have been unseen before, but after what you do, Mr. Miguel, we feel safe and we feel love. Thank you so much from my bottom of my heart, and we will be in your back. And thank you so much. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, we have Yasser. Good morning, Yasser.
Good morning, Palestine. Good morning to you guys, too. I was going to start with something, but I don't know how you guys would feel about it. About 20,000 Americans were killed in LA this morning. That's why I was late coming in here. It was a massive attack. Oh, sorry, it was Gaza. Look at his eyes. Now, when I mentioned that, you guys were all nervous, like, oh my God, did it happen? But when I said Gaza, he's smiling. What's going on right now is really bad. It's awful. Those children's pictures should be right here, not just the kidnapped people, the dead children that are beheaded and limbs cut off. Anyway, I understand that you guys are a Fresno City Council. You have nothing to do with international politics, and I agree. We should focus on fixing potholes in the streets, catching illegal taco trucks with no permits, Mr. Jans. We have more important stuff to do. But when you have someone making up a lie from your council members and instigating a division in the community by talking you guys and Mr. Mayor into raising the Israeli flag, then you are involved. And you need to fix it. You need to make it even between both sides. I recommend that you guys have a dialogue with us, understand what we're talking about, learn the history, learn the truth for once. We're not depending on Zionist media anymore. There is social media that tells the truth. Mr. Miguel Arias, you are my hero. You are brave enough to do what's right, and I really appreciate that, and I love it. Raising the flag was just the beginning. You guys have to do something to make up for it. Finally, let's just be clear. Zionism and Zionists are your problem as well. Gary Bradfield is your problem as well, and that needs to be fixed. You guys need to talk to us to explain to you what does from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free mean. It's not what the Zionists say. Talk to us. Laila and I from the Palestine Freedom Project are there to educate and tell you the truth. We have no reason to lie. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Apologize, Mr. Gary.
Next in the chambers, Layla Darwish. Good morning, Layla.
Good morning, members. Jesus' birthday was mentioned today, so I wanted to add that in the city of Bethlehem in Palestine, the birthplace of Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, there will be no Christmas celebrations or decor. It's interesting how you have those images of the captives hung up, Gary. Their families have been protesting against Netanyahu since October 7th. He failed his own people too. The faces of the released captives are obvious. They left happy and healthy. There are videos of them all over giving high fives and hugs to the resistance fighters. Now let's take it back to 1967, the story of my parents, newlyweds who had their first child. In June, the Haganah terrorists stormed my village, forced everyone out, including my parents, who lived in a beautiful multi-generational home. My mother had just given birth to my brother on June 2nd. The Haganah separated the men from the women at gunpoint. My grandfather, a successful businessman who had been traveling to the United States since the 1920s, pleaded with the terrorist group to let my parents stay in their home, but the terrorists denied them. They gave my grandfather one condition, that my mother could stay only if my grandfather stays with her and not my father. My mother refused. She did not want to be separated from the love of her life. My entire village was forced on foot to go to Jordan. While some did, many in the village decided to camp at my grandfather's granite grinding business. They were shot at, no food, no water, no electricity. My mother could barely feed my brother. She was so scared she couldn't produce any milk. So other women stepped in to breastfeed my brother. Gary, I'm talking to you. Please give me your attention. My father and uncles were separated in the hot June sun. They were bound and blindfolded and forced to kneel on their knees until sunset. When dusk came, every time my father would light a match for my mother to take care of my brother, they were shot at. This lasted 1 week, but for millions of Palestinians, the place they were forced to seek shelter had become a permanent refugee camp. When my parents went back, they found the entire village looted and damaged. The behavior from the European terrorist colonizers has left a lasting imprint on my family's life, including my own. Upon entering my grandfather's house, which was used as a fort since it was the tallest on the hill, it was destroyed. The terrorists shot my mother's wedding cabinets. They looted the entire house, defecated on my brother's crib and belongings. Many were killed in my village during the Six-Day War. I haven't even begun to share with you my stories when I personally lived in Palestine. So you see, Gary, the war didn't begin on October 7th. The genocide and mass expulsion of Palestine started in 1948. Your lack of knowledge about the history of Palestine is embarrassing for yourself, considering that you're a public figure. The fact that you openly lied about the baby's beheading and you didn't retract or apologize shows the voters that you're a liar. Gary, you should learn and take notes from...
Thank you for your time. Got to move on to the next speaker. Layla, we got to be respectful to everyone else who gave their 3 minutes. Next in the chambers is Bayan Shaheen.
I didn't prepare myself today. I just wanted to come and say thank you to Councilmember Miguel Arias. As a Palestinian, we are never heard, we never feel seen, and our identity has never been really validated. We're ignored, we're not really taken seriously, and the action that you took, I think it was last Friday, really meant a lot to the community. And I also want to read something, exclusive news that came out yesterday on Al Jazeera with exclusive footage. I'm going to read it out loud. An hour ago, reports came of bodies piled up in the Shadia Abu Ghazala school in northern Gaza, where displaced people were taking refuge. Israeli soldiers stormed the school and abducted all the men. They then entered classrooms where women and children were hiding and opened fire on them, massacring them all. Among the people hiding were newborn babies who Israeli soldiers directly shot and killed. The families had hidden in the school earlier when Israeli bombardment of the surrounding area intensified. They hoped the school would be safe. Executing babies ISIS style is not war, it's genocide. The Shadia school massacre is atrocious on every possible level. So, Councilmember Gary Bredfield, if you have it in you, clearly you have a heart, you care about people and you care about injustice. You can't just care about when people are massacred and die and not when the others are. So let's have some equality and some fairness and retract your statements, maybe apologize, maybe say something to the Palestinian community instead of just pandering to your Zionist voters. Thank you.
Next in the chambers, we have Jada Hussein. Good morning, Jada.
So I didn't really come that prepared either. And part of it's because I feel like I've run out of things to say. It's hard coming here and repeating ourselves over and over again and coming to you every other week or every week with telling you about the increase in the death tolls. But I want to touch about Gary Bredefeld's comments on the flag raising. You said that raising the Palestinian flag raises a terrible message about this city. The Palestinian flag represents an extremely resilient people that have been under occupation and siege for 75 years. These people have showed an incredible amount of strength and have given us so much power in standing here and speaking up for them. And I am honored to come here every single time and to do that. So if that flag raises a terrible message about the city, then it seems that you have a very horrible view about this city, because that flag represents strength, that flag represents resilience, and that flag represents an incredible amount of faith. I would like to also take time to thank all of the organizers that put in so much work for that flag raising to happen. There was so much organizing and activism that had to take place prior to reaching out to Miguel Arias, and I would also just like to take time to recognize them. I really don't have much more to say except that you still have time to write a resolution. You still have time to stand with us. And that Palestinians deserve that at the bare minimum. Thank you.
Next in the chamber is Hanan Al-Masri.
Good morning, everyone, and Merry Christmas. I found some ornaments for Christmas tree. Not as beautiful as it should be. I'm afraid. Secret Santa, gifts exchange. You can't exchange signed bombs from children. You can't teach children to sign bombs and send them to their neighbors. Secret Santa, children in Gaza have no gift to exchange. Only their body parts are left. An eye, an arm, a head, a feet, maybe some fingers, remain of a hand, was full with hope to the bright future. Be aware, Secret Santa, this is not what Jesus teaches. This is not what Mother Mary allows us to do. This is a very sad Christmas. I don't know how to put my tree up. I don't know what to say. Is this how you want Christmas to be? Do you think this is fair? How many times have we came here? I am very sorry for your smile, Mr. Karbasi now. I really feel that we all should be sorry, very sorry. We want to help those kids. We want them to feel safe and loved. They had a home that they shared with other people. They were kind to them, and then that did not return back very well. They're being killed. They've been losing their parents. Their parents signed their arms and body part to be able to collect the remaining of them. Is this what something you want to watch during Christmas time? Do you want to agree to this? Thank you, Mr. McGill. We're very thankful for you. You make us feel united and loved and cared for. It was very simple, but it was very big on our heart. Thank you so much. I hope this continue, and I hope the world is a better and safer place for everyone. Thank you. Merry Christmas for everyone.
Merry Christmas. Next in the chambers, we have Samay Munoz. Good morning, Samay.
Good morning, everyone. I do not want to take up so much time, so I just came to say that I'm working on one vacant house in my neighborhood, and so I came here to support housing and the interconnectedness of the community. The different people outside today just really demonstrated that we are connected as people. But what I have seen working on one house in my neighborhood has been that you're not interconnected within the city. Your communication is severely disjointed. And so I just want to reiterate that, I did ask for a meeting, Miguel. It's been a few days, no response. So just letting you know, just making sure you're aware. But we are going to keep holding you accountable. We're going to challenge you. You chose to do this work, and I hope you remember why you chose to do it for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, we have Priscilla Herrera. Good morning, Priscilla.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. Un momento. Let's get a translator up here, please. Let's add 6 minutes to the clock for Ms. Herrera.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Priscila Herrera. Soy miembro del Concilio de Residentes de TCM. Un concilio de residentes.
Good morning. My name is
Priscila Herrera.
Priscila Herrera, and I'm part of the council members. ¿Cuál es la organización?
TCM.
TCM.
Un concilio de residentes que hoy estuvimos aquí haciendo nuestra voz que sea escuchada por ustedes.
And we are a member of the councils, and we came here so our voice can be heard by you.
Nuestro concilio tenemos integrantes no solamente de la ciudad de Fresno, residentes, sino también de las áreas rurales a la cual yo pertenezco. Pero
We not only do have members in the city of Fresno, but we also have them from the rural areas, which I am a part of.
Pero como residentes nos unimos porque creemos que tenemos el derecho de tener una vivienda segura para nuestros hijos.
As members of these councils, we came together because we believe that we should have a secure housing for our members.
Y con un control de rentas, porque yo como madre de familia me es imposible poder pagar renta para una casa con los precios tan elevados que tenemos en esta ciudad.
And we would like for the rent to be controlled because as a mother of children, it is impossible for me to pay the kind of rent as high as they are now.
Y hoy también estoy aquí para pedirles una actualización del plan. Sabemos que existe un plan de viviendas en nuestra ciudad y nos gustaría como concilio de residentes que nos pudiesen dar una actualización de ese plan y saber si nosotros como residentes estamos incluidos.
And we, as member of this council, would like to know about your plan because we do know that you do have a plan for low incomes, and we would like to find out what it is and see what we can do.
Es injusto y es triste que muchas familias de nuestra ciudad están sin hogar por las altas rentas y que tengan que compartir.
And it is unjust and unfair that many of our members do not have housing because of the high rent and that they have to share.
Que tengan que compartir viviendas hasta 3 o 4 familias.
That they have to share their housing between 3 and 4 families.
Para poder cubrir esa renta tan alta.
So they can cover the high rent.
Aparte de eso, hemos sido víctimas de las personas que rentan y que sobre todo en este fin de año, que es cuando más necesitamos estar como familia unidas, están siendo desalojadas.
And some of the members have been victims of the people that rent these houses, especially now during this period, which is towards the end of the year, that they have been evicted from those houses.
Así que ustedes son nuestros representantes, hemos confiado en ustedes, sabemos que ustedes pueden, sabemos que ustedes tienen el poder de que nosotros como residentes... Disculpa. Sí. Ustedes son nuestros representantes.
You are our representatives.
Sabemos que ustedes están ahí porque nosotros como ciudadanos los elegimos.
And we know that you are there because us as citizens, we have chosen you.
Y también sabemos que ustedes tienen el poder de poder cambiar las leyes,
and we also are aware
las pólizas de vivienda,
that you have the power to change the policies, to change the living laws,
con una equidad
to have equity
para nuestras familias de bajos ingresos.
For our families that are low income.
Eso es todo.
That is all.
Gracias, señor.
Gracias.
Interpreter, we're going to need you up here a little bit longer. Next in the chambers, we have Lilia Becerril. Buenos días, Lilia. Lilia, just have her introduce herself if she's going to speak.
Hola, hola, buenos días. Ella va a traducir para mí, ¿está bien?
Sí, bueno.
¿Ya? Ok. Buenos días, Concilio de la Ciudad. Mi nombre es Lilia Becerril, fundador de Familias en Acción. El día de hoy estoy unida junto con el movimiento de niños.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lilia. Good morning, council members. I'm here today united with the children's movement.
Estamos hoy, el día de hoy, como organización, nos damos cuenta de las necesidades que hay en la comunidad, principalmente cuando estamos hablando de desalojos.
Today we're here with a big focus on evictions, unjust evictions.
En ausencia de ahorita del concejal Distrito 7 y Distrito 5, que es Nelson y Luis, les pido, por favor, tomen atención en este momento, que realmente para mí es importante.
I ask you that, considering that the Luis and Nelson are not here, that everyone else who is here to please pay attention.
Como comunidad, siempre me ha preocupado la necesidad de las familias, en este caso, las familias que viven en la calle.
As a community, the community has always been a huge priority for me, and especially the people who are on the streets, living on the streets.
El tema del día de hoy es el aumento de rentas, que no hay algo que les pueda ayudar a las familias para que los dueños de viviendas no rompan los contratos y aumenten las rentas.
One theme today is the increases in rents, and that there isn't enough protections to stop landlords from doing that to people, and there's not enough policy written into forms, documents to protect the renters.
Como familias inmigrantes indocumentadas sabemos que las familias no tienen acceso a una casa propia, entonces tienen que atender a lo que les están ofreciendo, que son casas en pésimas condiciones.
As immigrant families, we have to take what we can, what is given, and homeownership is not accessible, and so sometimes we take living conditions that are far below quality conditions.
Es momento que ustedes, que nos están representando aquí en la ciudad de Fresno, tomen acción.
It is time that you take action as our representatives.
Nuestras familias ya no tienen que ser desalojadas.
Our families should not be evicted anymore.
Se tienen que sentirse protegidas por ustedes.
They must be protected by you.
Ustedes son los que nos representan.
You are our representatives.
Yo no los puse en la mesa.
I didn't put you there.
Fueron mis hijos.
It was my children.
Como ciudadanos de este país,
as citizens of this country,
votaron por ustedes.
Voted for you.
Y ahora es hora que ustedes tomen la acción para con las familias que los necesitan.
And now it's time for you to take action to help us families that need you.
Queremos ver pronto en los próximos días una enmienda que pueda decir hay protección para las familias y a los inquilinos.
We want a quick action within a few days, an amendment to protect renters.
Por favor, se los pedimos.
We ask you, please.
Ya que trabajo muy de cerca con las familias.
Since you work closely with families.
No quiero ver más familias en la calle.
I don't want to see any more families on the street.
Son trabajadores del campo.
They are farm workers.
Y es una tristeza mirar a los que están sufriendo para pagar su renta.
And it is a great sadness to see them struggle to pay for rent.
Gracias por toda su atención.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Gracias, Lilia. Next in the chambers is Kim Sands.
Good morning. I thought you probably didn't think you'd see my face again. My name's Kim Sands, and I live at La Hacienda, formerly known as Trails End. And I'm in Space 26, and last night I had a fire. So I'd lost my home, but I still own that place. But what I want to say is I'm here today to thank all of you, every single one of you, from the city manager, assistant city manager, all the way down to Raj. Thank you for what you're doing for us at the Trails End, at the La Hacienda Mobile Home Park. And just continue to do what you're doing. Because the people that are left there are homeowners. I own my own place now. I've lost it. I lost some cats. I lost everything. These were not my clothes. I just want to, on behalf of everybody that's left in that part, I want to say thank you for what you're doing for us. Because it's not over till the fat lady sings. And that's what Mom always said, and she's up there now. So I haven't heard her sing yet, but I've lived there since 2018. There are 7 evictions that I know of that are in the trailer park right now. They're still trying to evict people. My uncle's one of them. And what they said in their court thing was they're going to charge him $21 and change every day, which goes against everything that you guys have done, everything that the commission has done. The Rent Control Commission, what's the guy's name? Makata, that's it. And they just went against everything that you guys as a group, as a city, tried to do to help things get better. These guys are not for that. They are charging, that adds up in a month, that adds up to $650 bottom line, and they're not allowed to do that. And they still are trying to do that. And that is just totally wrong. If this is supposed to be affordable housing that they say they're for, they lie. They lie from their website all the way down to here. And they deceived everybody that's sitting in front of me and the commission too. And the mayor, everybody. And they're not for us. They're here to make the big buck. They don't care they're kicking out disabled or kids, relocating families, like the lady said, homeless families on the street. They don't care. They don't give a crap. It's a fact. And I never say anything that is not the truth. Losing everything last night really sucked. And it's Christmas time. I went from harmonious harassment there at the park to trying to evict me and I own my place, to trying to evict my friends, to harassment, like literal, no gas for 395 days, no hot water. And my lawyer said, well, can you imagine if you were still fighting for gas, you wouldn't have been cooking bacon last night. And that's the truth. But it's okay, I'm still thankful because God's in control.
Thank you, Kim.
Your
time has expired. Thank you. Next in the chambers, Elmer Blanco. Hola. Carmen, are you going to translate? Okay. 6 minutes, please.
Good morning. Yes, I speak a little. Okay. Good morning. I speak a little English, but I prefer language since I feel more comfortable with my.
Please proceed. En español.
Okay. Buenos días a todo el consejo de Fresno. Es la primera vez que estoy acá y realmente
Good morning to all of the council. This is the first time that I'm here today.
Quiero agradecer la oportunidad que me dan de poder hablar frente a ustedes con todo respeto.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you with all respect.
La razón por la que estoy aquí es muy simple y muy sencilla de entender.
The reason that I'm here today is very simple to understand.
Hace 5 años me mudé a este estado.
5 years ago, I moved to the state.
Y realmente lo que me atrajo de este estado es su economía y qué tan productivo y tan rico es.
What attracted me to this place was the economy and
Economía y lo rico que es.
and as rich as it is.
Pero me encontré con un problema realmente catastrófico, grande. Yo vivo en Mendota.
I came across a very huge and catastrophic problem. I live in Mendota.
Y nunca me imaginé que fuera tan grave la situación.
I never thought that the situation would be so grave.
Las familias en las zonas rurales están pasando por una no solo escasez de vivienda,
The families in those areas are not only going through there is no housing, affordable housing for them.
Sino que también hay un elevado precio en las rentas. Cuando uno llega a este país, primeramente tiene que rentar un lugar.
The prices of rent are very elevated, and when one comes to this country, that's the first thing that you have to do is rent.
Si sabemos que la mitad de las personas, más de la mitad de las personas que viven en el condado rentan,
If we know that more than 50% of the people in the county are renting,
entonces deberían haber regulaciones o deberían haber normas que controlen esto para que los dueños de estas propiedades no abusen.
then there needs to be regulations and norms to ensure that these landlords are not abusing.
Personalmente estoy viviendo en un apartamento de una habitación.
Personally, I'm living in an apartment, a one-bedroom apartment.
después de 5 años de estar en lista de espera en la ciudad de Mendota,
After 5 years of being on a wait list in Mendota,
es difícil lidiar teniendo 2 hijas y una esposa en ese tan pequeño espacio.
it's really difficult to live in a place like that with a wife and 2 children.
Pero el aumento en la renta de este apartamento no falla cada fin de año.
But the raise of rents in those apartments never fails every single year.
Y el dueño del apartamento no respeta el porcentaje que debe ser aumentado.
And the landlords never respect the rate, the cap that needs to be raised every year in those apartments.
Y perdonen lo que les voy a decir, pero deben de saberlo.
I'm sorry that I'm going to say this, but I need to say this.
No están enforzando los códigos de vivienda.
You are not enforcing the codes for housing.
Si ustedes van a estos apartamentos, no tienen detectores de humo,
If you go to some of these apartments, there are no smoke detectors.
no tienen a veces los appliances,
And they don't have the appliances,
como cocina, refrigeradora,
like the kitchen, the refrigerator,
cosas básicas como un aire acondicionado o calefacción.
basic things like air conditioner or heater.
Si nosotros reclamamos, nos ofrecen la calle.
If we even complain, they show us the street.
Entonces, ¿a dónde está la autoridad? ¿A dónde está esa ley?
Then where is the authority? Where is the law?
Ustedes representan esa ley.
You represent that law.
Y el pueblo los ha escogido precisamente para que tomen cartas en ese asunto.
And everyone has voted for you so that you can make those decisions.
No quiero nada más hacer un énfasis, sino que hacer eco en sus agendas con respecto a esto.
I don't just want to make emphases, but an echo in your agenda around these issues.
Es un problema serio que se está haciendo más agudo cuando ustedes van a esas ciudades como Farbo, como Mendota, San Joaquín y Fresno, y encuentran deplorables situaciones donde la gente no puede irse porque ellos quieren vivir en Fresno.
Yeah, and you can also see when you go to those cities like Fireball, Mendota, as Fresno as well, that the living situations are deplorable, and they don't want to leave. They want to stay here in Fresno.
Yo personalmente no me iría de este estado.
I personally wouldn't leave this state.
Y es mejor venir, pararse aquí
Gracias, señor.
y decirles.
And it's better to come here and stand before you and tell you.
Next in the chambers, Dr. Sahib Quadri. Sahib. Apologies.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Sohaib Qadri, one of the neurologists working in Fresno. Firstly, I wanted to thank Miguel Arias for arranging the flag raising ceremony last week. It was really heartwarming for all of us. It's also been wonderful to see folks from the children's movement, Fresno, to be attending the City Hall today. They've done some great work in feeding the children and advocating for their well-being. It's evident that the people of Fresno truly care for children and their well-being all over. And I want us to think for a second about the children in Gaza. Honorable council members, it hurts my conscience as a physician when I see that Israel has spared neither child nor hospital in their insatiable desire to eradicate Hamas. They have even gone on to cut off electricity to hospitals and assault them with tanks and troops. There was a harrowing story recently published in the Washington Post detailing how a neonatal ICU nurse working with Doctors Without Borders, a Paris-based organization, at Al-Nasser Children's Hospital in Gaza was given an ultimatum by the IDF to get out or be bombarded. Seeing no choice, the nurse had to assess which of the 5 premature babies under his care was most likely to be able to survive a temporary cut to his oxygen supply. He had to leave the other 4 on the breathing machines, reluctantly, and with his wife and children and that one baby, headed south. And I'm sure you can understand how attached some of us healthcare workers feel to our patients under our care. He described the feeling as having to leave his own children behind. 2 weeks later, during a pause in hostilities, a Gazan journalist, Maulid Balusha, was able to venture into the hospital and make an awful discovery: the decomposing bodies of the 4 babies left behind, eaten by worms, blackened by mold, mauled by stray dogs. This has to stop. We cannot in good conscience continue to allow Israel to perpetrate these war crimes and atrocities. We cannot continue supplying them with the over 57,000 artillery shells from our own dwindling stockpiles to Israel, which it then rains down on innocent children in Gaza. I call on all of you to propose a resolution demanding an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, and I'm happy to work with you on this matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. Next in the chambers, Juana Meza. Good morning, Juana. We do have a official interpreter that the city hires. Okay.
Hola, buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Juana Iris Mesa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Juana Iris Mesa.
Estamos nerviosas.
We're nervous.
Bueno, estamos aquí por una sencilla razón, ¿verdad? Pero no menos importante.
We're here for a very simple reason, but not less important.
Soy madre de familia y como muchas familias aquí en Fresno,
I'm a mother to a family, and like a lot of families here in Fresno,
estamos preocupadas por los altos costos de las viviendas.
we are worried for the rise in rents.
En unos años, posiblemente yo sea una persona que esté viviendo en la calle.
In a few years, I possibly could be one of those people who will be living out on the streets.
Pedimos control de renta para todas las familias aquí en Fresno.
We ask a control of the rent for families here in Fresno.
Las viviendas es un derecho humano para todos. Las
The
viviendas
housing
es un derecho
is
humano
a
para
right,
todos.
a human right for all people.
Pienso que la mayoría de ustedes que está sentado en esa silla
I think the majority of you who are sitting in those chairs,
tienen un techo donde llegan y se disfrutan con sus familias.
you have a roof over your heads where you come home to, and you are able to be with your families.
Actualmente, muchas familias que nosotros conocemos
We know a lot of families
están siendo desalojadas en estos momentos.
are being evicted in these moments,
Están viviendo en la calle en estos momentos.
are living in the streets in these moments,
O están viviendo con otras familias en estos momentos.
or they are living with other families in these moments.
Solo les pedimos que por favor
We ask only, please
tomen en cuenta este llamado de viviendas.
please take into account this call for action around housing.
Como concilio de residentes con el movimiento de los niños,
As a council member for the Children's Movement of Fresno,
queremos hacerles la invitación.
we want to extend the invitation.
Sabemos que hay un plan de viviendas que se presentó en el 2022
We know that there is a housing plan that was presented in 2022,
y nosotros como concilios
and us as council members,
queremos escuchar una actualización de ese plan.
we want to hear an update of where we are with that plan.
Pueden ser a través de talleres,
It could be through workshops,
juntas convocadas por ustedes mismos,
meetings with you,
lo que sea, pero nosotros queremos saber dónde estamos en este momento con el plan de viviendas.
whatever they may be, but we do need to know where we are with that plan.
Así es que pedimos viviendas asequibles para todos.
And that's why we
Viviendas asequibles para
ask
todos.
affordable housing for all. Affordable housing for
Gracias.
all. Thank you.
Gracias. City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up on Zoom that wishes to speak?
Yes, we have Zara Lash. Zara, please unmute yourself. Zara. Okay, next we have Brandy in. Next, we have Ivanka Sanders. Ira, can you hear me?
Council President, I'm sorry. I actually think we might be having some technical difficulties. I'm seeing that their mic is going up, but I'm not hearing them. So can you just give me a second, please?
Okay. Let's give the city clerk's office a couple of minutes to resolve this issue.
Yeah, I know, but it's not coming through. Brandy, can you hear me? Brandy?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so there was a glitch. Thank you so much for your. Are you guys doing public comment? I don't know if there was a pause.
Yes, Brandy, this is public comment. You have 2 minutes, 55 seconds remaining.
Okay, I know that you guys are taking a break to do it. Okay, thank you. First off, I also want to show that I'm very proud for the Fresno flag raising for Palestine. I think the emails and the things that by our community members and the things shared today best express why this was important as well for so many of us that have sat with our community members in pain and saw in horror wanting to see this genocide end. Regarding Redfield, I recognize the humanity of those hostages and are not opposed to their return. I showed you a list of names of 3,000 children that were killed, and now there has been 7,000 more, over 24,000, and many people who have been unjustly detained in Palestine, including children. And I wonder, do you recognize their humanity and seek to stop so that you would stop more suffering? Regarding the warming centers, I'm very grateful that there is a fourth location. That is a really good location for that area that has been lacking. I hope, as Cynthia said, I hope that there is room, but I also ask that the city continues to seek more shelters, especially in central and north Fresno, as there is a great gap there for people there, and to continue seeking the things that we need. We need to have the warming centers open continuously because people may not know, and this will cost lives if we do not do that. And I'm very grateful we did that before. There is a gentleman who has been asking me every day, and he asked, how did things go with City Council today and last week, because he wants to know when the warming centers will be open. Are the warming centers going to be open? Because it is very cold. He is working, he can't be there, but he is very worried, and many people are expressing how cold it is. And next week it is raining, and it'll be more detrimental. As well, I'm disappointed that we didn't mention about the need for transportation and hear a report regarding that, but I ask that be pursued, that we ensure that there is transportation, because the warming centers will still fill. I also ask that if you are seeking to protect people from harm from the weather, please address the issues we've been speaking about for years regarding the HEART team. There is a woman who a couple weeks ago we found out the Heart team took her tent, her sleeping bag, everything. People helped her use their own money, as they've done to so many people, to get her another tent and sleeping bag, and it was taken again. And she is worried and she is cold, and we help her again, and we have to fear that even though when we hand a tent or a blanket like I did a couple days ago, that it will be taken again by Heart.
Next, we have Hyra Sheik.
Hello. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Morning, honorable city council members and Mr. Butterfield. It's interesting to see that these hostages' faces are here at the city council that I can see on my feed. We pray for them, that they're eventually released instead of being bombarded by Israel. Released hostages have testified that was one of their biggest fears, followed by getting caught by Israeli crossfire if the IDF found their location, just as many were on October 7th. Since October 7th, prisoner support organizations have documented more than 200 cases of children being arrested by Israel. Prisoners released have reported being punished and tortured and sexually assaulted since October 7th as collective punishment. Please pray for those hostages as well. 50 children have been shot in the West Bank since October 7th, not to mention the approximately 100 children killed per day since this war began by our airstrikes. As of recent, families sheltering in a school due to rain were shot execution style, killed in rows in front of their family members. Even ignoring the airstrikes, this is all deliberate killing of civilian people. This is terrorism. And this is only a few examples of it. We need to stand against these child murder and terrorism supporters. Those on this city council, as well as whose hate has made this a local issue, if it wasn't already before, since residents' families are in danger. We need to put an end to this. Thank you.
Next, we have Kareem.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, first of all, thank you all for allowing us to speak over Zoom. I wish I could be there, but I can't. So I thank you for that. I want to start by quoting something from the Quran, and I'll say in English. It says, "And when it is said to them, 'Do not cause corruption on the earth,' they say, 'We are but reformers.' Unquestionably, it is they who are the corruptors, but they perceive it not." This applies to you, Gary Redderfield. Also, it is said in the Quran, "And do not mix the truth with falsehood or conceal the truth while you know it." This also applies to you. Now, you can be a Zionist, you can stand for Israel all you want. We're not trying to change your mind. We can have different opinions. We can disagree on a lot of things. What we have a problem with is stating lies on television for everybody to hear and, stand by them. Even when your superiors, like the White House, for example, take that back, the lie about the 40 beheaded babies, you still stand behind with that lie. So I urge you to stop being a coward and apologize for that lie. You can still have your stance and keep your voters, your Zionist voters or your Israeli voters, whatever the case may be. Just say, I was misinformed. It doesn't have to be a lie. I mean, maybe you didn't know any better. You can just say, hey, there are no 40 beheaded babies. There are no evidence of that. So I take that back, but I still stand with Israel. It's okay. It's not going to take anything from your ego. You'll still be fine. And lastly, I saw over Zoom something taped over that, where you're standing. I didn't know what it was, but everybody's saying it's pictures of the hostages. And we pray for their safety too. As a matter of fact, their abductors, as you might say, are caring for their safety. But it's funny because if you want to put pictures of hostages, Palestinian hostages pictures of Palestinian hostages will fill up that whole room. People that don't have food, people don't have water, they're treated very horribly, they're tortured, and we've seen pictures of them come out. Some of them were left to be burnt in their cars and then taken hostages after that for years. Some of them go into prisons while they're under the age of 10 and leave after they're 20.
Next, we have Bob McCloskey.
Thank you, Council and Chair. I did want to commend Miguel for Councilman Arias for the flag organizing. I saw him the other day in the tower. He told me that he has received over 500 threats and even nasty threats of raping his daughter, death threats. Over 500, all from out of town. He said he's gotten a number of emails praising him for doing that, all from in town. He said it was interesting that when the Israeli flag was raised, there was no vitriol or backlash from anybody. So you got to think about who's out there fomenting hatred. Brandy spoke to the warming center issues. Thank you for opening another one. You need to keep it at 40 degrees, please. There's so many elderly people out there that suffer from a lot of different maladies, diabetes, high blood pressure, et cetera, that cold, even 40 is very cold and could cause hypothermia. I think we need to keep them continuously open over the winter. We need more centers, as Brandy mentioned. I think there's progress being made on that, but you know, you have to have empathy. Try to sleep outside with just a blanket with in a 40-degree temperature. I did want to bring up what Brandy said about our team. Every day I see the crimes they commit: property thefts, civil rights abuses, violation of cruel and unusual punishment clause of the 8th Amendment. Like Brandy, I try to give out as many donations, and I donate myself blankets, sleeping bags. They get thrown away. As you know, Martin versus Boise says that cities cannot impose criminal sanctions. They call people criminals. I was at a sweep the other day. A woman is insisting that they should stop calling her a criminal. She's just an elderly woman on the streets. You know, as you know, I filed a complaint with HUD. Your disingenuous response from the city manager states that the ordinance does not criminalize homeless. Some people say it's not being enforced. I know it's being enforced. People are being moved all the time. There's stuff being thrown away. Have some empathy for the homeless. Have some empathy for the children of Gaza. Let's have a heart this holiday season. Let's ensure that the city complies with the law, the Martin versus Boise decision. There will be lawsuits. There is a lawsuit, as you know.
Next, we have Zara. Zara, can you hear me? Next, we have Lethal.
Hi.
Go ahead, Lethal.
Thank you. If the flag raising only happened because Miguel was the only one willing to sign off on it, then shame on all council members who sat it out that didn't support the Israel flag raising either. That being said, Miguel stated, and I quote, I thank the Palestinian educators, doctors, and the residents of Fresno who recently educated me and other city leaders on the innocent lives lost in Gaza. You are a grown man with the World Wide Web in your pocket, my guy, and you're going to claim to not know about Israel trying to settle in Palestine for 7 decades? You're constantly pandering, and I can't possibly be the only one that sees through you. You also just called today, earlier, this real-time genocide a conflict. I guess you think indigenous people on this soil died in conflict too. You really shouldn't be welcome to any future Native or Palestinian events. Fresno, this is who you are voting for: a charlatan, a panderer, a wolf. After saying at the Palestinian flag raising, and I paraphrase here, in Fresno, you are not immigrants. In Fresno, we call you neighbor. Yet a Fresnan made an anti-immigrant remark in council recently to which you replied that it was his right to be offensive. Can you hurry up and decide how you think immigrants should be treated, or are we going to catch you at your next public speech to find out if you waited for others to sit you down and educate you? Google is free. Quote from Brady on this flag raising: "It creates the perception that we, the city, supports Hamas. It's a terrible message. It shouldn't be happening. I think that dollar store box dye is seeping into your brain, fool, because that was far from being a sound comment, you Zionist. Thank you, council, but no thank you to Miguel, Brady, and his hair."
Next, we have Ivanka.
Good morning. My name is Ivanka Saunders with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We request that the item 1II regarding the State Route 99 freeway agreement not be approved. Currently, there is pending litigation regarding the Highway 99 North Avenue Caltrans expansion project that is violating CEQA, Civil Rights and Clean Air Act regulations in disadvantaged communities. This project is a continual expansion of industrial development in communities that the Attorney General's office is following and has already had continual conversations with this city and county regarding the discriminatory land use patterns and practices. And it is also an area that is part of the AB 617 community air protection boundary. We ask that this be reviewed by the dais in more detail and not move forward with approval of this agreement today. Thank you.
Next, we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning, all. How's everybody doing? First off, I want to say, Gary, I'm so offended by you today. I'm hoping that at the next city council that you put up pictures of all the indigenous women in California that have gone missing, and that you care more about the folks here in California and the folks here in Fresno. How about putting up pictures of all the deceased homeless folks that are dying throughout this year? Now, let's talk about One Fresno. I am so disappointed with the entire city council except for two of you. How is it that the North Side NIMBYs have more rights than West Fresno residents? You did not approve the housing project over at Quality Inn, yet you guys are set to approve more pollution on the west side. What is the difference? Here's what the difference is. Environmental racism is back alive and well in Fresno, and you guys are condoning it and you're approving it. Somehow you guys have forgotten that when you don't approve a housing project that you have funding for and you end up getting negative points, let me tell you what the ripple effect is. I used to have to score projects for the state. And when I would come across a project that was problematic, not because of the project, but by the government agency, it would literally go last in the pile because the headache it would give me. The ripple effect of a negative 50 points, you guys are short-sighted, so incredibly short-sighted. If Georgianne is telling you it's going to affect your transportation dollars, you need to sit up, you need to listen, and you need to reconsider. You need to bring back that project in January and reconsider it. If you were so concerned about having a housing project near a liquor store, where was your concern about all the projects along Parkway? Where was your concern when I brought up environmental issues. Where was your concern? Oh yeah, that's right. It's a poor area of town. There's not a lot of people that are going to show up because they're poor and they're working. And they don't have the privilege of taking the day off to come and address you.
Next, we have Fadwa.
Yes, hello?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Fadwa Amira, and I'm here to thank each and everyone who participated in the flag raising, especially Mr. Miguel. Thank you so much for standing up to us and made this possible. And for Mr. Gary, I think you should apologize for the hurt that you caused to the Palestinian community here in Fresno. And I think I'm sure people do look up to you when you spread false racism and lies about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. You're spreading hate and you're causing division. I don't think Fresno deserves that you cause division among its people. That's one thing. And also, please allow me to share this poem with you. In the city of Fresno, a flag so proud, a Palestinian's color, vibrant and loud, a symbol of resilience, a beacon of hope, rising high in the sky, giving strength to cope. With every flutter, a story unfolds of a nation's struggle, of stories untold. In Fresno's embrace, unity prevails as the Palestinian flag soars and sails, a symbol of identity, a symbol of pride in the hearts of many. Feelings cannot hide, a reminder of dreams, of a homeland afar, connecting hearts no matter how far. In this city of diversity, we stand as one, honoring the past, the battles fought and won. With open arms, we welcome and embrace the Palestinian flag, a symbol of grace. Let us celebrate the power of unity, embracing cultures, fostering community. In Fresno Street, let the flag fly high, a testament of hope, reaching for the sky. So let's be known in this moment we share the Palestinian flag, a symbol we wear in Fresno's embrace. Let's love prevail. As we raise the flag, our voices shall sail. Thank you.
Next, we have Lynn Owens. Lynn, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. My name is Lynn Owens. I'm a resident of D3, Miss 5250. Crazy for Justice, a YouTube channel that I had to start after I was abused by the Fresno Police Department, and they stole my cell phone, which is clearly visible on the body-worn camera video. I do not understand how Internal Affairs, couldn't see the phone in my hand that was removed by a Fresno police officer that was recording the incident. I never saw that phone again, but my claims are unfounded. The Fresno police officer, Jordan Wamhoff, also failed to collect the CCTV video, which is policy. And it was requested by me on the body-worn camera video that was provided to the court. I heard it myself. I asked Rudy Tafoya about that 2 days later. Still, the CCTV video was never preserved. And by the time someone gets to court 90 days later, that CCTV video is gone. I also am concerned about what is going on, why Jerry Dyer decided to take sides in this issue. Who is advising you people on your PR? Who advised someone to take sides and not just demand a ceasefire and promote peace instead of hate and division? And then Jerry Dyer was too much of a coward to show up at that flag raising and apologize to people. And I did have a hard time getting in here today. I almost didn't make it at all. The Zoom meetings, all you need is a phone number and the meeting ID, and you can join this meeting. You don't have to register and everything that you're forcing people into, because you don't want to hear the truth. You don't want people up there talking to you and criticizing you. You can't handle it. It's very hard for people to come out there to those meetings, and it should be as easy as possible for people to communicate with their government, especially at this local level. And we need, it's about time that we got more council people. If you look at your own stats, there's cities smaller than us that have nine council people. We haven't increased that number in, I don't know, since the beginning of the charter, and we've grown how much?
Next, we have Mohammed.
Yeah, hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm Mohammed Sheikh. I'm a doctor, a physician who works in the Fresno area, and I just want to talk about the Palestine issue. It's over 6 weeks now, about 7 weeks since this all started, and at this point, they first evacuated northern Gaza, sent a population of 2 million people that was already overcrowded in the Gaza Strip to southern Gaza, and now they're bombing southern Gaza, basically, and they have small pockets of area that are considered safe zones. And so, I mean, imagine a population, I guess Fresno's 500,000 people, imagine 4 times Fresno's population, you're all told to cram into, I don't know, a couple safe zones like the Buchanan area and Woodward Park, the entirety, 4 times the population of Fresno, which is unbelievable. It's come to a point where really in my everyday life, if I take a shower for too long, I feel like I'm wasting essentially drinking water when many Gazans, especially children, don't have access to even drinking water. I think we need a ceasefire now, and it starts here in Fresno, hopefully to the rest of the United States, where we're only one of the few nations who actually, I would say the key nation who vetoed the ceasefire in the UN resolution not too long ago here. Thank you.
Next, we have Juan.
Hello, good morning. This is Juan Barreto, and I'm raising my hand for the file number 23-1712 for annexation onto part of North Bryan and North Polk Avenues, 141 acres. We feel as a neighborhood right there very sad because it's a lot of elderly people. It's an old community there. They don't have access to Zoom. They cannot be on top of everything. It's really hard for them to raise a hand and express that we are opposing to this annexation. There's no need for it, starting with, just because an investor move into the neighborhood there. Now we have to be annexed to the city and pay for all the connections and sewer and water out of our pockets. That is very, very sad from the city to force us to do that. Instead of thinking right now for our children's presence, we are here in these meetings and with our mind busy onto something else instead of our families. Please, I ask you guys to leave us alone. Don't move forward with the annexation and pre-zoning. We are fine the way we are. We love the way we are. Thank you.
There are no more speakers online.
Last speaker today, Ben Granholm. Ben, good morning.
Well, good morning, Mr. Council President and esteemed council members and staff. My name is Ben Granholm. I'm with Invest Fresno. We are a nonprofit and a broad coalition of local businesses, community leaders, and residents that are dedicated to working and providing a sustainable and diverse economy here in the city of Fresno. And we're here today to urge the council to support the interchange access agreement between the city of Fresno and Caltrans. The interchange access agreement is a critical piece to the revitalization and updates to the North Avenue and Highway 99 interchange, which have not been updated since they were first constructed in the 1960s. Not only is this a key piece to that entire project and a key component of our state's transportation corridor, but it also is a key and vital component to providing support for the over 440 businesses in South Central Fresno that provide more than 22,000 direct, full-time, and good-paying jobs to residents throughout the city. As many of you may know, there was a recent economic study that showed the outsized impact that South Central Fresno and the businesses in South Central Fresno have on the city as a whole. In 2022, those 440 businesses generated over $100 million in tax revenue, roughly 20% of the city's general fund. And for context, in 2022, that would have covered the entire city's fire department budget. And on top of that, and on top of the sales tax revenue, it generates over $13 billion in economic activity back to the city of Fresno. These are funds that go to our fire, our police, our parks, infrastructure, upgrades to mental health programs, and a number of other critical city services that residents rely on each and every day. Highway 99 plays a pivotal role as a major transportation corridor, not only for the state, but for the local residents. And the State Route 99 corridor project will help to increase or decrease traffic congestion, reducing accidents and collisions along Highway 99, reducing pollution in that area. And so we urge the council to vote yes on the interchange access agreement today and show support for continued economic development and continued economic progress within the city of Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll conclude our public comment portion of today's agenda. Councilmember Butterfield, I see you're punched up.
Yes.
Do you want to say something?
I do. Over 2 months ago, people around the world were shocked by the horrific attack and evil perpetrated by the terrorist group Hamas against the innocent citizens of Israel. Like so many people, I painfully grieve over the senseless loss of life of so many people, young people just enjoying a music festival, of those who are just with their families at home. I also grieve over the loss of so many innocent Palestinians, victims of a war started by Hamas. Now, one speaker today came up and said, I smiled during the loss of life in Gaza. That's a complete lie, and the video will prove it, just as someone said the same thing about my colleague, Mike Herbasi, which also was not true. I'm angered by the brutality and evil of those Hamas terrorists who killed babies, children, women, families, and the elderly. 1,400 killed, including over 30 Americans. The equivalent of what it would have been 40,000 people murdered on 9/11 in the United States. Over 200 taken hostage, including Americans. They raped women, mutilated genitals, tortured children, cut off people's limbs, beheaded people. All of those killed, raped, tortured, and taken hostage shared one thing in common: they were Jewish. We've seen this horror so many times before, but not since the Holocaust have we seen such massive savagery and genocide of the Jewish people. Now, speakers are saying Hamas treated the hostages well. Those are lies as well. They've been brutalized, tortured, and witnessed the murders of their families. Now, I've been to the Dachau concentration camp in Germany, where over 32,000 Jews were murdered. I stood in the gas chambers where men and women were gassed and saw the ovens where the bodies were burned. The only difference between the war crimes of the Nazis and Hamas is the Nazis hid their war crimes, and Hamas proudly recorded them on GoPro cameras for all the world to see. There's no denying the atrocities they committed. Incredibly, we're also witnessing many throughout the world, including in our own country and on college campuses, celebrating the slaughter of babies, women being raped and executed, and families being burned alive. We see anti-Semitic demonstrations on a worldwide scale. They argue these heinous acts are justified. They are not and never will be. They argue about moral equivalence. There is none. They say the terrorists that beheaded people and killed innocent people are freedom fighters. They are not. They're evil psychopaths whose mission is to kill Jews and destroy Israel. Now they call for a ceasefire that will only embolden these terrorists. When we were attacked on Pearl Harbor or 9/11, we would never have acquiesced to other nations asking for a ceasefire, and we never did until we defeated the enemy. Israel will not acquiesce and will continue the war to finally destroy this terrorist organization. The director of the FBI, Christopher Wray, has revealed that while the Jewish population in the United States is only 2.4%, all of the religious hate crimes, 60% are directed at Jews. This is sadly not surprising when we see the cancer of anti-Semitism and the intellectual rot spoken by college presidents, students, professors, politicians, and many others that rather than condemn these atrocities, in fact, celebrate them. The fact is, Hamas has been in charge of Gaza since 2007. Instead of improving the economy and life for the Palestinian people, they've been building underground tunnels and acquiring rockets and financing from Iran to attack Israel. When Israel is about to formally improve relations with Saudi Arabia, Hamas starts a war, then retreats to hide behind civilians in Gaza, bringing more pain and suffering to the people living there. We've seen these same evil acts before, but this time with over 1,400 Israelis killed in the recent terrorist attacks, Israel must win this war against Hamas terrorists once and for all. The only path to peace is through strength, a strong Israeli nation and a strong United States of America united together. For the only thing these bloodthirsty evil terrorists understand is strength. If there's any weakness, they're emboldened. As many of you know, I proudly served as a lieutenant in the United States Navy. I was willing to risk my life for this nation that I love and believe to be the greatest nation on earth because of the freedoms we all have. We are a free nation that honors the First Amendment, freedom of speech, and the right to address grievances with our government. These folks who have come here for 3 weeks in a row now, declaring and chanting their hate for Israel and desire to see Jewish people in Israel eliminated, have that right and freedom to spew their hatred. I will defend that right, but I also have the right to condemn their anti-Semitism and hate-filled speech, and I strongly do, loudly and vehemently. All of us must speak out against evil, anti-Semitism, and moral relativism. As a nation, we must have moral clarity about right and wrong, good and evil. We must fight against the indoctrination in our schools and college campuses that indoctrinates our kids to hate this country. Instead, we must teach our children about the greatness of this nation, our Constitution, our freedoms, the sacrifices of our veterans and public safety, that everyone is created equal, and that all forms of racism and all forms of hate based on sex, gender, religion, ethnicity, and anti-Semitism must be rejected and denounced. For those of you who came here seeking a ceasefire resolution from the Council, we remember on October 6th, there was a ceasefire. And Hamas broke it on October 7th, as they've done so many times before. But I have clear ways to reach a sustainable ceasefire, none of which I've heard you call for. One, call for and attain the unconditional surrender of Hamas, whose charter calls for the destruction of Israel. You can't have peace with a terrorist group whose sole focus is to kill you. Two, all weapons of war that Hamas has, rockets, grenades, tunnels, should be immediately destroyed. Three, immediately and without any conditions, release every hostage held by Hamas, including all Americans and those from other countries as well. Once this occurs, the war will end and there will be peace. Now, I just received news that 4 Hamas members were arrested in Germany and Netherlands over suspected plot to kill Jews. The terrorist efforts to kill Jews will never end until Hamas is destroyed. We are blessed to live in this great nation where we still live freely as Americans and have our constitutional protections and Bill of Rights. May God bless all of our citizens in the United States of America. And may God bless the state of Israel, its people, and the innocent civilians in Gaza, and comfort all the victims and their families. Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi, you're punched up to speak. And the public comment portion is closed. Just as we sit up here and listen to the public when they speak, there'll be no more interruptions from the audience. This is first and last warning.
Yeah, I just
Councilmember
wanted to-
Carbasi, the floor is yours.
I just wanted to state, for the people that have come here and spoken, I want to thank them for coming up. No matter how we feel about this issue, we're all Americans. Doesn't matter what our divisions are, you have a constitutional right to be here, and that's important. I will defend that right. I do want to say that I have a newfound respect for the concept never forget, because we've heard a lot, but no one's talked about what happened. We want to just whitewash October 7th. Now, I want to make one thing very clear. It doesn't matter if it's a Jewish life, if it's a Muslim life, if it's a Palestinian life, or an Israeli life. Innocent lives are precious and they're equal. I've said this before. We've said it. Some people don't want to listen. That is a universal statement, I think, that represents this council. I'm just going to end by saying this. I'm going to read some names off a list. Idan Alexander, Itay Chen, Sagul Dekel Chen, Hirsch Goldberg Poland, Gad Haggai, and Judith Weinstein, Omer Nuetra, Keith Siegel. These are Americans. These are our fellow Americans who are still being held hostage by Hamas. Let's bring them home.
Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? I got a motion from Carbasi and a second from Esparza. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes 7-0. We're going to move on to contested consent. At this point, we're going to take them in the order that they appear before me. We're going to start with 1C, as in Charles, actions pertaining to the City of Fresno's downtown parking garage 9 storefront lease. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Staff, in these lease agreements that you're bringing forward, are we waiving any past due rent?
Good morning, Council. Brian Barr, Director of General Services. Thank you, Councilmember, for your interest in this item. It's been a long time coming for updated leases for many of these businesses. Yes, Cocky's Bar is past due on rent due to the COVID closures, and I think $46,000 behind on rent. We are asking for them to repay $23,000 spread over the life of the contract. It's like $680 in addition to their monthly rent.
So just for the record, $46,000 in past rent?
Yes.
Of which we're requiring that they pay $23,000?
Yes.
Over the life of the lease, which is how many years?
3 years.
3 years.
So it's half of the past due rent.
Okay. And then my other question is, where are we at with the office space next to the Arts Council? They've demonstrated interest in expanding next door, given the assignment that we've awarded them to implement the arts and culture plan, which requires more staffing and more space. What's the status of that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for your interest. It's been recently cleaned up. We're now ready to market it at a market rate of around $1.30, $1.50 a square foot a month.
So you don't intend to make it available to the Arts Council under their current agreement?
I think the administration has made a decision not to do that.
So I think, I know we've exchanged some emails on this. So our intent, the Arts Council pays $1 per year total for their current space.
Right.
We are intending on the new space to attempt to market it at market rate for a tenant who is willing to pay market rate, because obviously we need the revenue to be able to pay for the maintenance and ongoing expenses.
So,
but if nobody is interested, I would be open, but I think it is incumbent upon us to try and generate some revenue from parties who may be interested in a market rate lease.
So walk me through the math. If you were to lease at market rate, how much revenue would you generate a year from that space?
I'll pull out my trusty calculator.
Yes, please. And these are our estimates, not...
Sure. About 40,000.
About 40,000 a year. And our current lease agreement that we'll discuss later in the agenda with the Grizzlies' use of the stadium also has an outstanding rent, correct?
Sorry, that's not handled by my department.
If I recall, their past due rent's about $500,000 that we would look to waive in 2025.
I need to get that agreement out and look at it.
All right, we can discuss that later when we bring up the item. But these items do include the waiving of about $23,000 of rent, correct?
That is correct.
Due to COVID impacts.
Correct, due to COVID impacts. And the Grizzlies is due to the Grizzlies being the Grizzlies.
Well, I think it's due to the fact that they were downgraded from AAA to single A, which significantly reduced the value of the franchise.
Understood. All right, so it is my intent, so the administration's aware, is for us to make the lease, the property next door, available to the Arts Council under the same agreement that we have now for the existing property. What we've been very thoughtful of is not to push people out of downtown, especially partners. As we make a $300 million investment downtown, we were expected not to dislocate people. So, and I can appreciate staff is trying to obtain as much revenue as possible, but we also are recommending on a consistent basis to waive past due rent from leaseholders, large corporations, small mom and pop businesses. So I think it's been our practice to not seek every single penny that we can from leaseholders. My last question.
I do have the clarification. I have the lease in front of me on the Grizzlies, and there was rent deferred, and it was to be deferred and paid in annual installments, payable commencing March 31,000 commencing March 1st, 2021, and we have been receiving that deferred rent payment.
And there's a provision that the outstanding rent would be waived in 2025, that, right? In the same section?
So what it says is starting 2021, and at the end of 2025, then any deferred rent payments due and payable after the 2025 minor league baseball season shall be waived.
Correct. And the last time, based on their last audit, they were still owing us $468,000 of back rent.
I think they have to carry that on their financial statements through accounting principles until the end of the 2025 season, and that at that point when that trigger happens, then I'm assuming that they would be able to then take that off their financials, but they're following, appropriate financial process and carrying that on their books.
Understood. City staff, the rent that we collect from Garage 9, does it go back to Garage 9 for maintenance, or does it go into the city's general fund?
I believe the money goes into the planning and development, owns the, asset, and then we ID, general services IDs our charges to them. That's how the flow of the money goes.
So the parking, yes, so parking is under planning and development, and I know that we have really cleaned up our practices where we are trying to make sure that anything generated by the parking facilities stays in the parking facilities for maintenance operations of the parking facilities. I don't know, and I could have staff, I don't know if it's Garage 9 stays with Garage 9, Garage 4 stays with Garage 4, but I know it stays in the parking division for parking facilities. It does not transfer out to, say, the general fund.
Does have the parking garages received all the improvements that we funded in the last couple of years? Are those complete yet? I know we've discussed this a few months ago.
I'd be happy, unless you can answer, I know.
I'd have to get back to you on the status. I know several of them are in progress right now, but I don't have the exact data with me.
My last question is, these agreements, do they include the city making ADA improvements to the buildings that we own, or do we expect a tenant to make those improvements?
So there is one stipulation in Cocky's lease. They do not have ADA compliant bathrooms. It is upon, per the lease in front of you, it is their responsibility to do that within 18 months, and then they're credited the cost of the work over a 12-month period.
Okay. So we're finally going to allow them to make those renovations, and then we would credit them the cost of fixing our facility?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Those are all my questions. And again, I intend to bring an item back in January to make the remainder of the space adjacent to the Arts Council available to them. I do think it's in the best interest of the city to keep the Arts Council downtown and not to force them to relocate somewhere else, especially since they're undertaking the work on behalf of the city. Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Arias, second by Perea. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item 1S, as in Sam, actions pertaining to training services for street outreach. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember. Floor is yours.
Who can speak to the item?
I believe Parks Shelby McNabb
Thank
is
you.
coming up.
I just noticed one
Excuse
thing
me,
on this.
Excuse me,
sorry.
new Assistant Director Shelby McNabb.
Oh, congratulations and condolences all in one. Ms. Shelby, I noticed that this agreement includes the contract with Urban Peace Institute based out of Los Angeles. I found that interesting. Why would we go that far to get a provider to do gang prevention work in the city of Fresno? Did we not get any respondents locally, or did we put the proposal up for an RFP?
We did go out competitively. We did get 3 total respondents. There was 2 local agencies that submitted a proposal. One was Live Again, and the proposal that they provided was outside of the scope of the work we'd requested. And then we also got Breakout Prison Outreach, which lists a Fresno address. In their proposal, they demonstrated relevant experience, but not in the Fresno area. UPI, which we're recommending for award, demonstrated more experience in Fresno. They had a prior award on a CalVIP grant that we received previously. And so they've done a lot of extensive work in the community, although they are based out of LA. And they have the ability to start providing training early next year, whereas the other vendor who has relevant experience was not prepared to provide training until 2025.
Shelby, can you also just clarify that this is not to actually be doing the work with the kids on the street? This is to train the people who are going to be doing the work. So it's not actually doing the gang prevention work. It's to be training the people who will be doing the gang prevention work, if I'm correct.
Yeah, so it will be building capacity for street outreach, gang prevention, intervention work in hospital settings, in the community, and really trying to increase the amount of street outreach works and create a standard of practice for the area.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Motion to approve.
Motion by Arias, second by Bredefeld. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Assistant Director. Going to move on to item 1V, as in Victor, actions pertaining to the Organized Retail Theft Prevention Grant Program, pulled by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember.
Thank you, Council President.
Good morning, City Council, Council President, Council Vice President, Paco Balderrama, Chief of Police.
Thank you, Chief. I've been reading a lot lately about you or the police department in the newspaper, but nice to see you in person.
You can't believe everything you read.
Well, that goes for everything we do in this building. There's always 2 sides or sometimes 4 sides to a story.
Amen.
With that said, this grant would result in us hiring how many officers?
A total of 25 new police officers and 2 professional staff that will be directly involved with this grant.
And what happens to those officers when the grant expires?
Well, we will, if we don't have the funding, I would love to keep them, but if we don't have the funding, we would absorb them through salary savings. You know, we would fill vacant positions with them.
So if somebody retires, Cop A retires, then an officer hired on this grant would then take their place?
That's correct.
Okay, and my other question is, I know you have to staff up for it, hire additional officers. Do you anticipate having to reallocate existing units to be able to fill this? Because I'm sure it takes you probably 6 months to a year to hire a police officer. What is the timeline for a new officer?
It does. It basically takes the better part of a year. But what we're doing for this particular grant is the CCAT portion, which is the specialized unit that's going to be focused on auto theft, which has really hurt us here in the last 6 months. That would be stood up at the end of January. And we project that through our new police officers who are currently in the FTO program. So we have about 60 of them who are currently being trained, And as soon as they get off the program, they complete their program, we can fill vacancies, and then we can transfer people into that unit.
I know we've been waiting for our second downtown unit. Everyone else is probably waiting for their specialty units to be staffed up. Should we anticipate that those units are going to be delayed as a result of you having to staff up for this grant?
I would say that by this summer, we should have not just the downtown units, but also some of the specialized units that are going to be working on organized retail theft stood up. So it'll be a combination. Basically, what we do is we'll carry vacancies in other areas that are lower priority, so we can reach these goals.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Motion to approve.
Motion by Arias, I'll second it. I just wanted to say, Chief, excited to see this come before the council. I know we did a press conference on this a few months ago. Again, kudos to you, Deputy Chief Reyes, everybody who put in the stellar application. I mean, I think we got more money than some counties that are.
Yeah,
even larger
you're
than
absolutely
us,
correct.
right?
We got about 9% of the funding, and it's not because of me. It's because I have an extremely competent team. A couple lieutenants who work hand in hand on this, and obviously my grants team that went after this grant. And I was joking around with Mike Moore, Chief of LAPD, that Mike, I got more money than you did. They're about 10 times as big, but this is going to really benefit our community because we focused on violent crime, and that's the highest priority, obviously. But we also have to take care of our business community. And the goal of this grant is to lower property theft, organized retail theft by about 15%, and I think we'll exceed that.
This will help strengthen some of our other policies that we have in the books as well, correct, Chief? Regarding catalytic converters and car thefts.
All of that is interconnected. So, some of the camera systems that we're going to use to purchase through this program are going to be in key areas, such as Tower, all up and down Blackstone, near the malls, River Park Mall, Fashion Fair Mall, also at Belmont and over on Parkway. So it's going to benefit us citywide. This is a problem that affects every corner of the city.
I'm looking forward to the good work you guys are
I
doing.
do as well. Thank you for your support.
Chief, I got Councilmember Carbasi punched up.
Thank you. Yeah, Chief, I wasn't going to say anything, but I feel I have to respond. I think you've done an amazing job with recruiting. I recall when you first came on, and we were in the midst of everything. There were some challenges, and you and your department have completely turned that around. And we're getting a huge influx of people that want to work in Fresno. I think what doesn't help is by us having a microphone as members of this body, giving oxygen to news stories that are just accusations, nothing proven in court. Everyone has a right to have their day in court. And I think that hurts the image of this city more. You've explained to us how shootings and homicides are down in this city considerably. Other cities don't have that privilege. We're very lucky. And it's because of the effort you and your officers and the support staff make and this council in this city. So I really want to thank you for what you do. It means a lot. Merry Christmas, and I will say this organized retail crime task force work you're going to do is such a big deal for our entire city. It's a big deal if you're a customer going into a business. It's a very big deal if you're a worker, and you feel unsafe because unfortunately, in our great state, we've put forward a few policies that really have created this scenario. People feel like out of want and not need, they can just go and steal something, and they can put people at risk. To know that we're going to respond to that and also protect our taxpayers' dollars so we can continue to pay for parks and roads, that's a big deal. It's all connected. So,
Absolutely. And our business community is extremely important to just the infrastructure of the city and our tax base, and they're very important too. So we want them to be successful. And I will say this, I appreciate your acknowledgement, but really I couldn't do anything without the support of this council, and every member of this council has been very supportive towards the police department. We've got a graduation with 23 more cops. That brings us up to almost 300 in 3 years, so that's not bad.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Bertefield, the floor is yours.
Yeah, quick question. So how does Prop 47 with, you can go in and steal up to, I think the number's 950. How does that hamper what you're attempting to do?
Well, what it does is that we have to be creative and we have to work closely with our partners. So in this case, we're going after organized retail theft. And our detectives are going to identify the crews that are doing this, that are storming certain businesses and walking out with sometimes tens of thousands of dollars in merchandise. So what we do is we compound those cases and we build them into one. So then they're easily over the $950 that is required by law. So these cases will be felony cases. And once we start holding people accountable, I believe it's really going to help us meet our goal of dropping this 15% in the next 3 years.
Okay, so it's kind of this accumulative thing, and I address it because basically Sacramento laws and propositions legalize this theft, which makes it hard for you to enforce weak laws. I mean, if there's strong laws that you can't steal anything and we don't have a dollar limit on it, you can arrest people who are engaged in theft. But we've all seen people walking out with stuff out of stores. Are you able to do something about those who are just the guy who's going to go in, walk out with?
Well, you know, petty theft is very different from organized retail theft, and it is a challenge, which means, you know, that's why California has some of the best trained and smartest cops in the country, is because there are some legal challenges. That's why this grant, the way my staff wrote it, it involved the district attorney's office, so our DA would commit specified people to build these cases up. So bottom line, when we start holding people accountable and put them in jail for organized retail theft, it will lower the numbers and it'll help our businesses.
Appreciate it, and like Councilmember Carbassi, appreciate all you do and all your staff does. We are grateful for making our city safe, and you are every single day. So appreciate it.
We appreciate you.
City Manager, you're punched up.
Yes, I have to add on, the chief and his team are doing an amazing job. You know, looking forward to having a roll-up, you know, result for the end of the year as to all of the success that they've done. The reductions in violent crime have been outstanding. We have come so far in the last 2 years. So obviously, I know you have an amazing team, but it starts with the leadership of our chief. And also in going after this grant, when he brought it to our attention, you know, a few months ago, he's like, there's this grant and it'll pay for 100% of the officers. And I'm like, no, that's too good to be true. What's the matter? No, there's not. And I'm like, it's too good to be true. Go back and look. And gosh darn it, here we are today. So congratulations to you and your entire team for bringing it home for us. And to his point, you know, this is going to be really huge for our businesses too. We have been, you know, number one foundation. We have to make sure our people are safe, you know, going through their daily lives. And then, you know, we are able to shift to our businesses who have been impacted by crime. And it's sad, especially for our small businesses where, you know, a broken window is a big deal for them. You know, spending $1,000 to fix a broken window is very impactful. So this will be great, and certainly send the message in our community that we're not going to tolerate the kind of retail theft crime and the catalytic converter theft that is rampant across the state. So thank you to Chief, thank you to the council, the mayor, for all of your leadership, for all of the success that we've had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Chief. Just a couple questions for the benefit of the public as we're kind of walking through what this would look like for our retailers. So I understand the model that you have where if you have a group of folks that are, you know, running out with merchandise and it surpasses the $950 amount. I want to make sure I understand this correctly. Because of what we're doing, the total amount of the merchandise, say for example, it's, I don't know, $8,000, you would be able to charge each individual member of that organized theft ring? Is that correct?
That's correct, and we're actually getting the support, you know, from the state, from the governor, from the Attorney General's office to work these cases in such manner. You know, this is organized crime. This is not, you know, one individual going in there and stealing a pack of gum. These are people that are storming businesses and walking out with tens of thousands of dollars in merchandise. So that's what we want to focus on. And we haven't been as affected as the Bay Area or Southern California, but that's the whole point to this grant, is we want to be proactive before it happens here.
No, and I think some of us have seen some of the, you know, videos of folks that will walk into, you know, large retailers and walk out with merchandise that surpasses that amount. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. And along those lines, you know, we've been working with your team on what Councilmember Carbassi and I did with the Spotlight programming cameras. So I want to kind of ask some questions along that line with the focus obviously on organized retail theft. They are going to target those big price items at major retailers, malls, stores. But what are we doing with our small businesses?
I'm so glad you asked that question. I actually forgot to mention it. This is paying for a significant amount of technology that is going to allow us to connect with those small businesses. And I know you brought up the plan, you know, earlier this year, and frankly, we didn't have the infrastructure for it, the technology infrastructure. Now we do. So this is going to allow us to tap into those mom and pop stores and their camera systems, share information with them. So this is not just the strategy of going out after the bad guys. The strategy is also for our policing districts to work closely with the business community and develop networks of information sharing. We're talking bolos, be on the lookout for whoever. So when somebody goes and steals something in a certain part of town, we can share that information through the network. We have access to their video. We have access to their cameras. This purchases additional cameras for key locations. And by the way, we took our ShotSpotter activation, and it gives us a heat map of where those shots. Well, that's where we're putting these cameras. Because we want to get those areas that are, where people are committing crimes and then quickly trying to get on the highway and leave. So in my opinion, this is going to affect us across all crimes. Just like lowering violent crime frees up cops to lower property crime, it's going to have the same effect the other way.
So let me hone in on a little bit deeper, Chief, on that. So for example, right now you have folks that will walk into either on the Cesar Chavez corridor or Olive in the Tower District or on Belmont or on Blackstone, and you have a group of folks that are going in there and stealing a certain amount. So for example, if somebody goes into, say Harbor Freight on Blackstone and steals an item that's $500, but then later down the street steals another item that is another $500, would this be able to allow us to charge them with that felony?
It will, because we know it's the same group, and they're continuously hitting different locations. So they may go out on a particular evening and hit 5 stores back to back to back. So that is part of one crime spree, and we are able to lump all those up together. We have the support of the Fresno County District Attorney's Office and also, the Governor and Attorney General. So I believe this is going to be successful. You're right in that.
And then I think that makes the conversation about the footage and the cameras all that much more important, because you need to be able to, during your investigation, to correlate that specific group to that specific crime, right? So Councilmember Carbassi and I will be following up with you on the camera conversation.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I just sent the city manager an email yesterday about this very thing, letting her know that, hey, this was proposed a while back. Now we're ready to start this program and help these small businesses tap in. So this is going to purchase the software, which allows us to connect with them.
Thank you, Chief. Council President.
All right, we have a motion second on the table. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes 7-0. We're going to switch thank you, Chief. Appreciate your time here this morning. We're going to switch gears really quickly to the 10:15 a.m. item. This is actions pertaining to consideration of annexation application P23 3757 pre-zone application number 3758 and related environmental assessment. This is in Council District 1. Good morning to you. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm waiting for presentation.
Wrong one.
Yes.
How many slides is this?
About 10 to 12.
Oh, well, just cut it down and
Okay.
make it zoom.
Sure. Staff brings forth today consideration of an annexation pre-zone and environmental assessment. The location is along Ashland Avenue between east of Bryan and west of Polk, within the county area, just west of the city limits. Staff is bringing forth this item today, this annexation, due to a former tax sharing agreement and annexation that was approved in 2021 from the Finucane annexation that included a tract map. As part of that tax sharing agreement, the county and city agreed that the city would submit a complete application to LAFCO for annexation of these bypass territories, which we'll show you shortly, as part of that Finucane annexation after it was recorded with LAFCO, which it has been. This was the tract map involved, which is just west of Hayes, south of the project area. This area in red is what we are discussing today. The annexation I referred to earlier is just south of this. Again, it was required by county for us to submit an application to LAFCO for those areas. As part of that, we held 2 neighborhood meetings, and the Planning Commission did recommend approval unanimously, 7 votes to 0. Some of the concerns are if finances were available to connect the city, what could they do? And the Public Utilities Department had a 15-year loan assistance program option. The ANX Overlay District addresses concerns on what happens with our existing uses, horses, structures after annexation. The Overlay District for the ANX allows for any uses that are approved from the county that go into the city to continue to use it as such time as it's developed. So it's kind of grandfathered in. If they have to connect to city sewer and water, for water, if there's available service, they would have to connect after annexation. Once the well ran dry, it needed to be replaced or fixed. And for sewer, if there's services available, you would need to connect within 3 years after availability. And just so you can kind of see, the existing water currently in this annexation area is along Ashland Avenue and North Hayes, north of West Ashland. The existing sewer is currently along Ashland between Bryan and Hayes, and there's approved plans for future near development of sewer just east of Hayes. And just for the process, the city processes the application, does their neighborhood meetings. It goes to Planning Commission, who recommended unanimous approval, 7 votes to 0. And now we are here with council initiation, which if you were to initiate this, we would then submit an application to LAFCO. They would ultimately make the final decision. I do have Brian and LAFCO here, but because we want to go quickly, I won't ask them to come up. But essentially, there are protest options once LAFCO processes their application based on certain percentages of registered voters that elect to vote or property owners that can be discussed if questioned. And for annexation criteria that needs to be made, there needs to be a concept plan, which currently usually comes with development. There's no development proposed here. It's just a required further annexation from a previous, so that's not applicable. It is consistent with the general plan with what pre-zones were proposing. With revenue neutrality, it is consistent with public services, facilities, and utilities. It was routed to public utilities, fire, and public works, of which they were able to provide all services in this area. Fair and proportional payments only apply to future development, which will be covered once future development does come through. And it is not located within a disadvantaged unincorporated community, and ultimately would have to be approved by LAFCO approval as part of that, which we would submit. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for that succinct presentation. And go out to the public at this time. Does anybody in the chambers wish to comment on the 10:15 a.m. item? Seeing nobody in chambers, do we have anybody on Zoom, City Clerk?
So we have Juan.
Hello, Juan.
Yes, hi, hello.
Hello, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I will not take the 3 minutes, but I would like to express that there is a big part of the neighborhood there that they're elderly people. They're not very inclined with software and applications to raise their hand and communicate with or express their feelings. So there is no need for this annexation. It's just housing, all neighborhood there. There is a lot of development going on north of Ashland, and that's why I think we need to be part of the city now. But we are happy the way we are living on the countryside. A lot of our neighbors, they don't receive the letters, or they were not able to assist to the meetings because it's all people. I hear from on the meeting, old lady that she say that everything is already done for her. She paid for everything. Her life is set. Now she has to pay out of her pocket for to connect to the sewer or the water, and that's going on with our minds too. It's very sad that now somebody decide for us and we have to move along with that. It feels like we get violated on our rights, but that's it. Hopefully, God can guide us on a good decision on this. Thank you, everybody.
There are no more speakers online.
Okay. I'll take it back up to the dais. I see nobody punched up to speak at this time. Council Vice President, this is your district. Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve. And then just want to thank the director for taking the time to get me caught up to speed on this yesterday. And just so the public is clear, we are not approving an annexation today. We're simply just beginning the process to initiate this process. And so ultimately, however the vote lands today, it sounds like it will be brought to the public for the public to ultimately make the decision, which will ultimately be going back to LAFCO. At this time, I think I made a motion.
Got a motion to approve by the Vice President, second by Carbasi. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes 7-0. We're going to break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. We have a couple of scheduled speakers. We'll wrap up contested consent, and we'll take the Grizzlies item after that. See you at 1:30, everybody. All right, the time is 1:40 p.m. We're going to call this meeting back to order. We have a couple of timed appearances here before us today. We're going to start with the first one. That's the 1 p.m. appearance by Gail Gaston to discuss MLK Junior Day events from January 12th to the 15th in the city of Fresno. Good afternoon, Gail. Might want to bring that down a little bit.
No, I meant this. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank City Council President and the City Council members for having us speak today. And a special thank you for Council Member Miguel Arias for stepping up to the plate and facilitating and supporting our event. And we really appreciate that, Miguel. So thank you. At this time, I would like to talk about the events that will be going on throughout the city of Fresno. This is the 40th annual Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King celebration. So the city's been participating in this for the past 40 years. The first event will be Friday, January 12th, and that's the garlanding program at 11:45, and that will be at Courthouse Park at the MLK bust. And we will do a welcome with our City Council President, Annalise Perea, and a greeting by District 3 Council Member Miguel Arias. All of our events will be held in Miguel's district, and once again, thank you, Miguel. And our guest speaker for the garlanding will be Dr. Michelle Cantwell-Kofer, and she is the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools. We will also have Fresno Unified School District Black Student Union and King Elementary School dancers. That event is from 11:45 to 12:45, and once again, that's at Courthouse Park. On Friday, January the 12th in the evening, this will be our big celebration, and that will be here at Fresno City Hall in Chambers. We will be giving out our Martin Luther King Awards, and we will have a keynote speaker, and it's Reverend Dr. Robert M. Franklin, and he's the past president of Morehouse College from Atlanta, Georgia. So he will be speaking, and we look forward to a good turnout for that. Our honorees this year are Educational Leadership Award trustee Keisha Thomas from Fresno Unified School District, Community Leadership Award Rabbi Rick Weiner, Temple Beth Israel, and the Les Kimber Community Service Award is Reverend Chester Riggins, and that will be presented that evening. Does that mean I'm supposed to stop? Okay, so Saturday the 13th, we will have a community breakfast, and that's at Clovis Community, and that will be at the Health Science University on Alluvial Avenue. Sunday, January 14th, we have a candlelight peace vigil, and that will be at Martin Luther King Elementary School. And Monday, January the 15th, is a community march that will start at Fresno, downtown Fresno at St. John's Cathedral. We will stop at City Hall and have a few speakers, and then we'll proceed to Veterans Memorial. And then our last event of the 4-day weekend will be Monday, January 15th, and that's a commemoration program, and that will be at the Veterans Memorial Auditorium. And I do have a few of our committee members, Terry Edwards, did you want to stand? And James Lett, who are also here. So I will have Dr. Kapoor come up next. Thank you so much, and thank you all for your support.
Thank you, Mrs. Gaston. Next up, we have the 103 appearance by Dr. Sue Kapoor to discuss MLK events from January 12th to the 15th. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Peace to all of you. Thank you very much for including us on your busy schedule agenda. Gail, my colleague, has already shared with you the 4-day celebration that we will have in honor of Dr. King. Next January, on 15th, the city of Fresno will be celebrating the 95th birthday anniversary of Dr. Martin Luther King. And the Unity Committee invites all of you to be with us. We would love to have all of you. Please attend as many events as you can. You are most welcome, regardless of color, regardless of age, orientation. You're most welcome. I have been very blessed and fortunate that I have been with the committee since it was established in 1983. It was with the very dedicated and persistent efforts of Les Kimber, who had this vision of celebrating Dr. King's legacy, life and legacy in our community. I was asked to serve on the committee along with many other dignitaries from the community. So I felt very blessed and fortunate that I have been with the committee for the last 40 years. Though there are some people who are on the committee, they are still around, but I am the only one who have been with the committee since it got established in 1983. This is a very multicultural committee, has been working very hard for all these years, bringing the life and legacy and sharing that with the community. We feel that Dr. King's message of love, peace, and hope should be shared not only on one day, on his birthday, but throughout the year. And we do that, some of us actually observe in our own life, like that over there. This is a person who brought to us wonderful values, timeless values to be shared with all of us. And those values, I feel, we must keep in mind. And these are the values of truth, justice, compassion, courage, dignity, humility, and community service. The Unity Committee, as I mentioned, was established in 1983 with the efforts of Les Kimber, and we are very fortunate that his daughter, Terry Edwards Kimber, she serves on the committee, and the link that has been going on, and we are strengthening that. Briefly and historically speaking, that the committee was established by a Will 195 and Ordinance 85-187 on October 25th in the fall of 1983, which declared that the third Monday in January as the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day holiday in Fresno. And that ordinance created the committee that has been working for the last 40 years. The Unity Committee held the first celebration on January 15, 1984, chaired by late Carolyn Carter. God bless her soul, she just passed away recently. The Unity Committee represented even at that time a very broad section of our community and consisted Les Kimber, myself, Dan Pisano, City Council Karen Humphrey, Reverend Walt Perry, Mary Curry, Woody Miller, Dr. Joseph Sachs, Dr. Thomas Russell, Shirley Rowe, Art Dyson, Reverend Chester Riggins, Ernie Shelton, Dr. James Aldridge, Ben Benavides, Jackie Church, Ruth Cooper, Lyndall Cross, Rutherford Bud Gaston, and Robert Michael Ray Johnson. These were the people who served at that committee when we started, actually in 1983. The first carefully
About
planned
30 more seconds,
celebration.
Dr. Kapoor.
Yeah.
About 30 more seconds,
Yeah.
sir. Okay.
Let me finish that. This is my time. The first carefully planned celebration drove a very good crowd and enthusiastic response from the community, and we want to continue that enthusiasm with your support, with your blessing. I hope all of you will join us during the 4-day celebration, and I understand this is the biggest celebration west of the Mississippi in California or in the United States. Thank you very much for your kind listening, actually. Again, you are all welcome to join us, and we do want your presence, participation, blessing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And peace to all of you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We have 2 contested consent items left. Administration, do you folks have a preference in the order that we take those?
Yeah, I would say let's get to the Caltrans 99 agreement.
All right, let's do 1II as an IDA. IDA, actions pertaining to a Route 99 freeway agreement. This was pulled to contested by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember.
Mr. President, I forgot to mention, as this committee has been working for the last 40 years, I think it deserves a resolution for recognizing the work of this committee. That's the request to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good afternoon. I'm Andrew Benelli, Assistant Director of Public Works.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Director, Assistant Director. Can you provide the public a general description of what this item encompasses and what the result would be?
Yes, we are recommending approval of a freeway agreement. This is between the City of Fresno and State of California. This agreement will provide for Caltrans to make improvements to the North Avenue interchange, also realignment of Parkway Drive, and widening North Avenue. And the agreement is needed because much of the work is within city right-of-way. Caltrans, when they work on the main line, of course, they don't need an agreement, but anytime they work in our right-of-way. So the work that's being done on North Avenue, it's intended to replace 2 obsolete overcrossings, realign and widen ramps, eliminate isolated ramps, install signalized intersections, replace stop signs, provide sidewalks and bicycle facilities to promote active transportation. As you know, the existing interchange has 2 ramps that come up at Cedar, so it's kind of a split interchange, and 2 ramps that exit it and enter at North. So this improvement project will eliminate the ramps entirely at Cedar, consolidate them all into 1 interchange, widen North Avenue, signalize the ramp intersections. It's really a substantial safety improvement. And I do have some accident information. I think this is interesting. In the last 10 years, we've had 943 accidents between American and North. In the last 3 years, we've had 407 accidents. And the statistics are, many of them are rear-end accidents, 235 rear-end accidents. These are caused by traffic that stacks down primarily from the southbound exit onto the freeway. The through traffic doesn't realize that there's vehicles stopped, or maybe they're intending to get off at that ramp but don't realize the traffic is backed up down onto the main line. And so that's a substantial amount of accidents. It's quite high, much higher than the statewide average. Have injury accidents, 280 in the last 10 years. That is also fairly substantial, much more than we see in other areas. I think I also have the information for the last 3 years, if I can find it. I don't see it here, but a substantial amount of accidents, both on the main line, on the ramps, and up on North Avenue itself. Now, this information includes American, too, because when we did the analysis, we included American. And the agreement, the project Caltrans is working on does include American, but you're only approving the section that's in the City of Fresno limits. So it just really includes North. And the county will execute the agreement for American.
Assistant Director, is this project under litigation?
I believe it is, but Caltrans is here and they can speak to that. They would know much more about it. The City of Fresno has not been included in that litigation.
Not yet, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And City Attorney, has the City Attorney's Office advice on this item?
Yes.
What is that advice on this item?
Council member, I don't want to get too far in the weeds because there is potential litigation that may expose the city later, but I can speak generally that there are 2 pending lawsuits, one in state court, one in federal court, with hearings scheduled in January that may be dispositive in this instance. Probably the safest, least risky option would be to wait and see what happens at those hearings. We have advised the administration that there are certain mitigation efforts we could undertake. It's my understanding they've engaged in those efforts, but I'll let the administration speak to that and leave it up to the city manager to speak on any issues related to timing.
Okay. I do have a question. So my understanding of the litigation in general is a claim that the proposed 3,000-acre industrial park in this region was not accounted for in the environmental impact study. Is that your understanding?
I think we need to have Caltrans answer that.
I think too.
I don't think it's appropriate for that's litigation that Caltrans is involved in, not us.
I understand that, and I asked the same question yesterday at FCTA, and because it's pending litigation, we're limited to what we can discuss publicly. But
So
us taking action today would potentially involve us in litigation.
You want our Public Works Department to opine on what Caltrans is being sued on?
I'm not asking Public Works to opine. I'm stating the fact that there's pending litigation, and if we take action today, there's a possibility of us getting sucked into that pending litigation.
That wasn't your question to the Assistant Director. Your question was asking if an element of the lawsuit included claims about an expansion of an industrial park, and I'm saying it's not appropriate for our staff to answer that question.
So let me ask you this question, City Manager. Did the environmental impact report, which I'm sure we received a copy of, include the impact of a 3,000-acre industrial park?
So are you asking about Caltrans's environmental impact
Yes.
report? And which industrial park are you speaking of?
The 3,000-acre park proposed by the county.
Okay, I'll have to hold. Can you?
Yes,
We'll have to figure
absolutely.
out once again. Not.
Yeah, I know it's kind of complicated. It's local state money, Caltrans is lead agency, city has jurisdiction for part of it, county has jurisdiction for their part of it.
Yeah.
So I do recognize it's complicated.
Yeah, and what I don't know, and I've never, does the county have a formal project that's been filed for an industrial park? Or I know there's been discussions about an industrial park, but I'm not sure that the county actually has a project that has been filed for an industrial park.
So let me describe the timeline as included in the staff report that I'm assuming our staff prepared.
I'm sorry, what?
Did our staff prepare the staff report?
Yes.
Okay. So according to the staff report, on March 20th of 2019, a scoping meeting was held in public to describe the scope of the project. After that, notices went out to a whole bunch of people. Then a quick Google search, thanks to Fresno B, would indicate that on August 23rd, 2021, the Board of Supervisors took action to direct the development of a 3,000-acre industrial park in this vicinity. There was a Fresno B story on August 23rd. The Board of Supervisors meeting was the following week, in which that was approved. On November 4th, 2021, Caltrans held a virtual public hearing on the scope of the project. On December 14th, 2021, Caltrans attended a Central South Fresno community meeting hosted by the Ed District on the project. In April 26, 2022, and August 31st, 2022, Caltrans met with the community. So what I'm trying to ascertain, and according to this staff report, on January 30th of 2023, the environmental study was completed. Is that correct? So my question to whichever agency leader can speak to is, at any of those public hearings, public meetings, or the study itself, since all of you and the public knew that the county was pursuing a 3,000-acre industrial park, was that 3,000-acre industrial park considered in the environmental impact report?
I'd like to introduce Nabila Abudad. Thank you. She's with Caltrans, and she can answer some of those questions
Thank you.
for you. Thank you.
Hi there. I'll try to answer your question as best as I can. So at the time of the environmental analysis, there was not a programmed project, the industrial park as you refer to it. So at that time...
It's not my reference, it's the Board of Supervisors reference.
Okay. So at that time, there is no, and to date, as far as I know, there is no programmed project. So we followed the city or county's land use plan as we went through the environmental analysis process.
So you're telling me that Caltrans, the city and the county, are essentially planning this massive interchange improvements on the assumption that there will be no 3,000-acre industrial park?
Caltrans followed all the land use plans that the city and county had. And at that time, there was no programmed industrial park.
Correct. But when the Board of Supervisors took action on August 23rd of 2021 to pursue the 3,000-acre industrial park, were your studies not revised, were your developments not revised? Did you not inform the community of that additional significant development project?
We followed all the land use plans that we had. So we followed what was current at that time.
So it doesn't include the 3,000-acre development park?
No. And I'm going to look to my environmental deputy, correct? I'm going to have him come up because he is my environmental deputy.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And Councilmember, remember, this project is about safety improvements to the interchange. The initiation of the project was not to accommodate a future proposed industrial park. It was about safety improvements and structural improvements to the interchange that was outdated.
City Manager, I can appreciate you're attempting to describe it as a safety, but in none of the public records has safety been a primary factor in pursuing this project. We have a letter from the Chamber of Commerce that speaks to increasing traffic capacity, future development of industrial parks, future expansion of volume of traffic, none of which is a safety matter. We have the Board of Supervisors. I have the floor. We have a Board of Supervisors. City Manager, not today.
You just misstated the letter. Reduce traffic congestion, facilitate a smoother flow of traffic.
City Manager, if the Chamber was here, they could speak for themselves. So where in your environmental report specifically do you call out the need for it to be developed primarily for a safety mechanism?
Well, I'm going to go back to what the city manager was commenting on. The purpose of this project is really about operational improvements, and that is our sole purpose. And as Andrew stated, we've had 439 accidents in the past 10 years. So there is a real reason why this proposed project is happening, and it's strictly related to operational improvements.
If I may, since you brought up safety and accidents, how many accidents do we have on the 99 and Shaw interchange?
I don't have that data on me. I really have the data that's related to this project and around this project area.
This project covers Parkway. How many accidents do we have on 99 and Olive?
I'm specifically talking about this project in this area. I can certainly bring
But
you that accident data.
The resolution and this item suggests that this would address the realignment of Parkway.
Parkway near North Cedar.
So you don't have any other data on any other interchanges and what accidents?
We have it, but I don't have it here presenting for you. I have specifically the accident data related to these project limits.
If does this agreement, if we were to effectuate this agreement, we then become essentially responsible for that portion of the corridor with Caltrans, correct?
When you say responsible, you're approving the agreement within your city limits to allow for the improvements to happen where we would be consolidating 2 half-split interchanges into 1 interchange at North Avenue.
Does the agreement have any indemnification language that indemnifies the city from any litigation, exposure to litigation that is currently pending with Caltrans on this project?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Would the improvements of these interchanges increase traffic flows?
The improvements to these interchanges is really about operation flow, improving the efficiencies, so we do not have backups along State Route 99. And so a lot of these off-ramps, they're short, they're 1-lane, single lanes, and all the traffic is backing up along State Route 99. So really one of the goals is to get that traffic moving through so we don't have backups.
If a 3,000-acre project is submitted tomorrow, how would you accommodate the additional traffic that it would generate based on this project if it was to be completed?
How would we accommodate the additional traffic if this project was completed? It depends on the operations of that interchange at that point. and it depends on our coordination with the city and county. So it's really hard to answer that and really understand the impacts until we go through and do the analysis for it.
Councilmember, it would be like any other development project that is adjacent to the freeway system. That development project would be required to go through a CEQA analysis, and the impacts would be identified. And if there were significant impacts, they would have to either mitigate those impacts or do some sort of statement of overriding consideration, whatever the case may be. But that development project is responsible for its assessing the impacts, because when those projects are circulated, Caltrans submits comments on projects that are going to affect its facilities, just like we comment on things that are going to affect our facilities. So until there's a project that's submitted formally that goes through a CEQA analysis, they'll have to look at what the traffic generation is, and they'll look at what the capacity of the freeway system and the interchange is, and if modifications had to be made, the modifications. If there's not significant traffic, then maybe not, but until there's an environmental assessment done on that particular project, I think that's sort of an answer that is very difficult to answer, because you're asking us to talk about something that hasn't even happened yet.
I understand that I'm asking you to comment on the impact of 3,000-acre industrial park at this point, but it's also just confirms that you have not considered the impact of a 3,000-acre industrial park as part of this project, correct?
At this point, our focus is on the operational improvements of this particular interchange. That is our focus. And so we are working on...
And it does not include the impact a 3,000-acre industrial park would have?
The industrial park is not a program project and therefore not part of this. Our focus is on the operational improvements of this interchange.
What is your estimation that would be the improvement on the safety accidents as a result of this project being completed? Are you expecting traffic accidents to decrease by 50%?
I can't... It's hard to say. Our analysis shows that we are going to have improvements. We always look with safety first in mind. Safety is our priority. So we have measures that we are doing as part of this project, such as bike lanes. We're widening out the ramps. We're combining up the interchange from a split. The split interchanges is, I guess, what you would call substandard. And so by combining them up, you eliminate that driver confusion by trying to go hunt and peck for where is the on-ramp, where is the off-ramp, and especially in this area where there's a lot of foggy conditions, that's where our goal is really to improve those conditions so we do work to reduce those accidents.
So you don't have any benchmark of how much safer you're going to make this intersection based on this project that's primarily meant for improving safety?
I really can't predict what the future is going to hold as far as what happens now and these improvements that are happening. These are proven measures that will help reduce collisions in this area.
Is the primary traffic in this area passenger vehicle or is it truck vehicle?
It's both.
Do you know the volume of which is which?
The split, I don't know offhand. I don't know the split offhand.
Okay. I question our installation of bike lanes in an industrial portion of the city in an interchange that, in my experience, is primarily truck traffic. The passenger traffic is going to industrial locations, which are job centers, but the overwhelming amount of traffic is industrial and truck in nature. So I'm not sure how, in what world, putting bike lanes on a truck interchange is improving safety.
So with the bike lanes, we're going to be closing up gaps. There are places where there is no sidewalks. There are gaps in those areas. And so by including this, it will help with some of the complete street measures, allowing people to cross safely. So that's really the goal, is to allow people to be able to cross through safely and provide that space for them.
Is Caltrans aware of how many times the Board of Supervisors has either discussed or taken action on pursuing the 3,000-acre industrial park in this region?
Are we aware? We participate in the council meetings, so if you were to ask me personally, I don't know exactly how many have been, but we do have representatives that do participate on the council meetings.
So it's fair to say that Caltrans has been notified of the county's intent to pursue an industrial park.
It isn't programmed, so I'll say this.
I know it's not built today.
It's not built today, so.
But are you aware of their intent to pursue one and to build one?
We are aware of their intent to build it, but it's not a program project. So
Understood.
until it's actually programmed and set on location, that's when we know.
Do you know when you first became aware, and the agency first became aware of the county's intent to pursue a 3,000-acre industrial park?
I can't really comment on that.
Because pending litigation?
I can't comment on that. I don't know when. It's going back years, so I can't really comment on when Caltrans was aware.
Okay.
And I'm not going to guess at it.
That's fair. I just want to point out for the record that this study was completed in January of 2023 based on the staff report that the city staff wrote, and that it's clear to me and clear in the public record that Caltrans and the city all were fully aware of this planned 3,000-acre industrial park, and that should have been considered in the environmental analysis because we knew that was forthcoming. So with that, I think us engaging prematurely in disapproval today and not waiting for the hearing in January before the state and federal court would significantly expose us to potentially being intertwined into pending litigation. And this agreement does not include protecting the city taxpayers and identifying us from that litigation. And I think it should at the very least. I would be comfortable if the state agency and the county would to identify the city of Fresno, since you all were responsible for developing this environmental study. But without that, I'm not comfortable in approving it today prior to the court hearings next month. So I would ask my colleagues to consider delaying this per the advice of city attorney until we at least see the first series of court hearings. I'm fully aware that improvements have to be made in this interchange for safety improvements, but I'm also not naive or ignorant of the fact that the reason we get a letter from the Chamber of Commerce has nothing to do with safety. It has to do with industrial development interest. And it's untruthful to say that expanding an interchange in an industrial area would not help the expansion and fuel the expansion of industrial areas, especially when we've had notice for years of the county's intent and their actions to develop a 3,000-acre industrial park that would pose a significant public health hazard to a region that is already the dirtiest air basin in the country. I don't see how any public agency can suggest that a 3,000-acre industrial park in the dirtiest air basin in the country would not be a significant enough impact to be included in an environmental study under CEQA. And so for those reasons, I'm not in a position today to support it, and I would ask the council to be cautious and engage in this, because once we get caught up in the litigation, we too will be deposed. Our staff will be distracted from a bunch of other projects, and we're going to get sunk into things that we may not fully be aware of. So thank you for your clarity and your willing to answer questions during the time that you have pending litigation on this matter.
Next up, we have Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Perea.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to my colleague for comments. I just want to go through the list here. Lots to cover. So let's start with the city attorney. So your previous statement was you advised to wait. The least risk is to wait. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. And my mom's calling me. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. So I'll get in trouble for that later. Okay. So yeah, I get that. If we do nothing, we'll never get sued. But you can't have progress with inaction. And so my question is, can we mitigate this risk? Is there a path to do that, city attorney? And did we do that?
Yes, we've made that recommendation. My understanding is the administration has undertaken that.
Okay. Let's talk about safety. I also received that letter. I don't know who can speak to this because I see a lot in here about safety. Let's see, reducing congestion, which is important. Lessen emissions in the area, that's really important. Building sidewalks, curbs, gutters, lighting, that's all important, I would think, to this area. Someone from staff or Caltrans want to comment on that? Because it feels like this is about safety. That's how it was presented to the COG. We're hearing things differently today. But I want to be realistic about what this means, because we're not necessarily talking about increasing capacity. These are upgrades to a very congested area, and stop-and-go traffic creates emissions. Is that correct?
Correct, correct. So a couple of things that you pointed out. So Caltrans' focus is on the safe systems approach and prioritizing safety first in everything that we do, planning, operations, construction. And our goal is really to eliminate the most serious crashes. And we can't eliminate all crashes, but really our goal is to be able to eliminate as much as we can. This particular area, and I'll talk again, the focus is on operational improvements. And so it is strictly for that. And so currently right now we have 2 existing half interchanges at Cedar and North. And I would describe it as substandard interchanges. And the goal here is really to consolidate that into one interchange, which is at North Avenue, and to put the on and off on ramps in one location. And really the benefit of that is it's helpful for motorists to be able to not go to local streets, to hunt and peck and figure out where the on and off ramps are. It eliminates wrong-way driver movements and driver confusion. So I do want to at least highlight that benefit, that important benefit. The other part of this, and I'll touch on, is the on and off ramps, and they are single lanes. They're extremely short. These particular interchanges were built in the 1960s. And so a lot of backup happens on State Route 99, which is a concern for motorists, not only for the trucks that are in that area, but also the people and the motorists that live in that area. Mm-hmm. A lot of backups. And so really the goal here is to be able to widen out those ramps, lengthen out those ramps so we don't have the backup. So I think those are important things in terms of benefits for this project and really getting those cars and the vehicles moving through that intersection and not stopping, not stalling. And then consolidating so we don't have that driver confusion to figure out where we get on and off in that particular area.
I'm going to go to the administration for the next question. Before I do that, can you tell me a little bit more? Because we just completed the Veterans Boulevard project, and there's a class 4 very protected bike lane, mm-hmm. multi-use lane. And people are using it.
Right.
What are we talking about here when it comes to spending money on sidewalks as well?
We are on North Avenue. We're putting out 2 lanes in each direction, and we will be doing a bike lane, a Class 2 bike lane, which is paint. And we will have curb and lighting, so people will be able to see. And so we'll have crosswalks that will be visible, so people can. It's clear.
These are all things that aren't really there right now, or?
Absolutely. So
okay.
Right now on North Avenue is just a single lane in each direction, no sidewalks. So we plan on putting in sidewalks and lighting,
okay.
curbs.
Okay, thank you so much. For administration, let's talk about the dollars. Is there a risk if we don't do this today and we delay? Will there be any money that Southeast Fresno will lose out on? Southwest, sorry.
Yeah, Scott, did you hear that question? He was asking about the funding. If we delay, are there funding dollars at risk?
All right, good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. I'd like to start a response to that and then also ask Mike Leonardo, Executive Director, Fresno County Transportation Authority, to share further. So the big thing to know here is I just want to share briefly. So a principal funding source on the project, actually there are 2 projects. It's called the STIP. This is noted in the staff report, State Transportation Improvement Program, and those are use it or lose it dollars to the region. So there are 2 projects programmed in the STIP for construction in 24-25. that may seem like a long time off. One is American Avenue at 99, and one is North Avenue at 99. Both of them are in the regional plan approved by the voters, the 2006 Measure C expenditure plan. So both those projects need to acquire right-of-way to move forward. Normally, Caltrans would require about 18 to 24 months to acquire the needed right-of-way. If the council approves this today on the freeway agreement, they could get started. They have 16 to 17 months to clear that right-of-way. So the Caltrans team will need an expedited schedule to do that. As time goes on, there is a growing risk by the week that could not be accomplished within that time schedule. Drop dead the funding in 24-25, meaning June 2025 to have a vote at the California Transportation Commission. So at some point, and that wouldn't necessarily be exactly today, but at some point that risk grows so much that the Fresno COG will have to reprogram the money in order to have it not be lost to the region. That money would very likely go to the American Avenue project, which would benefit the rural program, and furthermore rural projects kind of at the expense of the urban program.
So that means that money would leave Southwest and go somewhere else. About how much are we talking about here?
Let me ask Mike Leonardo if he can come up and just share that aspect of it, of the time sensitivity and what kind of dollars we're talking about.
Thank you. Council, Mike Leonardo, Executive Director for the Fresno County Transportation Authority. Let me first go over what the funding is, and then I can talk about the impact of each of those funds. So currently, the total project cost is just a little bit more than $112 million. Of that, about $35 million of it is Measure C funding. And I do want to point out, because I've been on record before of saying there isn't Measure C money in this project. And at the time I made that statement, that was true. But there has been a substantial cost increase on the project, and in order to fully fund it, we had to put Measure C funding on it. So that's why that measure money is there. There's almost $32 million in regional transportation mitigation fee, or RTMF funding on the project. There's about $45 million in STIP funding, which is the funding that's basically administered by Fresno COG, but it's always used in partnership with Measure C money on projects like this. So if the project were to just go away, we would lose the RTMF money in its entirety. So the $32 million would just go away. It can't be applied to another project. We'd be in a position basically of needing to repay anything that we had already spent from RTMF, and would have to use measure funds to do that. And would have to lower the fees countywide in order to reflect not having this project as a part of the RTMF. As Scott mentioned, the STIP money, that there are timely use of funds provisions by the CTC, and so we can't hold that forever. It's got to be, if it's going to get stalled, at some point it's going to have to be moved to another project. It's been the longstanding policy of both the COG and the FCTA board that these STIP monies are mixed with measure money to deliver these projects, and so it would go to the next priority project within the Measure C regional program, which, as Scott mentioned, is American Avenue. The measure money, similarly, it would need to go to another project. We haven't really identified where that would go, so it wouldn't be lost to the region, but it would be put on hold for a while until we actually had another project to put it on.
Okay, but potentially we're talking about, you mentioned at the very least $32 million. It's just gone from the area. It just disappears.
Correct.
Can't go to us or rural anybody.
Correct.
Okay. Oh, that's a lot. Thanks, Mike. So I don't know if staff can answer this question, but is there any evidence short of one action taken by the Board of Supervisors that the industrial park will be built? I'll tell you that because when I was at Fresno State, there was this paper that was released, I think, I think it was Mayor Swearingen's time. It was the New Valley Times, and had a picture of downtown and a beautiful river and a lake, which sounds great. And I think the council even discussed that, but it never happened. And what I worry is, I feel like we're setting up to fail where we're saying, this could happen. So at the very last minute, when the $32 million is on the line, we're gonna say, did you factor this in? Or is it gonna be, are we gonna be realistic about where we actually are and set a fair baseline when we make decisions?
That's an excellent point. In fact, It's really exactly how these projects are developed. So, you know, at the time you're developing a project, you do modeling on the traffic volumes that you expect.
Right.
That's a combination of current development, known development, and then land use for areas that are not been developed yet, because you don't really know. This county proposal, I mean, to say it's a proposal is really even kind of a stretch. The county funded a study to look at it to see if it was viable. They put that study on the shelf, and should developers decide that they want to pursue this park, the study is there as a baseline to kind of get started, but it has to go through the entire process of approval for the Board of Supervisors. It has to have its own CEQA analysis. It has to have its traffic impact analysis. I mean, it's really not fair to say that that should have been considered as a part of this project, because it really doesn't exist. It's a thought. It's an idea that could happen for that area.
And that's pretty much, you've reiterated my concern with that, if we're being fair to the entire process. For administration, thanks, Mike. Do we know a status? I don't know anything about this project. Is there a status on it?
I just actually confirmed with the county CAO, there is no formal project. It was a study area. So once again, as Mike described, it's an idea. We all and you have all had many ideas on this discussion and broad visions that unfortunately at times have not come to reality. So the thought that, you know, there would have to be a like EIR consideration of every idea that elected officials come with is a little scary. If that's the way we would have to operate under CEQA, that would be very, very challenging. I also, council member, was able to confirm on the traffic numbers. According to our traffic engineer, AM 70% are passenger vehicles, 30% are trucks, PM traffic 85% passenger, 15% trucks. Scott, is that on North Avenue? That is in that area. And the North Avenue area. So it is, according to our traffic study, it is predominantly passenger vehicles right now, not trucks.
Okay.
And
so, I'm sorry, I have the floor. Thank you. So, okay. Let me put it this way. I'm good, Mike, thank you. I'm gonna just make some comments about this, and I wanna hear from my colleagues as well. Let's be realistic. I've always tried to be direct in this position. I can see how these are safety improvements. These are creating sidewalks. This is what they always talk about, we want more sidewalks all over Fresno. This is about keeping dollars here in Fresno. Infrastructure is so important for quality of life. But the reality is, for some people that oppose this is straight up about killing economic development in Fresno. That's the goal. I think that we need to work collaboratively and sincerely to put everyone at the table and work together to mitigate. The problem is, when we do that, I have to draw the line at the point where some choose to weaponize the process through litigation. Because the people that pay for that are our working families, the people that actually have to deal with the negative impacts of that behavior. Because they can't build popular support and consensus at the table, they litigate. And in the end, we lose out on tens of millions of dollars of money that just disappears from the region. And we really have to do something about that. California is home to some of the strictest, or maybe the strictest, environmental air quality standards in the country. 1 in 4 new cars sold in California are EVs, electric vehicles. I have one of those. That is the change we're making, and those EVs do not produce emissions. So I really want to reiterate, and I hope my colleagues will agree, we have a very, very much a difference in values here. I don't think we can afford to be intimidated anymore. We're talking about tens of millions of dollars in new sidewalks and infrastructure in an area of town that we've always been told repeatedly doesn't get enough. We have a responsibility to working families to take action so they can have a good quality of life, and we've taken, according to our city attorney, mitigated that risk so we can move forward. So thank you so much for everyone for the information. I look forward to my colleagues' comments, and I hope we can move forward and keep our dollars here in South Fresno where they belong.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice President Perea, followed by Councilmember Chavez.
All right, thank you, Council President. So I think this question is for maybe Mike, but this project was originally outlined in the 2006 Measure C expenditure plan, right, as a Tier 1 project? Is that correct? Okay. And then we talked about the timing issues if we were to not approve this today. Mike, I'm sorry, that was it. You did not need to come up here for that. I'm sorry. My next question is for legal counsel. When it comes to CEQA, that seems to be the target that folks are wanting to poke at. We did review the addendum EIR, is that correct, our staff?
Talia, can you come up and talk about this?
Good afternoon, Council. We did review the addendum to Caltrans EIR that was prepared by a consultant for the city, and it met the requirements of an addendum pursuant to the CEQA guidelines.
Okay. So for the record, the CEQA document that was done was the addendum to the EIR, which was done in conformance with the CEQA guidelines, and we have no concern as to the addendum in its current form for this project.
We do not have concerns as to the addendum that was drafted for the city of Fresno.
Okay. Thank you, Talia. I think, Mike, you made a good case in regards to the fact that there is no additional projects at this time that we need to take into consideration when it comes to this freeway agreement. As mentioned, any future proposal will be handled on a case-by-case basis, and so at that time we will be assessing, or whoever the lead agency is will be assessing that project on a case-by-case basis, and as needed, any sort of environmental impacts will be mitigated at that time. And I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I've heard the questions and comments from my colleagues. I've heard from Caltrans and our city staff and COG staff. I believe the number of accidents was about 943 that have occurred here in the last several years. Should we not approve this freeway agreement? My understanding is that the current situation will kind of continue indefinitely, which means continued congestion, continued idling vehicles, continued increase in greenhouse gas emissions, lack of sidewalks, lack of bicycle lanes, more traffic queuing. And so I just want to echo my colleagues' comments from District 2 in that this is the kind of investments that we look for in south of Fresno, and it's not just yes, planning for the future, potentially. We can't predict the future. But it's really taking care of the issues that we have in front of us today, which is a huge safety concern. If there's economic development that comes from this, I don't know if that's the case, but as mentioned, it will be handled on a case-by-case basis, and at that time, any future projects will be mitigated for those potential impacts to the environment in that case. So you guys answered my questions, and Council President, those are all of my comments at this time.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez, followed by Carbasi again.
Yeah. Councilmember Carbasi, you just went. Come back. Stop giving him chocolate. He's getting too hyper. First of all, I want to thank our staff, and I want to thank our folks from Caltrans. I'm trying to wrap my mind around what this was and what this wasn't. You folks have obviously been working on this for quite a bit of time, but I like to kind of simplify things in the bigger picture. Obviously, the problem is what you described: the bottlenecks, the accidents, the lack of new infrastructure there. We're trying to accommodate, and I do think we do need to be transparent about what this is. We're referencing pedestrian safety, absolutely, but it's also about commerce. It's also about those distribution centers. It's about the factories, the plants, the manufacturers there that, by the way, create thousands of jobs, jobs for people that live in our city and are responsible for a lot of the revenue that goes into our coffers, which we know we need every single year, considering that the state will now have a big deficit this upcoming year. But I want to make sure I understand this correctly, because there was a lot of questions with regards to the 3,000-acre hypothetical park. I mean, I was trying not to chuckle. I have 15 binders in my office of plans that were contemplated that never actually materialized. And I just want to make sure that I understand this, because I'm trying to get there for our staff. And I don't know if it's a legal question, but so this hypothetical 3,000-acre park, should it be brought forward, they would be responsible for the environmental impact report. They would be responsible for the analysis and the mitigating measures accompanying with that, correct?
I'm not the real lawyer, but I would say yes.
That's what the process would be like. So, and and that's important for me because I'm finding a way of how to get there to support this. Caltrans, you folks, and I think you answered it. You're very professional. Thank you, by the way, for being a partner with the city. We were over at the Veterans Boulevard, grand opening, and you guys have been great in working with us on the 180 and the 41 interchange. I know you guys are very technical and very professional, and when you did your assessment, it was based on what was passed and approved and ratified. It's not your job to read the minds of the city or the county or any other jurisdiction that goes out there. I think that's our responsibility, and we should be handling that appropriately. But I do want to also highlight on this point. This area here, and I was looking at it visually, it's turned into, I'm going to call it litigation valley, because I think there's been so many lawsuits that have come about there. Some of them we've actually been partners and worked to settle to the tune of plus $10 million for investments on this, which I think is a good thing. But we're trying to strike that balance on how do we provide these amenities, how do we provide these improvements for our folks in jobs and economic development, but also make sure that we have a lot of these equitable appropriations of amenities that reduce pollution. I've actually driven through there quite a bit, and you're right, the bottleneck traffics, we know that those are the trucks idling, causing more greenhouse pollution. For the life of me, I can't figure out why anyone would be opposed to investing in these improvements that we know will cut back based on the data that we have. And so I'm trying to understand this from the point of view, but City Attorney, maybe this is a question, I think I asked you this previously. So say the council does vote to accept this and ratify this, and then for whatever reason the lawsuit is not in the favor of the state and federal, what would be the worst case scenario? Would it just be for them to do additional environmental review?
Yes.
Okay. So I think for me, even the risk of losing the millions of dollars is worth it. I think we do that to accept it today. And if for whatever reason the court decides to say something different, then we can always revise that and come back. I wanted to hear that from our legal folks on there. So with that, I'll make the motion to accept and approve the item.
There's a motion to approve by Chavez and a second by Esparza. Councilmember Carbasi has the floor, and then we're going to go to Councilmember Arias for closing thoughts.
No, Councilmember Chavez well said and beat me to the response, so I'm good. I'm just going to make a motion.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. I wish somebody would have took the time to put up the map of the area that we're discussing. There's been a lot of insinuations about West Fresno. It's not in West Fresno. It's in South Fresno. And the money, if it doesn't go to North, it'll go to American, which is literally next door. So the money would remain in that area. Secondly, I do appreciate our director being very clear that there is a risk if this project doesn't get done, but the risk isn't today. It's not imminent. We're not with our backs against the wall. It doesn't have to happen today at this moment. The court hearing is early next month. I think we can still wait to hear from the court. The other thing I want to point out is if council was familiar with this area, you would know that sidewalks that go to nowhere are really not a safety improvement. This area is all industrial. The sidewalks, people are not going from their home to the neighborhood park. There's sidewalks that connect and interchange and then lead to a dead zone of empty parcels. So you're literally gonna build sidewalks that don't connect to anything but an empty parcel. You're also gonna build unsafe bike lanes. Bike lanes do not belong in the roadways that are traffic in industrial zone for warehouses and distribution centers. We learned this with Amazon. The initial proposal in the Amazon project was to put bike lanes in the roadway that was dedicated for other truck traffic to come through the distribution centers. Those families would tell you it is unsafe to let their kids share the roadway with truck traffic going by at 50 miles an hour, with carrying 1 or 2 loads of trucks, of trailers behind them. If anybody rode a bike in those areas, you would know that that's the worst thing you can do because it'll suck you into the underneath carriage. Instead, what they asked for was, why don't you build trails along the canal embankment so we can stay off the street that these trucks are traveling on? So this project, as has been described now, as primarily for safety, in my view, is going to do the opposite in that area for pedestrian traffic. It's going to make the area more unsafe. The traffic numbers that you indicated, City Manager, if you know that area, you would see that the passenger traffic is to go to the factories of that area. People travel to go to work, to distribution centers, and then trucks travel out in and out of those distribution centers. There are no residential neighborhoods. There are no neighborhood parks. There are no neighborhood grocery stores. There are no destinations for people to take their passenger vehicles except to the job center. So that passenger traffic is to the job centers. Lastly, I would agree with my council colleague, Member Chavez, that we ought to be transparent about what we're doing here. We're not doing this to improve safety. If we were just seeking to improve safety, we would do a whole series of other actions. For example, we would have a dedicated truck route where we would tell all these diesel trucks to not go through neighborhood streets. We don't have that. If we were concerned about safety, we wouldn't have allowed these distribution centers to open without fully building out the streets. We didn't do that. We allowed them to open with no infrastructure, and then we waived all their development fees and allowed them to open with rural roads around. If we were concerned about safety, we would have done a series of other actions. But to be fully transparent, what this action does do is open the floodgates to industrial development in that sector. Prior to a citywide truck study being completed that would actually keep trucks away from residential neighborhoods and in truck routes. Prior to a South Industrial Specific Plan being completed that would actually outline the infrastructure needs and the development plans to accommodate a job zone, which I'm fully supportive of, if it's developed correctly and mitigates its impact. If we were being transparent, we would acknowledge that the county has a jurisdictional authority to open an industrial park with or without our support, and their indication has been clear. And lastly, we just had this conversation in a semi-related matter on CEMEX in Northeast Fresno. And their argument was similar. While technically we haven't submitted a conditional use permit, so you really can't hold us to any mitigated impacts, although we see the thousands of truck trips up and down that are fully loaded. And we didn't allow that to occur without us responding in affirmative action. So I will be on the wrong side of this vote, but I believe that those folks who signed up to live in the rural residential area of our city and our county deserve to be heard. And in this case, you did not get sued by advocates. You got sued by residents and neighbors of that area. And you got sued not to stop a development, but you got sued to ensure that the impacts of that development are fully evaluated under CEQA. And I believe that they deserve their day in court prior to this city intervening and taking action on behalf of the private sector interest. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second on the table. Does anyone feel the need to say anything else at this time?
I just want to make sure that we're clear because my council member mentioned, when I said transparent, I talked about both aspects being recognized. The pedestrian safety, absolutely. And I agree with Councilmember Arias on all the challenges and difficulties of the lack of investment in that area, which I think underlines the need for these investments. And that's really what's motivated me to support this and making sure that we do have those amenities for those residents. Because short of that, the alternative is what we currently have, which we know what that yields, and that's pedestrian accidents. It's more bottleneck traffic. It's more idling vehicles with greenhouse emissions. And that's also not something that we want. So I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
All right. Motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Councilmember Arias and Councilmember Maxwell opposed. Motion passes 5-2. We're going to skip ahead to item 3B. We're going to come back to 1Z momentarily, but we're going to move on to 3B for the time being. Actions pertaining to the 2018 amended and restated stadium sublease agreement between City of Fresno and Fresno Sports and Events, LLC.
Council President, oh, there they are. Sorry, I was having a moment of panic, so. Okie dokie. So, I'll go ahead and get started. I want, and Bernard or Brianna, we should have Brian Slater or Dan Barrett on Zoom. If you see them.
Yes, we have Slater on as a panelist.
Okay.
But Dan Barrett has not joined.
Okay, he may be in flight. Okay, so council, first I wanted to introduce some of the people that are going to be involved in our discussion today. So obviously we all know Derek Franks, who's the general manager of the Fresno Grizzlies, and with him today is Henry Shepard, representing Diamond Baseball Holdings. Also via Zoom we have Brian Slater, who is an associate of Dan Barrett, our sports consultant from CAA, Creative Artists Agency, who has represented the city for, gosh, probably 15, 20 years. So Brian is on via Zoom. So before you today is an amendment to the 2018 lease that was negotiated between the city and the Fresno Sports and Events, LLC, which, as most of us know, was the Baker family and their associates. The way I understand it, the team has been sold from Fresno Sports and Events to Diamond Baseball Holdings, but in order for that transaction to formally be completed, the lease has to be assigned. And I have the authority to assign the lease as is. However, the new ownership group, Diamond Baseball Holdings, has requested some amendments to the lease. And I will briefly kind of summarize what those are, and then I would be happy to invite either Derek or Mr. Shepard up to speak to them. But I want to start with the first amendment has to do with an addition that was made to the 2018 lease. This is number one, sale of assets. Previously, I believe under the Brand administration, there was a provision put in the lease that said that any attempt to sell the team, there should first be an attempt to sell to a local ownership group. The new Diamond Baseball Holdings is requesting that that portion be removed from the lease. Second, number two has to do with maintenance, repair, and replacements, and that has to do with a new section 4.2D, which is being added. This is at our request. And what this provision says is, as you know, when Major League Baseball came down and retracted the number of teams that they had in the minor league system, and that was when we were downgraded from AAA to single A. They also put in some requirements they're the MLB PDL requirements, and it had to do with certain aspects, mandatory facility standards that had to be made in the remaining minor league system. And there was agreement that the city would participate in the expenditure of that. And I know we all saw the benefit of last year's expenditures with the new scoreboard, the new lighting, the new turf, the paint job. And then in addition, there are some additional requirements that we decided to spread the expense over 2 years, and so our next fiscal year budget was going to include the remainder of those improvements. And most of those have to do, I call them below ground, because they're not the ones that are visibly seen to any of us or the public. And so what Diamond Baseball Holdings is agreeing to in this lease, in this amendment, or actually I should say what Fresno Sports and Events is agreeing to is they are going to pay for the remainder of the list. So we will no longer have to budget in our fiscal 2025 budget the remainder of those improvements. They are going to cover the cost for all capital expenditures necessary to comply with the 2025 MLB PDL requirements. So that is definitely a benefit to us. Also, number 3, section 4.4, they are increasing the amount of contribution to the Capital Reserve Fund. As you may recall, previously we each contribute $50,000 to a Capital Reserve Fund, and they are going to increase that contribution to $100,000. The number 4, having to do with capital transactions, that's section 10.3A of the lease, and that has to do with a provision that we call the profit sharing provision. Let me make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Okay, hold on. 10.3. Yes, 10.3 is the profit sharing, right? The sale profit sharing. And there was a provision that was put in the lease that if the team is sold, the city had a profit sharing opportunity. And the request has been for that provision to be removed. And I think one of the reasons of why they are willing to pay for the rest of the 2025 requirements is because they have requested that this provision be removed. And I'll talk a little bit about why I'm okay with that provision. The next one has to do with affiliates, number 5. So section 14.3 had a provision that said that the tenant had to get our approval to enter into any agreement with an affiliate of over $25,000. The reason that was put in was because a couple ownership groups ago, we had a problem with the ownership who was not paying their rent, was consistently behind on their rent, but was running expenses of another entity through the Grizzlies. So they, at the time, they had the ownership group, I believe, in the Fuego soccer team, and they were paying for expenses of the Fuego out of the Grizzlies accounts, and they were sort of commingling, and it was very difficult to determine what the situation was. So that's why that provision was put in. In this instance, the way I understand it, Diamond Baseball Holdings is pretty integrated, and they fully intend to enter into affiliate agreements because they have entities that they're directly affiliated with that have to do with merchandising, concessions, ticketing, and it's in, for an operational efficiency perspective, it makes more sense for them to be doing business with their own affiliates. So they fully intend to enter into affiliate agreements, and it would be a little cumbersome to get our permission, and even the previous language said I couldn't unreasonably withhold the agreement. So what I've asked for instead is notifying us of their affiliate agreements, because we obviously want to be aware of who their affiliates are, who their concessionaire is, who their ticketing agent is, who their merchandising agent is, especially people who are going to be operating or doing business out of our facility. So that provision was put in. There also was the provision for the number 6 had to do with profit sharing. So within the agreement, there is also a provision that we share an annual profit sharing if they are profitable at the end of the season. And I believe last year, the 2021 season was the first year that they were profitable, and I believe we received about $100,000 as a result of that. So this was a provision that Dan and Brian, our consultants, suggested that we request be put in there. The financials for the 22 season are not complete yet, but there is an anticipation that there will be a profit sharing. And our consultant wanted to make sure that when that is complete, if this deal is finalized, when it's time for us to be paid, that we were very clear as to who our payment would come from. So this clarifies that Diamond Baseball Holdings will be responsible for paying any profit sharing that we will be entitled to, and also has language that will allow us access to the financial documents to confirm that their numbers are accurate, that we're being paid what we're entitled to. And then that is really the gist of the changes. What the mayor and I are recommending approval of these amendments. We did ask our consultants on a very short timeline. A couple of you requested that we engage our consultants to kind of give us the lay of the land and what the minor league system was looking like, and to make sure that what we were being told was consistent and what they know about the industry. So I would like, if you're okay with that, Council President, Brian Slater, our consultant, to kind of give us a little bit of a report on what their opinion is. They did have a very limited time. We brought them in about 10 days ago, 12 days ago, so they haven't had 6 months to review this. But Brian, if you're on, if you could kind of give a review of the due diligence that you were able to do, you and Dan were able to do in the short time that you've been looking at this.
Yes, of course. Happy to do so, Georgianne. Good afternoon, council members. Pleased to be with you all. My name is Brian Slater, and I'm a senior director in CA Icon Strategic Advisory Group. I am based in Nashville, Tennessee. I have over a dozen years of experience in sports entertainment venue consulting, with much of it focused in minor league baseball. And as Georgianne mentioned, I work closely with Dan Barrett, who I'm sure many of you are familiar with. Dan is the president of our strategic advisory group and is one of the industry's leading experts on all things related to sports and entertainment venue consulting. So as Georgianne mentioned, we were engaged a relatively short period of time ago, and we performed a limited amount of due diligence related to the DVH acquisition. And we started off by asking them a series of questions related to ownership, affiliation, operation. And the questions that we asked them were thoughtfully and timely answered by DVH, and it really did highlight their credentials and experienced an incredible operator of minor league baseball teams. We also did review a few different documents, and when I say we reviewed, we never took ownership of any of these documents, but we reviewed the initial purchase and closing settlement sheet when the team was purchased a few years ago. We also looked at their annual profit and loss statements, and we also looked at the preliminary estimate of the gain or loss on the team sale. Now, as Georgianne mentioned, those records, or last year's records, are still being finalized. So there could potentially be something due due to the annual profit share if the team is profitable in the most recent year. Also, as Georgianne did mention, the city will ultimately want to have a third party verify the team's financial records related to the annual and team sale profit provisions. So that's an important step that we would recommend you take when the financial records are finalized. I would emphasize that we did not negotiate any part of this deal, and really any questions related to negotiations or deal terms themselves aren't really in our purview. When we exchanged questions and answers with DVH, it was a few things became clear. That the organization is well capitalized by virtue of its ownership and partnership with Silver Lake. They're experienced operators, and in our experience, one of the greatest influences on successful team operations, particularly at the minor league level, is the quality of the operator. As Georgianne mentioned, they plan to enter into affiliate agreements with a range of partners related to concessions, merchandise, other facets of their operation that should ultimately benefit the operation. For those of you that are familiar with DBH, they will own roughly 28 teams as of December 2023. And when you own that many teams, you're going to likely be able to create some significant economies of scale and scope related to operation of the team that should ultimately benefit operation of the Grizzlies themselves. When you're able to streamline those operations and potentially improve financial outcomes, that is in a roundabout way going to likely positively impact the fan experience. So as I mentioned, our discussions with DBH were productive and highlighted their qualifications and credentials as a credible operator. So happy to address any questions as you have them.
Thank you, Brian. Council President, do you want the representatives of Diamond to come up and speak? Do you want to, what do you prefer?
I think if there's any questions directed towards them, I'd ask them to come up at that time.
Can I just make sure if I misstated anything before council starts asking questions, if there's anything that needs to be corrected from your perspective on what the amendments represent? Did I cover it accurately?
No, you covered it accurately.
If you're going to say much more,
Come on up,
just
Henry.
come forward. Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, Georgianne, great
Yes.
to see you again, and hello to the council. Pleased to be here. Really thrilled to be in Fresno. We really sought out you guys, this market, Derek, his team, this stadium. We are so excited to be doubling down on this market, on Derek, his team, and this facility here. So thank you for your time today, and we so appreciate your consideration. I thought the lease amendment was stated very well. One thing I would know is on the profit sharing, section 10.3 that we've asked to be removed, would just caveat that that will remain in there if the team is sold on a standalone, individualized basis. It's just tougher if we were to sell the team as part of a kind of larger group at that time, but we have no intention if we carve out and sell the team on a standalone basis to remove that profit sharing, and we're certainly happy to share in those profits in the standalone sale. So that would be the only item I would add.
Thank you, Henry. Okay. Thank you, Henry. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. First person punched up is Councilmember Arias. Councilmember.
You better hold on, Georgianne. So what happens when you give me the language the day before? So for the record, we did get a copy of the contract and the red line versions that were actually changed yesterday, I think at 5 o'clock. So if these questions are redundant, my apologies, but when it's a multi-million-dollar agreement that's being asked to be changed, we have never met the new ownership group. I couldn't tell you from Adam. So I'll be asking quite a bit of questions to understand on what the facts are here. One question is, who is the new ownership? Who are the principal parties?
Certainly, and pleasure to meet you, Councilmember Arias. So ownership group, Diamond Baseball Holdings. We are a ownership group, as CAA mentioned, of minor league baseball teams. We have announced 29 clubs and are really selectively choosing markets we want to be in, stadiums we want to be in, municipalities we want to partner with. I think in terms of who we are, we're backed by Silver Lake Partners, which is a private equity firm that is deeply experienced in sports and entertainment. They have proven to be terrific partners to us. They have proven to provide ideas, relationships that are strongly benefiting our individual teams at the individual local team level. As has been mentioned by Georgianne and CAA, the scale that we bring really benefits the local team level through partnerships on the merchandise side with companies like Fanatics, or the food and beverage side with companies like Oakview Group. We are very focused on local ownership. The reason we are doubling down on Derek and his staff is because we want to be present here in Fresno. We fully acknowledge that this team should be operated differently and its charm should be maintained from the other teams we own. And we are really just excited to invest alongside this city. We strive to be good partners to the municipalities in which we operate. We strive to give back to the community. We also recognize this stadium as a unique community asset here in Fresno, and it's certainly our goal to activate this stadium on a higher basis than it already is, and Derek does a terrific job activating this ballpark, but we're very focused on bringing new ideas, new events here to be good partners to the local community. So a bit about us. Chairman is a guy named Pat Battle, who's deeply experienced in college licensing, sports licensing. Our CEO is a gentleman named Peter Freund, who has owned and operated minor league baseball teams. He owns a piece of other sports assets as well. And then, as mentioned, capitalized by Silver Lake, who are terrific partners, prolific kind of global sports and entertainment investors. But what we are here to do is invest in Fresno. We are here to get behind you guys, this council, this community, and be partners to you.
Thank you. And our city has heard that same pitch from several past owners who've all promised to keep the team and see the team through, and all walk away after taking a few $1 million from public funds. So I'm just a small-town council member, and I'm used to doing business with individuals. So you've referenced a lot of investment firms and corporations and CEOs. Who are the actual principal parties? Who are the human beings behind these corporations that are going to own the team?
So I would say the human beings, I mean, number one is Derek Franks, and he's our best asset here on the ground.
Is he part owner of the team?
Derek Franks will be under the exact same management incentive structure that I will, and so and the same one that Peter Freund, our CEO, is under. So all of our individual operators play a part, the same part that we play in a management incentive pool, so that we are all incentivized to grow this team and make it the best it can be.
But he's not an owner of the team, correct?
Not a straight equity owner, and neither am I.
So who are the equity owners of the team? Who would be the human beings that will own our baseball team?
So the human beings that own your team are large pension funds, funds behind teachers, firemen, police officers that have chosen to invest behind Silver Lake Partners, who is a great track record investor in San Francisco that is very, very deeply rooted in sports and entertainment. So they have entrusted Silver Lake with their capital to come invest behind Fresno.
So investment firms.
Would say investment firms, pension funds, and then also individuals as well.
Okay, thank you. City staff, administration, the consultant just indicated that we should do a third-party verification of the sale. Has that been completed?
I think what he was saying is on the profit sharing, once the financials are done and our profit sharing is determined, we should look at the financials to make sure that we are being paid consistent with what the team is telling us.
Was that done this last year, that there was a profit?
So what we did was we had Ruthie Quinto sit down, and we sat down with the accounting firm and went through their financials and asked questions to make sure that we were, they are audited financial statements.
But it wasn't a third-party verification?
We did not do a third-party verification.
Okay, thank you. General, I've only known of 1 year that the team has been profitable. Can anybody tell me how many years the team has been profitable since they've been in Fresno?
I'm only aware of this one, but come on up, Derek. We can't hear you.
Derek,
come on, don't be shy.
Mr.
You're
Equity.
our guy. Made a rhyme.
2021, we've delivered the audited financials. 22 is being finished. There'll be a small profit in 22, likely in 23. So since 2021, those are the only three.
So since the inception of the team, basically the last 3 years?
Right.
Got it. And the city's at the high mark, it's about 100,000, our share of it?
Yes.
And we just made it like a $5 million investment in the stadium, right?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. In terms of your revenue, how much of your revenue is generated from baseball versus non-baseball?
It's about 60-40 baseball and 40 non-baseball at this stage.
Do you include the naming rights as revenue for baseball or for non-baseball?
For baseball.
Got it. So if the naming rights were associated to non-baseball, would it be 50-50?
Yeah, just about.
Okay. Thank you. You indicated that the new investment ownership is well capitalized, or the consultant did. This agreement as written would have the taxpayers waive back due rent. Do we know as of today how much back due rent is due?
So this amendment would not waive
The agreement.
the previous agreement.
The existing agreement.
Excuse me?
The existing agreement.
Yes, I'm sorry. Is that what you said? I apologize if yeah, the existing agreement has the provision. We talked about it this morning. Derek, it's a provision that says you pay $31,000 a year, and then at 2025 baseball year, the rest of it is waived.
Right, that's from 2020.
Mm-hmm.
What was your question, council member?
So in the last renegotiation of this agreement with the previous ownership, the argument was they're a small boutique owner, pandemic, let us defer rent, we'll pay it over time. Now, a well-capitalized ownership is coming in, flush with resources. So my question is, do you still need and expect us to defer $500,000 of back due rent? There's no right answer, it's just an honest answer.
I mean, I would say from my perspective, we would expect you to kind of waive the past due rent, given that that was part of a global pandemic where I don't think baseball was played for probably 600 days. And so very challenging to kind of service the requirements thereunder when the ballpark is not being used.
Okay, so you would expect us to continue to honor our commitment to waive that rent?
Yes, sir.
And you're also requesting us to no longer honor your commitment to engage in profit sharing as part of the sale, correct?
Would say if we sell as part of a larger group, we would ask that profit sharing be waived. If we sell the team in a standalone format, we would indeed share in those profits. Argument I would make on the flip side of that kindly is that we are increasing our commitment to the Capital Reserve Fund every year and ensuring that we're not coming back to you for the 2025 PDL requirements. And then kind of the last prong of that I would state is that would like to believe that our expertise and kind of tenure operating minor league baseball teams will bring outsized economic benefit to downtown Fresno, perhaps more than would be capitalized in a potential sale. And in this sale, as I understand it, there's not going to be a profit share. And so would say the combination of us not coming back to you for 2025, increasing our capital reserve commitment, and also the initiatives that we plan to undertake to benefit Fresno will dwarf kind of any future profit sharing at a sale.
And thank you. And just so you know, we've had those commitments from private ownerships. We're going to come in, we're going to be different, we're going to invest a lot of money, we're going to see city's going to generate a lot of revenue, we're going to share the profit, hence all the provisions. And then every year, the ownership asks for some kind of huge investment from the taxpayers. This last year was $5 million. This next year was supposed to be $2 million or $1.8 million, while the ownership group doesn't do their share in that investment. You made a reference to, or the current agreement as proposed has us eliminating the affiliate condition. I understand you guys are vertically integrated. In essence, you want to get a piece of every activity that happens in the stadium, from ticketing to concessions, potentially to every other aspect. As the city manager indicated, we kept that provision in because we saw an ownership saying, we're not making any money, give us bigger discounts and subsidies, while they were moving the money to invest in other business endeavors. What keeps you from doing the same thing and raiding our coffers and our revenue to build up a team in Nebraska?
So would say on the affiliate, and you note that we want a piece of kind of everything that's going into the stadium, would just kindly note that any affiliates we bring in would be to increase the revenue and the profitability of the team here in Fresno. And so, for example, we have studied their concessions agreement, and we may have access to a considerably more economically friendly concessions agreement that we could install here, but that is in fact an affiliate of ours. And there's numerous other examples like that where we would bring an affiliate in here that would significantly increase kind of the performance of the team. In terms of what would prohibit us from emptying the coffers of this team to go build up another team, I would say everyone's incentives are completely aligned here in that no team at Diamond Baseball Holdings receives favorable stature. No team is above another team in our corporate structure or anything like that. We all share in kind of the ups and downs of every team, and so anything that would be a negative to this team would be seen, I think, as kind of a positive to the ownership group, and would note that I think other municipalities in which we operate would say that we are timely on our rent, we are never missing rent, we are being good stewards of local communities, we are activating these ballparks, and so I think our track record speaks for itself as the consultant mentioned in the industry.
Understood. City Manager, there used to be language in the agreement that didn't allow them to relocate the team. Does that language remain? And if so, on what page?
Yes, it's a separate agreement. It is the non-relocation agreement that extends through 2026. Hold on a second. I've got it in my folder here. Gone. Hold on.
I think, Georgianne, it's in the main lease doc.
It's not. It's actually the non-relocation agreement is a standalone document, if I remember correctly. Hold on. I've got it. Well, I got it on my computer, so hold on. I'll pull it up.
Is the relocation provisions changing?
It is not.
So you're still on the hook to keep the team here?
We are, and we fully intend to. We're thrilled to be here.
Until how long?
It's an exhibit. You're right. I'm sorry. It's Exhibit D to the agreement, and so it's Exhibit D. It is a non-relocation agreement, and it is through December 31st, 2036, which is the expiration term of the lease itself.
And in that agreement, if you exit sooner and relocate team, what happens?
There's a monetary penalty, and I can certainly revert back. I know Georgianne has it there, but
yeah. Upon an event of default for which the city is denied the equitable relief set forth in Section 4, the payment of liquidated damages, therefore by club and the next most appropriate remedy, they're agreed to actual compensatory damages to the city would be difficult. The parties agree club shall pay liquidated damages to the city in the amount set forth in Schedule 1, which is, and it really has to do with the bond debt, if I recall correctly, since I was involved in this. So, for instance, Schedule 1, if they try and relocate, if they default on this next year, they would owe us, liquidated damages would be $23,868. In 25, $19,932. 26, $16,863.
City Manager, what's the outstanding bond debt on the stadium?
I have that. I knew you were going to ask me that. Hold on. Hold on. It's about 20-something million. I've got it.
Okay.
There are two bond issuances. One is tax deferred. Hold on. I gotta put my glasses on.
While you're looking for that,
I found it.
How do we know that the team was not sold for a profit? Is that just we've accepted your word for it?
I think Brian can speak to that, but let me tell you what the bond debt. So we have $10.7 million of tax-exempt bonds that mature on 4/1/31, and then taxable bonds, $11.8 million, which mature on 6/1/31. So as of December 1st, we're about 22.5 million.
Okay, thank you. So
And we can have Brian, I know that was one of the things that Brian did Brian and Dan looked at on the transactions. Brian, on the sale of the team, on the profit, if there's going to be a profit from the sale of the team?
Yes, that was part of our preliminary review. And in the limited access that we had to the financial documents, it did appear as if there would be a, I would say at best break-even scenario, if not a loss. But again, that's subject to the financial results from the most recent year being finalized, and secondly, given the amount of time and access to the data, that's something that whether it's an auditor or some other firm will need to come in and spend adequate time with the information to confirm that is the case.
So right now, we don't know for sure if you purchase a baseball team at a loss, is what I'm understanding?
Excuse me.
So I think what he's saying is, based on preliminary information of what we've seen, it does not appear that they are going to be, the current ownership group was going to be making a profit. However, we did add the language in because this sale would be subject to the current profit-sharing language, that once the transaction is closed, that we would have access to documents that would be able to verify whether or not there was a profit on the sale of the team to DBH.
I guess what I'm struggling with is how do we not know how much you paid for the team and whether that's more than, the team was sold for years ago? And I mean, how hard is it to understand whether it was sold for a loss or a gain? Why would it take us months to figure that out?
Yeah, I think the sort of net surplus language, it takes into account some factors. We've got in this transaction, for instance, we'll have about a $2 million escrow that'll be held back with DBH on the purchase price. So some of the variable is, are there expenses and other things that come up post-close that are things that are responsible of the selling group? And I think the protection that we got at your request, the city's request, in Diamond being responsible for the profit shares is we have that escrow account to be able to draw from once the audited financials are finished, once the transaction is closed and all of the expenses and everything are finalized and can be reviewed.
Well, how long would that take?
I mean, I think we've got up to 18 months. I can't imagine we would need more than that. I think the thing that would take the most time would be 2023 audited financials.
Okay.
So, council member, so for instance, what happened, so they bought the team for X dollars, they're selling the team for Y dollars, but in between X and Y, they have had to likely make some capital call, I guess, yeah. The ownership group is, when it was a year that wasn't profitable, they needed to contribute more money, so that gets credited towards that. So those are known now, but I think to the point of what Derek was saying, as you close a transaction of a large asset, there are lots of little expenses that come in. The final expenses, final vendor bills that are coming in that have to get resolved after the sale date, and that all gets reconciled. And that will be what we'll have to evaluate. Once all of the documents are in, we will be able to go in and confirm whether or not there was a profit on the sale of the team.
I understand how the details of an escrow, work and, pending bills and final invoices of whatnot. But what I'm struggling with is, in the midst of that, you're asking us to remove the language that, going forward, would not provide us a share of the profits of the team based on its sale.
But on this sale, as I understand it, that actually maintains. And so if it is in fact discovered that this was sold at a profit, you would be entitled to your 10% on this sale.
Under the current language?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
But, yeah, I'll just leave it at that, correct.
I just want to make sure we're clear. If we find out in a publication next week that you paid $30 million for the team, that we have a check coming.
Yes, absolutely. That's why we will have somebody go in, and we put the language in there to protect us, to go in and look at the closing documents, look at what was charged. Honestly, if we look and we say, wait a minute, that shouldn't have been charged as an expense, that's not legit, we could have a conversation, but we will absolutely go in and confirm. I know that from the initial limited evaluation that our consultants did, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case, but as you know, we'll take any dollar we can get. You know me, if it's 5,000 or 20,000, I'll take it.
I don't know. We waive a lot of fees around here, a lot of past due rent. So I think we collect money from the general public, but from our friends, we find a way to credit them. This specific language here, city manager, on the audit, it says the city manager may require an annual audit. Why wouldn't that be shall require an annual audit, since there's so many provisions here that would result in maybe the city getting more money?
What provision are you talking about?
Page 7 on the audit, 2.6. It indicates that the city manager may require an annual audit by the tenant for any of all years during the term of the city manager's discretion. An audit is advisable. Why may versus shall? Because my understanding is the city manager has never exercised that authority to actually conduct an outside independent audit.
I can't speak to why this language was put in 2018. I think the only thing I guess I would say is...
would you have opposition that it be a shall versus may?
The only reason why I would say I would have opposition is because I have been through this in our organization before, even in our internal audit, where if there's, for instance, you always, the team will make sure they have the staff and the timing. You would not want to do it like in the middle of the baseball season. There's just things that go on when you're requesting an audit. It is a lot of work for the agency being audited. So I guess I would leave it as if there was any reason that we thought we needed an audit, I have no problem requesting it. But a mandatory audit.
Here's my concern, city manager.
They have audited financial statements.
I understand that. Here's my concern. We've never exercised the ability or the authority by the administration to do the external audit. Fine. We're now in a position of potentially selling or having the team sold. They're asking for a lot of financial provisions that benefit the new ownership that the city would have to be responsible for, but yet we have no external audit of what's taken place. It's verbal questions, verbal answers. There is no independent audit. So I guess my question is... I would
disagree with your assertion that they're asking for a lot of financial concessions. I disagree with that. The one most closely aligned with a financial would be the potential of getting paid a profit on the sale of the team, even though...
You're right, city manager, and this latest amendment. You're not correct as a total agreement. As a total agreement, there is significant financial subsidies to the team. They get $300,000 in utilities. They used to pay $500,000, now they pay $100,000 of rent. They get all revenue generated at the place. They get revenue from parking. There's millions of dollars of revenue that we're giving up on an annual basis. So it's not simply just the latest one.
So in my opinion, the time to have done that was when those concessions were given in 2018, when whoever was on the council at that time, I don't know if you were on the council at that time. No, you weren't?
2018.
2018, December?
I started 2019.
Okay.
Blame the other guy.
Okay, it was the other guy. Anyway, whoever. I think now's not the time to try and go back and open up the 2018 lease. I think that would have been the time if there was a concern, but
I'm not trying to open up the lease of 2018. I'm trying to ascertain from you as a city manager whether you don't see fit for us to require an external audit of the ownership of the baseball team as it involves this multi-million-dollar annual agreement.
If we did not have audited financial statements from a reputable accounting firm, I would be with you on a mandatory audit.
Okay.
But we have audited financial statements where a CPA firm is putting their license on the line saying, certifying that the numbers are accurate.
Understand. And just for the record, what was the last financial audited statements you have for? What year?
2021, 2022 are almost complete.
So 22 and 23 are missing at this point. Got it. And you don't feel necessary to do independent audit?
Well, no, I don't.
Okay, that's fair.
There isn't anything, everything that they have been required to do under the lease, they've been complying with. If they weren't paying what they owed, if they weren't investing in the stadium, if it appeared that they were pulling out money for a different entity, I would be much more inclined.
And there's no right or wrong answer, City Manager. I'm still wrestling with this Bitwise experience, right? Everybody asks me, how did you guys not catch it? How did you guys not know? You know, what is the relationship? So you're the professional staff. You have Ruthie and you have your financial team. I'd like to know if you guys don't think an external audit is required, even though there's 2 missing internal audit financials, then that is fine. I'm going to take your word for it. You've articulated your position why, and we're ready to move on to the next section. How much does the stadium, what are your utility costs a year? I know our current agreement has the city picking up the $300,000 of utilities a year. And on average, what is your total cost for utilities?
We'll be north of $300,000 this year between trash, water, and utility.
Is it more than $400,000, do you think?
Well, we have the offset of solar, so I mean, without that, it would be much more than 400. But we're between 3 and 4 now this year.
Got it. So, historically speaking, how much has it been?
I think we've been upwards of 600, and of course, since solar, we have an offset. The rates have gone up since then, so. We're marching back to where we used to be in the 500 range in the next few years, even with solar.
Got it. So you're anticipating...
And with the 300 from the city.
Yeah, so you're anticipating somewhere below 400,000?
No, I'm sorry. With the 300 from the city, we are still, our cost to us net is still north of 300.
So would it be fair to say that the city's 300,000, it's about 50% of your total bill?
With the offset of solar, it's close to 50, yes.
Okay. All right.
I would just note that solar was installed kind of at the expense of the baseball team, and that kind of offsets, call it $400,000, and so it's not fair. I would not argue that the team is that's just canceled out at the team level. I mean, it should be what their utilities are plus 400,000 ish of solar.
Yeah, it's like saying that the city invested $5 million on new lights, on new speakers, on new paint, on new grass, all of which benefits the Grizzlies not having to pay out of pocket for those things. So there is a direct benefit of us making that investment, just the way there is a direct benefit of you guys making the investment on solar.
No doubt, and I think that's the partnership is highly appreciated.
Appreciate it. Thank you. You indicate this language here. I appreciate the fact that the language was also adjusted for the new ownership that's well capitalized to cover the remaining costs of the baseball cages, I assume. But my concern is, what if MLB or the team decides in 2024 or 2025 that we need another $5 million of infrastructure and capital projects to remain competitive, to remain within the ever-changing goalposts of MLB? Who picks up that cost with the current proposed language?
The current lease and the way everything is written and has not changed is the city does not have an obligation to fund Major League Baseball requirements. I think the way just kind of this has worked is we had a well-capitalized capital fund that we used on some of the things you highlighted. We also did a kids splash area and renovated the restrooms, and we did a number of projects prior to the new standard in 2021. And so when we sort of used the money on the fun stuff to enhance the fan experience, enhance the ballpark, bring the ballpark up to more modern standing, then we had upwards of $5 million to spend on new compliance for Major League Baseball, that the fund was fairly depleted at that point. So the city has helped us, as noted, but there's no language in the lease that makes that. So I think moving forward, as we have a capital fund, if there's no money in the fund, then it's our responsibility to pay for those.
What's the current balance on the capital fund?
Right now we've got approximately 2.36 million, which is specifically for the being used for the phase 2 of the compliance stuff now, which is the clubhouse area.
So, the capital fund that the city helped contribute to in the past years, the amount of money in that fund already fully covers your second phase of batting cages, right?
It does. It should. And if we have overruns or anything like that, we've indicated that we'll pay for the difference. But we're hoping that it comes in under that.
I thought we expended the balance of the capital fund.
I thought so too.
We don't, Derek, I don't think there's anything in the capital fund. I think we used it on all of the recent improvements.
Sorry, capital fund is 0, and then I guess the new funding for PDL is 2.3, but that's all we have for the projects going on currently. Fiscal year, the money that was allocated for fiscal year for the clubhouse project. So I guess that's not technically in the stadium fund.
Yeah,
it's 0.
so I think, I didn't bring that report with me, but we had spread out the funding over 2 years. And so the stuff that you've already done that we've paid, there's no more money in that account. The intent was to fund it in the 25 budget. So there's 0. We have not put the money in.
You're talking about the next phase. I was talking about the current phase. Sorry.
I thought we were all, okay, I thought we had paid everything. So the work is already done, we just maybe haven't paid all the bills yet?
The work is being done, and we're sort of paying as we go, so yeah.
Okay. So it's for the stuff that's in the 24 budget that included the turf, the scoreboard, the first phase of improvements.
So my question is,
painting.
Once all the improvements that we approved last year are completed, how much would be in the capital fund?
I believe 0.
And so this contract has the ownership putting 100,000 in.
We would then have to put 50 in. We would have to still put 50 in.
We as the city?
Yes, if I remember. Isn't that it? You do 100, we do 50.
Yeah.
Right. So
Correct.
then we're going to start off the year 24 with the $150,000 capital fund. Is that correct?
The other, the APES fee that's collected on ticket sales by the club will go to the fund. Yeah. That's usually between 150 and 200 per year. So add that to that. And
so you end up with about $350,000 in that fund. And if the batting cages, are you for sure going to do them next year?
Yes.
If they come out for $3 million, the expectation and the understanding is that the new ownership will pay the difference, correct?
That's what the amendment says. Yeah.
Okay. And for the record, the city is not on the hook for any additional improvements and amenities if MLB changes the goalpost, right?
Correct, pursuant to the existing language of the lease.
And is it the administration's intent, let me say as this differently, the last contract also didn't require the city to make the $5 million improvements that we made this last year. We, as a city, volunteered to do that, correct?
It's correct.
So is it the administration's intent to volunteer the city next year to make another multi-million-dollar improvement?
That will not be part of the FY25 mayor's budget.
Okay. I just want to make sure we have understanding of what we're walking into in partnership, because I'm not sure how long I'm going to see our new partner here outside of Derek, the well-capitalized partner, if we ever need any significant improvements.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you.
The floor has been yours for about 30 minutes. Is it okay if we move on to a couple others? Thank you. Councilmember Esparza, followed by Perea.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you. In hindsight, all these serious matters we're discussing, I kind of wish I hadn't worn this silly sweater. So please disregard. First thing I'll say is I think I speak for everyone when I say we greatly appreciate your interest in Fresno. This is a great city. We have a downtown that's very much up and coming. It's a real pivotal moment in history for our city right now. So I'd say good timing and your interest, and it's well received. Where are you based out of, Mr.? I forgot your name already.
I am Henry Shepard, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Councilmember Esparza. And we agree, this is a great time to be coming to Fresno. I've sincerely enjoyed meeting everyone in City Hall, at the team, Derek's employees, current ownership. We're thrilled to be here and to be partnering with you guys. So thank you. My name's Henry Shepard. I'm based in Houston, Texas. I kind of lead our mergers across Diamond Baseball, and I've been studying Fresno for, gosh, call it 8 months now, and am distinctly thrilled to be here. So, thank you.
So out of Houston, and then would you be, just I was concerned a little earlier when my colleague asked about who the humans are, and there really weren't humans described. Would you be, who would be the point person with us?
Sure. So I should say we have a team at Diamond Baseball, a corporate team, an executive team of call it 7 or 8, and we have a team of call it 30 people outside of that. Would say your point person could be anyone you'd want it to be, from our CEO, Peter Freund, to myself. We're definitely not absentee owners. You'll see us on the ground here. You'll see us with Derek. We are, as I mentioned, doubling down on Derek to be kind of the local leader here, and we'll be coming through as much as possible to kind of be a part of the team, community, and continue kind of furthering downtown Fresno.
Great. So Derek, you do plan to remain and stick around with the team?
Yes, I do plan to stay. On first week of March, I'll have made it 20 years, so I think I can start the next 20, hopefully, if these guys will have me, and all indications are that, I'll be able to stick around a long time.
Yes.
Okay, great, yeah, so the same local face of the Grizzlies. You'll have to forgive what may be perceived as a hostility. You're probably wondering, who hurt us in the past. And I think you've heard a little bit.
I've heard the war story, yes.
Yeah, about our experiences. So I think generally there's potential, a lot of potential in what you've described. We're just we've been accustomed to folks not fulfilling those promises, and we're effectively, if we were to approve this, we'd be taking a leap of faith, right, in the change of ownership. Which, you guys technically could go about doing without council, right? But it would there wouldn't be any changes in the contract.
Totally hear you. Recognize the challenges in the past. Also understand you don't know me from Adam, as was noted. Would say that our tenure in this space and reputation should speak for itself, and that's something we take great pride in. And so our reputation has been that we go into communities, invest alongside municipalities, activate ballparks as community assets, double down on awesome operators, and really kind of empower the baseball team to be synergistic with our expertise, to be the best kind of asset for the local community. And so fully understand that our actions are going to be louder than our words, and we are really excited to kind of uphold what I'm saying today.
Sure. I don't have a ton of questions. I do want to thank Derek for sitting with me for I don't know how long, and sort of walking through the different changes and answering my questions on an individual basis. Just as we navigate this process, it does feel very hasty. It feels very, very quick. It seems like a lot to digest, I think, for the council. When the administration comes to us trying to shove something down our throat, we're not very receptive to that, in terms of council. And so I understand it's not them, and I'm not blaming them. I wanted to ask, if we are bound by any sort of real or consequential timeline at this point, if this was not approved today.
I would say it could hamper the team going forward as we plan for the 2024 season. So I would say it would hurt Derek, his staff, and team's financial performance, as we have an outgoing ownership group who is awesome in the Baker group and in limbo, and then us as the incoming group in limbo as well. I think we're keen at Diamond Baseball to come and start partnering with Derek and kind of installing a lot of the best practices that we've learned and taking best practices from them, which will benefit Derek, his team, and then the fans at Chuck Chansey Park. And so would say from our perspective, we would be grateful, and we would urge council to approve this today. And, think that while we understand there may be an economic give on your part, I would say the give on our part, with our capital reserve commitment and then the waiver of coming back to you guys for any funds in the budget next year kind of supersedes any give on your part.
Okay, yeah, so I mean, I'll ask a little more pointedly, right? I mean, what you answered sort of what happens if it's not approved today, and I don't think, just sort of reading the room, I mean, I don't think you get a no today. I think, you know, you either get a yes or maybe, or a, you know, kick it down till January 11th, which is our next city council meeting in about 3 to 4 weeks from now. But more pointedly, I mean, what if, you know, I'm the second person to speak, what would occur if the council did not agree to the amendments in the agreement?
It would be on Diamond Baseball Holdings and the Baker Group to together discern if the transaction were to occur.
Okay, so you won't commit one way or the other. It just, you cross that bridge if or when you come to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I do want to hear from the rest of my colleagues and just sort of see where they're at. You know, for me, it does feel somewhat hasty. I know there's been a lot of work done and a lot of effort on DBH's part in partnership with the mayor's administration, but just, you know, there's a certain level of comfort you have from just having time to sort of let things percolate, soak up, sleep on it, talk to folks, right, hear from the community, just sort of any concerns that they may have from their perspective, the different perspectives out there in Fresno. And then just, you know, from my perspective as council members, being the folks who have the privilege and honor of representing the residents today, right now, and getting to sit in this seat, we're sometimes judgmental of decisions of the past, from past mayors and past city council members, and you know, we look back on some of those decisions fondly and some of them not so fondly, and thinking about sort of how we want to proceed, how we want, what we want to leave behind as today's leaders. You know, I think I'd speak for everyone on the dais when I say we don't want to be remembered as the council that shit the bed and you know, sold the team to this corporation with no names behind it, and then you know what happens, right? It's a leap of faith, and so that's sort of the discomfort, not in anything you've said or presented. Just in sort of the hasty nature of the transaction.
Yes, sir. Point well taken, and you make a great point. You have the honor and privilege of representing the people of Fresno. I would say, and think I could speak for Derek and the Baker Group, that this transaction is a great thing for Fresno, and would just kind of push back a bit on us being faceless. I think you're going to see us here. As mentioned, we're not going to be absentee. We have folks coming through in the next few weeks to meet with Derek and his staff, and think that kind of the collective knowledge, intellectual property, and capital between the Grizzlies and Diamond Baseball is a great thing for the city of Fresno, and we're thrilled to be here.
Sure, and I would encourage, regardless of what occurs here today, whether there's a delay or whether it's approved, you know, before I even became a city council member, I got a call from the Bakers, right, just to come introduce themselves, say hello. I liked that they were, you know, it's family owned, and I appreciated their demeanor and sort of deference and just wanting to, you know, sort of extend a hand. And so I encourage, you know, regardless of the decision today, you know, whoever comes down, whether it's you and or any others, to, you know, give us a call and just, you know, and I know and there has been outreach, right, via Derek. But Derek's local face, and we know there are folks, obviously like yourself and the rest of you that make up the group, that are going to make some of those tough calls and be the ultimate decision makers on what happens going forward with respect to the team. And you know, everything that you do will have a major impact on our downtown, which we're very focused on. We're making a big investment in, and we're looking for partners that are going to want success for our downtown as badly, just as badly as we do.
For sure, and we're certainly incentivized equally with you guys to invest in downtown and make it everything it can be. And point well taken. Look forward to spending time with the whole council as we kind of come back through town over the coming years.
Sure thing, sure thing. Council President, I do have a motion to make, not to approve, but to amend the agreement. I'd like to motion to amend the agreement with the added condition that the city be assigned suite number 23, the owner suite, under section 13.1 of the said agreement.
Okay, got a motion and a second on the table to approve the agreement as amended. We do have other folks punched up.
All right.
Was that all, council member?
That was all, yeah. Do we vote on that motion now, or do we vote on that motion later on if there's a motion to?
Later on.
Sounds good.
That's the motion on the floor, though.
Thank you.
Council Vice President Perea,
Thank you,
followed by
Council.
Council Member Carbasi.
Thank you, Council President. Okay, just to follow up on one of my colleagues' questions, he had asked something along the lines of what it would mean to you guys if we were to delay this to the next meeting. Is that a fatal flaw in your eyes if we were to delay this to January 11th? Or is there some reason why this needs to be done today?
I would say a considerable flaw as we kind of prepare for next year and start kind of installing new tactics, selling tickets, selling sponsorships, which are already underway. But would say from my eyes that would be fairly considerably a negative. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It was Mr. Shepard, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You can call me Henry too.
All right, Henry. I'll speak for myself. I really like Derek. It sounds like he's going to be sticking around. And is he going to be on a contract, or is he on just at will? What's his?
Yeah, so Derek will be at will. He'll be on the same kind of management incentive pool as myself and our whole team, as mentioned earlier. But cannot reiterate strongly enough that we are crazy about Derek. We have no intention of moving Derek. I'm on the record here. Derek is our local representative. He is the face of the franchise. And this was very intentional to kind of invest behind Derek. Our CEO has known Derek for many years. And the first time I brought the potential deal to our team, the first thing that was mentioned was Derek. And so unequivocally, we are behind Derek. And if we have anything to do with it, he's not going anywhere.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that something along the lines of all teams treated equally. I think you owned, is it 29 teams?
Yes.
In your portfolio? Okay, so it's fair to say that the other team's successes are our successes and vice versa. If they're failing for any reason, how would that negatively impact us?
It's a great question. I would say we aren't necessarily moving cash or anything like that from one team to another. I think the successes are indirect in that we have more money to reinvest in our teams. However, we would never, if one team was failing, do anything to bite the horse of another team. I would say anecdotally, our teams have proven to perform financially above industry averages, which is all data that we are privy to. So I think the early reads on our thesis and our tactics are that we're significantly benefiting our individual teams. Would say that there will never be a scenario where one team's negative impacts any other team across the portfolio.
Okay. I'm not familiar when it comes to how we get from a single A team to a triple A team. Do you have any plans to help us get back to up to eventually a triple A status?
So what I would say is that we're keenly interested in kind of increasing the status of teams across our portfolio. I cannot rep to efforts ongoing or anything like that. You know, there's a lot that goes on with Major League Baseball. However, we would actively pursue that if given the chance. Would say that by virtue of our ownership of 29 teams, we have a very strong partnership with Major League Baseball and are kind of in active dialogue with them. And so that's something we would be keenly interested in doing.
Okay. And then one of the amendments to the agreement is to take away, I'll call it the first rights of refusal to sell the team to a local entity. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And are you saying that there's no one here locally that is up to par to purchase the Grizzlies, or why skip over us local folks?
Sure. So absolutely not. And I would say the opposite. The reason that we want to be here is because of the local folks in Fresno. And, you know, we are coming to be a part of this community. Would say that because this is part of a broader family of teams, whenever the day comes, if we choose to sell it, it would be challenging if we're selling a portfolio of teams to hold off to come kind of sell to a local owner here in Fresno. And so would say that as part of our strategy, that's burdensome at the end. But I would say also the initiatives that we're going to undertake here in Fresno for many years will dwarf kind of a effort to sell to local ownership in the future. But would definitely say we're not discounting anyone local in Fresno. We're doing the opposite. We want to be here.
And one of the requests is to remove the stipulation that would, you want to remove the profit sharing aspect if you sell the team to as a group. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so if you sell it to an individual, then we do keep our profit sharing. If you sell it grouped with other teams, we cut off our ability to share the profits with you.
Correct. So just want to make sure we understand correctly. So if we sell the Fresno Grizzlies as one team, we intend to share in the profits, but for the exact same reason as the local ownership stipulation being removed, if we go to sell it as a portfolio of teams, it's very challenging to come say, let's try to evaluate Fresno individually. If we were to sell this to a buyer, they would not individually assign a value to each club. They'd be valuing it as kind of a portfolio of clubs. And so similar to local ownership, it'd be very tough at that time to assign a value and then share in the profits. Again, would say that, of course, we're not coming back to you for the 2025 money, and we're increasing our capital reserve commitment to kind of ease that burden, which I would argue is probably more than would be any 10% profits at an exit.
Yeah, understood. I'll tell you, that's the one thing that's probably just still giving me a little bit of heartburn. It's not our fault whether this team sells individually or grouped together, right? But if it is grouped together, we lose out on that profit.
So absolutely, and would just humbly note that in order to kind of incentivize you guys and to make sure that we're fully aligned is why we gave on the other economic points, so that we're not coming back to the city and we're actually further investing in the stadium, but totally understood.
And then you're increasing your payment to the capital reserve from $50,000 to $100,000 every year?
Correct.
Okay. And is that in line with what you do for other teams? Is it around $100,000 a year? Is it typically more? Is it less?
I would say that's fairly generous across portfolio, especially for a single A club. Would say this is a generous split. You see a wide array. Some leases don't have any commitment from the team. It's fully on the city. Some have only ticket tax, things like that, but would say that this is certainly a fair split going forward.
Okay. Are there any AAA or single A teams where you're giving more than $100,000 to their fund?
I would need to go look at all of our leases across single A teams, so I cannot rep to that at this point.
Okay. All right. Those are all my questions for now. Thank you, Henry, for answering those, and I'm going to wait to see what my other colleagues' comments are.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Chavez.
Thank you. So, Mr. Shepard, I don't know how it works when you go to other communities. I know it may seem like we're, being tough or critical, but I promise you, we are very business friendly. We do this because we also take our responsibility to our taxpayers that are your customers if you end up buying the team.
Absolutely.
So I think my colleagues have mentioned a lot of really good points. I have to admit, I come from a small business background. I don't understand the business of athletics.
Okay.
It's just not my forte.
Sure.
So part of this is me utilizing relationships I have with our administration and with Derek. So I think one thing you've heard from all of us is the concern about Derek. The fact that Derek isn't under contract is a concern for me, and I'll tell you why. We don't know each other.
Sure.
But we know Derek. He's always been a person of his word. He's never once reneged on any of that. So just throwing that out there, it would make me a lot more comfortable knowing he has a future here with this team.
Sure. So would
Short
say
of him leaving, which I hope you don't do. But.
No. Point well taken, and we share in your admiration and love for Derek. Would say Diamond Baseball, we broadly don't have employment contracts, so I'm not on one. Our other GMs and presidents are not on them. Would say that it's not industry standard, if you will. But again, I cannot double down strongly enough. I cannot reiterate our desire to keep Derek. Derek is a huge reason of why we are doing this, and I can't reiterate strongly enough that he is the operator here and he's why we're doing this.
Yeah. No, I thank you. And from an objective standpoint, having someone that we can trust just makes it a lot better for accountability.
For sure.
So I'm going to piggyback off of what Council Vice President Perea said and add that I unfortunately, as much as I like athletics. I'm not athletically inclined. I was a soccer kid growing up. My friends played baseball. I just didn't get it. But I have an appreciation for the sport.
Sure.
And it's not just in America. I think, isn't the new highest paid MLB player from Japan? I mean, it's truly an international sport, Latin America and all over the place. And there's a different feeling when you go to the game. I think we've all gone to the games and you see families. It's a different culture that brings everyone together and they're really happy. It's hard to explain. It's just something you don't get in any other, at a park or a concert. It's different. And I do appreciate that value it has for us. We want it to succeed. I remember when we were AAA. My concern is becoming AAA again, AA, AAA, moving up. And I think before you came here, you'll see this city, maybe more aggressively than other cities, has made investments in the stadium. We didn't let it, and there were some tough times, but we made it a priority to make sure we continue to improve it so we can meet MLB standards. I think some other teams in the area don't have the ability to do that, and that may give us an opportunity. Now, if I understand, and I don't know if he's aware of this, but Derek, you can fill me in, we have a letter from MLB, no guarantees, but a good faith effort to be made to elevate us back to AAA. I don't know if you're aware of that letter. You have a lot of teams, you have a lot of, in your organization, groups you're responsible for, but for me, it's very important that Fresno be able to achieve AAA status again. That's why we made all those investments, and I'm glad you guys are willing to continue those investments. Can you reiterate any more about that? Because like I said, you have so many different groups you own. This is maybe another one of them. On that.
I hear you. So first of all, we certainly share in your appreciation for baseball, for the family-friendly, affordable approach of minor league baseball. I certainly cannot commit to elevating the classification of this club. What I can say is that this is a AAA market, this is a AAA stadium, this is a AAA staff, and we have a very good relationship with Major League Baseball. Our other clubs are all great in their own right, and I certainly don't want this one to come off as just another club. We're specifically sought this club out and are thrilled to be here in large part to Derek. But you guys have a lot going for you in the market size, the demographic where you operate, the quality of the stadium, the size of the stadium, the quality of the staff, and our relationship with Major League Baseball. So I'll leave it at that.
Is there anything else we need that can give us a competitive advantage among the portfolio of teams you have to make us more appealing for a AAA team? Is it airport capacity? We have a very large airport. What are we? And we're building a new terminal. What are we missing?
I would say that that's something that we would certainly be interested in taking offline and actually conducting a very thorough deep dive into going forward. But vis-a-vis other teams in our portfolio, I don't see Fresno missing something relative to another team, and I wouldn't say they're missing something relative to this team. I would say that each market and each team has its very localized and individual charm, nuance, everything like that, and so that's something we intend to uphold. But if you'd like to kind of take this offline and study, kind of do a real study on that, we'd certainly be happy to undertake that alongside you.
Okay. So, okay, great. I appreciate that. The issue is I'm taking a bit of a leap of faith today. I'll be very frank with you. I can see definitely how working with a group like yours could definitely give us an advantage moving forward. And I have to really trust our city manager, who has been with this city from the beginning, pretty much through all this process. The fact is I trust her ability to do her job, and I'm going to trust her advice. I'm going to move forward today. I want to hear from maybe some of my colleagues and what else they want to add. But I want you to succeed in Fresno, because if you do, it's better for us.
Absolutely.
So just don't hesitate to reach out to us and administration, of course, as we move forward if this is approved today.
Well, I certainly appreciate your support, and would say don't hesitate to reach out to us. We're here to invest behind Fresno, to invest behind you guys. Understand that you're taking a leap of faith. I think that you're going to find that our scale and our tenure in the space sets us apart from what I would say any other potential owner of a minor league baseball team in the world. And we really look forward to bringing those tactics, those strategies here to Fresno, and investing in this community.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Appreciate the conversation and the line of questions my colleagues have been asking. And I do sincerely appreciate your interest in Fresno. And I'm going to take a little bit different kind of line of questionings. Earlier you mentioned that the partnership do they currently have 29 teams?
We have announced 29 acquisitions.
Okay, so 29 acquisitions. What are your plans for acquiring additional teams next year or two?
Would say that we have plans to continue expanding our family of clubs. We firmly believe that every additional team added to the Diamond Baseball Holdings family incrementally benefits our existing teams more than the prior team added. So, and there are very tangible examples of every team we add, we get better economics on things like food and beverage or ordering a bobblehead or something like that. And so, would say that we certainly hope to continue acquiring teams because it benefits the local team here in Fresno. One question I get a lot is that we are the parent company of teams, and so where does the money go? And everything flows to our individual teams. And all we are is a group of baseball teams. We are investing behind, as was noted by Councilmember Carbasi, affordable, family-friendly fun in minor league baseball in towns that are not the largest cities in the world, LA, New York, SF, whatever it may be, Chicago. We're investing very specifically in this thesis here.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to get to, Mr. Shepard. So I had a great conversation with Derek when we had lunch, and I asked him some of those similar questions. So 29 right now. If you had a guess as to how many teams you anticipate to acquire in the next year, what would be your best guess?
A year from today, I would hope we add. I would hope we add 10 more.
10 more.
I mean, that's a complete guess at this point.
No, I know, and we're kind of just going through that. How many total teams do we have in the league?
There's 120.
So 120. So that would put you guys at 39 or 40 if we're conservative with your numbers. That's a pretty good chunk of those. So let me ask you this question. Earlier you talked about wanting to come to Fresno. Why did you pick Fresno? What did you see here? Is there something, the market analysis that you saw that you think would be a good place for the partnership?
So definitely, and I can tell you at a high level, when we look at new clubs, we study the club at a micro level. We study the revenue streams that are coming in. We study the potential of said revenue streams when we are able to kind of bring our best practices and our strategies here. We study the local team on the ground, led by Derek. We study the facility, which you guys have graciously invested in, and then we study the demographic trends in the market. And when you look at the Fresno market relative to other minor league baseball markets, but especially single A markets, this market has a great population. It has strong demographic trends. It has a widely varying range of economic, viability, but we're not investing behind a $50 ticket or a $200 ticket. We're investing behind affordable, family-friendly fun that caters to this market, the size of this market. Would also add that really enjoyed conversations with the mayor, the city manager, and kind of understanding what they're doing here really heightened my excitement for downtown Fresno.
That definitely, that's fair. What plans? Earlier you talked about, and you'll be a big operation, right? Economies of scale always help when you're running a big operation. What plans do you have? Maybe it's a Derek question or your question, to make Fresno more popular, more profitable for what you're trying to accomplish here?
Sure, yes. So we're laser focused on the profitability of the Grizzlies. As was noted, the Grizzlies have not had a deep history of highly profitable team, and so that's something we're very focused on. I think we'll go back to something like a concessions deal that will increase margin on concession considerably through the scale we're bringing, or a merchandise deal that will leave considerably more dollars at the team rather than a third-party merchandise partner. Would say that we are building out a extremely comprehensive in-house tech stack to inform everything from sponsorship sales to ticket sales, pricing dynamically to get people in the ballpark, to get downtown activated. So would say from a high level, those are things that we will do to increase the revenue and the profitability, and then kind of by virtue of that, downtown Fresno.
And what would you say that looks like? Is that a 1-year plan, a 2-year plan, 3-year plan to get it where you want it to be?
I mean, would say if we can start that now, you'll see the effects of that this baseball season, and then you'll really see that 2025 going forward. But we segment our clubs by the time we have owned them, and we see step changes in financial performance with the clubs that we have owned the longest.
You know, when I had this conversation with Derek, I mentioned the story of, I remember when the Grizzlies Stadium was just a parking lot. And I think I shared this with you, Derek. I still have the very first box of the original baseballs that were given away. Don't ask me how I got them, but I still have the purple ones, the original ones that the Grizzlies have. And I think for me now as a council member, just being very upfront with our members of the public, I think this endeavor has always been, how much does the city of Fresno want to subsidize baseball in our city? I mean, if we're just, kind of being honest about it. And so I think for the benefit of the public, city manager, what, maybe I think our fiscal folks were here, what is our yearly commitment and obligation to the stadium, bond, maintenance, everything, just the dollar amount that we have to pay into that?
So our bond payment on the tax-exempt bonds are $1.373 million. On the taxable bonds, $1.819 million. I'm too tired to do the math. I'm sorry.
Those are the
3.5?
The mayor is very fresh. What was it? What was the amount?
3.4.
3.4. Okay. So as we're going through this conversation, city manager, and I know right now we're negotiating, we're talking with our folks. How much does this operation help offset that cost for the city of Fresno?
When you say, what do you mean by this operation? Do you mean this amendment, or
our partnership with the baseball conglomerate?
How much does Diamond Baseball kind of help ease the burden of that?
So as far as the bond payments, I can't really say anything. Where I think it benefits the most is on the additional contribution to the capital fund, and then absorbing the responsibility of the MLB 2025 requirements. Honestly, as we've all seen, the state is $60 billion in the hole. That's going to trickle down to us. And we were going to have to budget, approximately $2 million in the 2025 budget. That commitment has absolved us of that responsibility. Yeah. So I would say that is more the benefit of this lease amendment than kind of an offset of the bond payment. Yeah, we always knew we were going to be on the hook for the bond payment.
Absolutely. And we just had a conversation about our commitment is to 2031. I think that's the year that the bond is paid off. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I'm trying to just paint this picture because I think it's important for residents to know this, right? So it's a public-private partnership. That's exactly what we're doing here today. And I'm glad that our folks came down, because I just want to be transparent and upfront. My concern with a big partnership like this, such as what you guys have, is you're acquiring, you're being very aggressive about acquiring other teams. I think that's a great business model because you'll have the benefit of economies of scale. The only concern I have is that as you grow and the value of your portfolio increases, that somehow the city of Fresno is not, if, say, for example, you leave or something happens, that the city of Fresno is not left holding the bag. So I guess what I want to hear from you is what is your commitment to the city of Fresno next 3 to 5 years?
100% being invested in the well-being of the Fresno Grizzlies, in downtown Fresno, and Derek Franks, in his staff in hiring locally and activating downtown. In the next 3 to 5 years, we have no intention to do anything, and we are not incentivized in any other way except for to supercharge the Fresno Grizzlies to be the best community asset they could possibly be.
No, I appreciate that. The last question I have is, and Derek knows this, we've talked about that, we have the stadium, its primary role is baseball, right? We have that program going. But what are we planning for we know other venues and other events that generate a lot of revenue? When I was over at the stadium for Las Chivas, that's a sold out stadium, right? Like what would we need to have in order to attract more of those exhibition games that we know generate a lot of revenue? And what's in the plan for that?
I would say our plans for that are massive, and one of the largest things that stuck out to us in studying the Fresno Grizzlies, as someone previously asked, is how much comes from non-baseball, because they're doing a great job in non-baseball, and we think that they're just scratching the surface. I think that Diamond Baseball is a group of baseball and sports operators, and that's who we are fundamentally, and that's who we will always be. We have a fortuitous financial backer that has relationships with the most foremost concert promoters in the world. That is the second largest investor in City Football Group, which owns 12 prominent clubs in the world. We have relationships extremely broadly that we plan to leverage to activate the ballpark non-baseball wise, and that is a huge, huge focus of ours. And so that's a great question. If we're sitting here in 18 months and the non-baseball lineup at Chuck Chansey has not changed, that's a failure on our part.
No, and I appreciate that, and I actually did want to hear that, because Derek's done a great job over there, and he is the local person that we can pick up the phone and call. Hey, what's going on? For not just the operations, but for other things that happen that our residents, and they've been great partners. By the way, this past weekend, they hosted one of our lowrider toy drives that they had. We want to continue those partnerships in our community, and that be a part of this model that we're going to go down the road. So we're kind of like, I think I remember we've done like 3. Is this the 3rd amendment that we've done to or has it been more than that? The fourth agreement. Okay, well, 4th time's a charm, hopefully.
There you go.
Where we have that. But I appreciate your guys' interest in Fresno, and I'll be supportive of this. I just want to make sure that we have that commitment from you folks on that.
Well, we appreciate your support, your thoughtful questions, and we do not take our stewardship of this team lightly. And I think you're going to find that we are true to our word. We're here to invest in Fresno, in the Grizzlies, in the ballpark, in the team, and you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Bertefeld, followed by Arias.
Yes. How long, Mr. Shepard, welcome to Fresno. How long have you owned these other teams, this 29 or whatever the amount is? How long have you been involved in ownership?
Great question. So when minor league baseball was restructured back in 1920 timeframe, that's when the rules changed such that folks could own multiple teams in the same league. And so the changing of the rules provided a very unique opportunity to do something like we're doing. We saw an opportunity to kind of come in and equip really good operators with kind of more resources than they've ever had before. All that to say, our company is, call it 2.5 years old, because the rules just changed to allow this. And so we have acquired teams steadily over the past 2 years, but would say and we will continue adding teams, but we're a young business that has seen, thankfully, very good success thus far.
And you've gotten, just in the 2 years, these 20-some-odd teams?
Correct.
And have you sold any clubs thus far as a group?
No, sir.
Okay, but it's something you obviously think about because it's part of what we address in the lease.
At some point, there will likely be an exit event similar to most businesses. Would say that I do not expect that to be in the near term by any means. I would say that we have very patient partners behind us, very patient investors, and I don't expect some type of near-term sale by any means.
Okay. But the reality is we're taking a leap of faith. We don't know. There's no guarantee. All we have at this juncture is a non-relocation agreement. Is that correct, City Manager? That goes through 31?
36.
36, and the bonds are paid off in 31.
Correct.
Okay, which is good. The capital reserve, what protection do we have to ensure that this group fulfills their obligation of capital needs that we have, and that once we sign this, they say, okay, yeah, we told you we were going to do it, but we're not?
Are you referring to the MLB requirements?
Yes.
So I probably will likely have to defer a little bit to the attorneys, but if they, so let's play this out. We're required to comply with the MLB requirements by 2025. Through this amendment, they are committing to paying for those. If for some reason they choose not to do the improvements, and we are not able to comply with the 2025 MLB requirements, that would result in the possibility of the affiliation being, I would think there'd be some breach of the lease somewhere along the way, I would think. I don't know, somebody else can chime in on that.
It's a breach of the PDL license on our part with Major League Baseball. Would say that across our teams, we're in contact with MLB weekly on facility standards. We're extremely committed to doing everything we do best in class, and that is our facilities, our local staffs, the fan experience, the MLB relationship, the MLB affiliate relationship. And so while I could defer to the attorneys about what would happen under the lease, we have no incentive to do that because we would be violating the PDL agreement with Major League Baseball.
If you violate the PDL agreement, what happens?
I believe they're entitled to strip our ownership of the team.
Okay. And then you would lose a team, and you wouldn't have a team, and then you'd be in violation of some provision of the lease because you're required to have a team in our stadium, I'm pretty sure. Attorneys, is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Thank you.
It's not the city's obligation, it's the obligation of the owners.
Okay, but the protection for the city would be what?
The protection?
Yeah.
So they'd be in breach of the lease, and then obviously, I don't know what the remedies, I'd have to read through the remedy provision. If they breach the lease, I'm guessing, I don't know, if they have ability to cure, and then obviously it would result in litigation, and I would have to scan here in the agreement, and they would be liable for some sort of damages, I would assume. Attorneys?
We'd have the ability to move forward with whatever legal remedies we want to pursue, including a breach of contract, cause of action against them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and I just want to make a quick comment about, the question is, how much is Fresno willing to subsidize baseball? I think it was Councilmember Esparza talked about looking back over decisions that were made years ago. I was involved in making this decision years ago, along with Annalisa Perea's dad, Henry Perea, many years ago. And the question at that time really wasn't about how much is Fresno willing to subsidize baseball. The question is, how are we going to help revitalize our downtown? And we looked at a whole host of ways that could be done. So it was never just about ticket sales, never. And the fact is, the question I would ask is, how much tax revenue has been generated over the last 20 years by the housing stock that has been built around that stadium? Do we know? Because the fact is, there's hundreds of units around that would not have been built if that stadium had not been built. How much investment has come from the Security Pacific Bank building? Millions of dollars. What did that bring to the tax base of the city of Fresno? So this was never just about ticket sales. This was about, of course, bringing a AAA stadium to the city of Fresno that I thought the city of Fresno deserved, and there was no reason for it not to happen. And before I came on the council at that time, they had been trying to bring AAA baseball for the last 7, 8, 9 years and couldn't do it. And it really was the leadership of Councilmember Perea's dad and others on that city council who made sure that this happened. And it was a risk, And clearly, we've had to make some changes to the deal regarding ticket sales and things of that sort, but it was never just about that. And when I came on the council, as you alluded to, Councilmember Chavez, that was a dirt lot. It was empty. It produced absolutely nothing, and what was around that was nothing. And today, that's not the case. Do we have any sense, I imagine you don't off the top of your head, how much tax revenue has been generated from just the units around there, as well as all of the redevelopment that has taken place with buildings that were vacant at one point and have now been revitalized?
I apologize, I'm not able to give you a number, but I would argue that I'm sure it's many, many millions.
Many, many millions, and you're right, it is many, many millions. So I think the decision was the correct one, but of course it's easy, 20 years later, for many Monday morning quarterbacks and critics to sit, and I'm not talking about folks up here, I'm just talking about people who've always been critical to say that this was an unwise decision. It was not. And I think in reality, it was the wise decision and it was the correct decision. And usually about 400 to 500,000 people go through that stadium every year. A lot of happy families every year go through that stadium, whether it's soccer or baseball. And that has a lot of meaning, I think, to our Fresno residents who love those events and are grateful that the council back then had the wisdom to build this first-rate facility that many of us are very proud of. So with that, with this change, I'm ready to support this, move this forward. I'm glad we're approaching the period where the bonds will be finally paid off. That will be a great relief when that happens, but we will continue to have baseball here. And I hope MLB fulfills its obligations. I was very disappointed when they took our AAA team, and frankly, I don't think anybody knew 20 years ago that they could do that. That would have been a great hesitation for me. I thought once we had the AAA baseball team, we had it, and obviously that was not the case. So I will be supportive of this today.
Thank you, Councilmember Redfeld. We appreciate your support.
Arias, your promised 15-second
Sure.
closing
I
remarks.
said 15 minutes, but nobody was paying attention. So I just want to summarize this for all of us, since it's in my backyard and I have to deal with everything from replacing the dead trees in front of the stadium or inside the stadium to trying to manage the impact of parking in the neighboring businesses, which continues to be an issue that the city manager is very aware of. So for the last 22 years that we've had baseball, it's only made a profit for 2 years, right? And the profit has been modest, to be generous. The annual commitment from taxpayers is $3.4 million for the bond payment and $300,000 or 50% of the utilities that are utilized in that stadium. So as indicated by the operators, about half the revenue comes from non-baseball. And it's clear to me that in order for the stadium to be a success, we can't simply rely on baseball to either make a profit that's sufficient enough to even cover the utility payment, much less the bond obligation. So from my perspective, the question, like Member Bredefeld indicated, is what is the value add to the community beyond baseball? And what I've seen is that there is a value add when it comes to hosting non-baseball events. That, for me, is clear that there is significant profit, revenue, and a huge amenity for the public, especially when you get to Latino-centric events. As Member Chavez indicated, the only time we sell out the stadium is when you bring Mexican soccer. The only time you sell out the stadium is when you have a Mexican, band or music act. So what I'm going to look for very closely in these coming months is how we manage the non-baseball side of the operation. You all are baseball experts. Whether you make a profit or not does not result in there being sufficient funds to cover the cost of the mortgage or the utilities. But how you manage non-baseball events, and secondary community events will have a significant impact in our community. I'm going to ask you and be very upfront with you. The last thing I want to see is an outside investment firm of corporate interests and folks who have a lot of equity in them to come in and raise prices, fees, or cost for non-baseball events and make it cost prohibitive for a local organization or local acts or non-baseball events to utilize the stadium. If that happens, then I will be bringing forward amendments to the agreement. Just the way you have asked for amendments that are to your, profit benefit and to your management benefit, I will bring forward amendments to crawl back to some of that non-baseball operations, because that's what worries me, frankly, is if the equity and the financial investment firms' interests decide that there's more money to be made by increasing the rent or the fees for non-baseball and community events by 10, 15, 50%, right? We've seen this in the housing market. When outside investors buy apartments, they double the rent. It's good for the investment books, not good for the neighborhood. So I want to just be very direct and transparent with you all that I'll be paying very close attention. And I love Derek. Everybody loves Derek, but I'm sure Derek will be giving other duties as assigned, maybe in other jurisdictions. And that's your call, but I'm going to be very closely watching how we're managing the fees and the prices. You have the right, and I think the responsibility, to try and integrate your operation and generate profit for both, benefit of both. But if that profit comes at the expense of the stadium becoming less affordable for the local community to use, who's paying 95% of the cost, I don't think we've met our legal and fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayer. So I just want to let you know that I'll be looking very closely at that. And it's my hope that we have more events, non-baseball events, but it's also my hope that it's done in a way that doesn't price out the local community who is actually paying the vast majority of the costs of that asset.
Would certainly encourage you to do so. Think that we have absolutely no incentive to price anyone out of the stadium. Empty stadiums do nothing for you nor us. Would say that if there's a group that's able to take more risk, to spend more money, to bring bigger acts here, it's going to be us. So I actually think you'll see the opposite. We're not going to do less events. We're going to hopefully do more and more marquee events in this stadium. I would also note that you noted there was only a profit generated in, call it, 2 or 3 of the last 20 some odd years at the stadium. I think that we noticed that very early on, and we saw an opportunity. And would humbly note that if there's a group that can come and supercharge the profits of this team, I would argue it's Diamond Baseball, and that's what we fully intend to do. We're coming here to increase the financial health of this team. We appreciate the partnership with the city and everyone here, and would say that I note that you subsidize, you say you subsidize 95% of the cost of the team, and I wouldn't necessarily argue that's true.
The stadium.
Of the stadium. But either way, bifurcating your statement into baseball and non-baseball, I think what Derek would tell you and what he told us is that, and what I believe is Derek is a foremost expert on non-baseball events. I think Derek believes that there's interesting tactics we can bring on the baseball side, and that's where we see an opportunity. And so while we want to activate this ballpark 365 days a year, the baseball revenue should be better here. And that's something we're very focused on, and that will trickle down to profitability. The cost structures are fixed in these organizations, and it should increase the financial health of the team.
Thank you. And Council President, with that, I'll make a motion to approve with the amendment recommended by Council President Esparza.
There's already a motion and a second on the table.
Yeah. Is that okay, or do we have to vote on the motion individually and then vote on the actual?
Your motion is to approve with your amendment on top of that.
That was not my motion.
Huh?
That was not my motion. My motion was simply to amend. It was did not include an approval.
Then I'll make a motion to approve with his amendment. How about that? You want to second that?
Motion by Arias.
Council Esparza is correct. His motion was to amend the agreement.
Not to approve it. So do we got to take that motion first and then vote on the actual agreement?
That would be my call.
Why couldn't we make a motion to approve it as amended?
Or he can just amend his motion to include approval too.
I could.
Why don't you do that?
Withdraw my
Save us
motion.
ahead.
Let's do that.
I'll make a friendly amendment to my own motion. Is that what I'm doing?
Yes.
Friendly
And a
amendment?
seconder of the motion, I'll agree to it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any opposition?
With the amendment.
So the motion was to approve the agreement with the amendment that I outlined earlier. And just for the benefit of the public, I would say that about 95% of the games that the city has actually go back to the community. And so that it's really the community going to more wholeheartedly benefit from the different suites. Since most of those, I know I can speak for myself, and I think most of us give those back.
So who's on first?
Thank you.
Any opposition? Seeing none?
Council President, I think we need, because they have to agree to that too. We can't, obviously, it's an agreement that we both
You
enter
guys
in.
agree to the amendment?
The owner's suite, as you call it, I just want to point out, and this was the Baker Group initiative. It's renamed the Community Suite, and when it's unused, we donate it to nonprofit organizations. We've got a bunch of committed groups in there this year already. It's one of the ones that sort of sells a lot, but we do give it away a lot as well, kind of the midweeks and stuff. So I would say if you want a larger suite that accommodates more, we've got one that is close to the size, that's a few doors down, that I would propose, that's called the Legend Suite, that is as close to comparable. It's
What are
larger
the
than we
major
have.
differences between the two suites?
The square footage and the number of seating outside is.
Well, be specific.
I think you go from 12 to 14 seats, but the where it's situated is the inside is much.
You can't move your current commitments to that room and honor the motion that's being made.
Perhaps.
Take the win, Derek. Take the win.
Yeah,
That's the motion right now.
And as I noted, I mean, it is going to be largely nonprofit folks, since that's essentially where we direct those tickets.
I think if we can come to you guys when we may need it, if it's not being used, then we'll agree to that.
Well, is that the motion that's being made when it's not being used?
When it's not used, it goes back to them anyways.
Okay. Are we clear on what's being voted on?
Yeah, I just want to make, if I could, I mean, is that, before we get into some difficulty, I want to make sure that that is acceptable.
I think from new ownership's perspective, like, we hope to welcome you guys every single night at the ballpark. We want to give you a suitable suite. We also want to be great partners to the nonprofit with whom we have already worked to put in the existing community suite. And so we have no issue expanding your suite size. We want you to be at the game. We want to welcome you there. Would say that from new ownership's perspective, I would love to keep the community suite for the nonprofits. But if that's going to be a linchpin to get this amendment passed, then by all means, let's do it.
All right, let's do it, or let's continue it. What would you like? Let's do it?
Please.
All right, then we have agreement on the amendment and the motion.
Okay. Question has been called. No further discussion. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. We have one more open session item this afternoon. We're going to go back to contested consent. Item 1Z as in zebra, actions related to initiating the Proposition 218 process for proposed updates to the schedule of rates for residential solid waste services. This item was pulled by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember, floor is yours. We have Director Public Utilities up here. You pulled the item.
Oh, who went missing already? Oh, my two friends went missing. Oh, Director. How are you, Director?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. Just first question, Director, and maybe I'll just give you my question. I don't need an answer on the spot, but I think you do have your whole team here. What is the total cost? What is the total revenue that would result if these fees were to be approved as recommended? What's the total amount over the years that you're recommending?
over the full period.
Yes.
Each annual amount is shown in the rate. Good afternoon, Council. Brock Buki, Director of Public Utilities.
And I don't mean to put you on the spot to do math, but it's a question I do have for your team if they can do the math for us. But I'd like to know, what is the total amount? Is it 15 million or is it 100 million of what you're proposing to collect in addition to if these rates were to approve as recommended?
So
the
you're
additional
asking
revenue that would be generated
Total.
by the proposed rate increase over 5 years.
Yes. You've broken it down to us in a couple of ways, like every segment, collection cards, fleet maintenance. You've broken it down by $5.50 for 1 year, $4.63 for the other. So what I'm trying to understand is, what is the total amount that's being proposed to be additional revenue? Does that make sense? As a guy who failed math, I don't want to do the math by myself and then have somebody ring a doorbell.
Yeah, I mean, we would have to take what is projected at the current rate and subtract that out from the total projected needs to come up with that number.
All right.
Do we have a consultant that knows the answer to that?
Yeah.
He had a hard stop at 4 o'clock.
Oh, I didn't know that. I
Yeah.
wish you guys would have told me that. Okay, sorry. So I think, what can we glean from the cost of service review that we have, Brock? I mean, can we give them a range? I mean, we know what the revenue, we know what our shortfall is, right? And then we know on tape.
That's a different way of getting to the answer. What is the total shortfall that this increase would address? Like, how big is the shortfall over the period of time that you guys are proposing the increases?
So it's essentially about $9.5 million the first year. And so we would just look at the shortfall across the full 5-year period.
So $9.5 million per year over 5 years each. So 9 times 5.
It actually grows each year a little bit more.
Yeah, compounding, right?
Yes, so just on the short side, figure 10 million times 5 years, minimum 50 million.
Got it. So the floor would be about 50 million that we would be able to raise with these rates over the full execution.
Does that make sense, Brock? Not compounding, if it's a $9.4 million shortfall every year, without compounding that from year to year, if it was 9.5 every year, we're close to 50 million at the end of year 5, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So
Okay.
that's the floor.
Okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to understand. And what additional services would these rates result in beyond? I know you've indicated that you need them for baseline services, but that's not my question today. Is what additional services are you proposing with the minimum of $50 million more?
So what we're proposing is to add a one-time pickup where a customer, if they don't want to wait for Operation Cleanup to come through, they could call and schedule an appointment, and then we would send a crew out there to pick up bulky items. And so they would have that option one time each year. That's a new service we're adding, and that would commence in fiscal year 2026.
Why wait 2 years after we started collecting?
It just takes time to kind of get our finances corrected, and then, you know, hiring people and securing equipment.
So we would be collecting this additional revenue in 24?
Yes, it would be, the rate, first year increase would take effect July 1,
Of 2024.
2024. And so then we would have to start collecting a little bit of revenue and set up the new program.
So it would be July of 26 or January of 26 when people can expect to experience an additional benefit? What do you best
We're
guess?
shooting for July of 26.
So July of 26.
Wait, July of 26?
Yeah.
For the additional pickup?
Yes.
It's going to take us 2 years?
It takes 2 years to get a truck anymore.
Oh, that's true.
That's fair.
Good,
and that's
good. That
why
is a fair statement. I keep forgetting about that.
I want to understand. I want us to have the same level of expectation from what you guys are proposing to what the public should anticipate, right? So they would pay the additional higher fee for about 2 years before this additional benefit would kick in.
Yes.
And
If it wasn't for the truck situation, I would not be satisfied with that, but that's out of our control, or the ability to get equipment. So,
what additional benefit are you proposing with these rate increases?
So what we're actually doing in the first year is doing a cost of service evaluation. So we're realigning the rates for the standard service, which is the 3 96-gallon containers, and then the alternative, which has the smaller 64-gallon trash, which is slightly less. So we're aligning so that the cost of service, people pay for the service they get. You know, the additional one-time service that we talked about, and we're maintaining our levels of service. Right now, we do shred event 3 times a year. We don't have the finances to do that. So once this is back in a financial state of well-being, we can offer that 3 times a year again. And so we'll continue with the free dump days at carts and just being able to maintain that level of service.
You made a reference in your staff report that you've been living off the reserve for last 4 or 5 years?
That's correct.
What level of reserve are you baking into these rate increases?
So the consultant has done a projection that we will completely deplete the residential reserves this fiscal year. What we're trying to do is we need to take a $5 million loan from the wastewater management division so that we can finish this year financially sound, and then we would rebuild that reserve about $1 million each year back to the target that it should be of $5 million.
And that $5 million would basically carry you for 5 years, as this previous one has?
No. That reserve would carry us 45 days. So,
okay. I understand the total amount, but you've been living off the reserve for 5 years, correct?
Yes, but we had a much higher reserve balance initially. So in 2012, and this is on the one-pager, we had a...
The one-pager is actually the 3-pager.
Yeah, it's a 3-pager.
So how big was your reserve when you started using it 5 years ago?
So 5 years ago, it was approximately $13 million.
So why bake in only a $5 million reserve then if you know that your expenditure rate is much faster?
So industry standard is to have coverage for 45 days. There was a higher reserve. I don't know all the details for that previously, but there was the franchising of the commercial solid waste section, and there were other things. But so it was a healthier reserve. At this point, where the consultant is recommending, and in the DPU finance plan, it's been identified that a 45-day reserve is typical for the solid waste division. So that 45 days would take $5 million.
Councilmember, if we were to have larger than a 45-day reserve, it would be necessary to raise the rates even higher than what we're proposing. And we have tried to be sensitive to the current concerns expressed that we keep the rates as affordable as possible. So the minimum reserve as a solid business practice is a 45-day reserve, so that's what we're proposing.
I appreciate that, but I'm also trying to understand is how soon before you come back for another rate increase? So in 5 years you come back for another rate increase?
Yeah, well,
so prudent management would be that we go through this process every 5 years. That way we can evaluate the state that we're at and determine if an increase is needed or not. But we need to get through this 5-year period. then do another evaluation so that we're more timely and engaged in keeping things at a level that is appropriate.
Director, if we look at garbage in 5-year increments, right, for adjustments, why do we sign 10 and 20-year contracts with garbage companies or with, dump sites? Well, why do we commit to that long of a term if we don't know how much money we're going to have? We only know for every 5-year increments.
It just helps us get a better rate. There's also investments by companies to process materials. And so in order to be a financially viable option for them, that's what they need for their business model.
Okay. I've looked at the analysis, and I've spent quite a bit of time with you and staff on the different adjustments. And I think I told the mayor this a day or two ago. I'm not one to go missing when a tough vote is required, either to a restroom or anywhere else. But I am one to look for structural improvements. For me, every time you make adjustments to price point in the private market, I think they tend to gouge us. They increase the cost for purposes of profit, increasing profits. We, by law, should only be charging what it costs us to provide a service, right? So we don't have the driver of the profit margin. So what I'm looking for is how much more enhanced services are we offering the public in return for a higher fee? And I know you've indicated that this is what you need to continue baseline services. And when you did add one additional enhancement, that won't come into play for 2 years. So what I'm looking for is a couple of other places for enhanced services. And this goes to my structural, reforms that I think are needed to maintain the city in a much more cleaner condition than we found it. I think the mayor has done a good job with Beautify Fresno, but you can't clean up the trash in the city with volunteers. It's not sustainable. We've all poured in a ton of money from the general fund to have code enforcement pick up, trash across the city. I'm sure at some point there'll be some tension on who pays the next garbage bill. Is it code enforcement, or is it Beautify Fresno, or is it the garbage fund, right? There's so much trash in the city that it's hard to keep up with it. So what I'm looking for is a couple of places where I've seen that there's significant gaps. One is on this space of garbage compactors. I know that commercial garbage is privatized, but your department is responsible for overseeing those contracts. Your department has continuously brought them back for renegotiation when contractors want more money. And in each of those times, I think we have failed in pressing forward on expediting garbage compactors. We know that in affluent areas, they're standard because they keep the transient population out. We know they're standard in every major city in their downtown sectors. But somehow in Fresno, your department has no role in pushing forward garbage compactors as a solution. Just as an example, we were here last week on Quality Inn Hotel. The complaints I got from some of those neighbors was that in the last month they had seen garbage bin fires in their medical and hotel, neighborhood. And that was one of the drivers for them opposing the affordable housing project to house the homeless. And we have a structural fix, which is something as simple as a garbage compactor. Where do you anticipate is going to be the role of your department to execute a garbage compactor solution in the city? Do we as policymakers have to mandate it for a certain part of town? Do we have to negotiate contracts with the vendors? How do you see us getting to what every other major city has in the form of compactors?
Yeah, as we've talked about before, we've been divested from the commercial operations. Our folks look at the commercial contracts with a minimum amount of time because we're not collecting any revenues from that commercial operation.
Don't we get a franchise fee?
It goes to the general fund.
So the city does get a franchise fee, right?
The city does, that's correct. So, we need to look at, an area, if it is the vision of the council that we move in a certain direction, that we have compactors, then we need to look at how do we incentivize landowners. They all have an individual right to go with a hauler of their choosing. So there needs to be a way to get everybody into a district or something so that there can be, you know, a uniform decision and the use of these compactors. Otherwise, if you have one individual holding out, you kind of lose the benefit that I believe you're trying to get to, that, you know, there are no bins and it's just all compactors. So I think that it's a little bit of a policy document that would need to be developed to help us with this.
Okay.
And then we can certainly help you with that.
The other issue that I've identified in my 5 years is the lack of sufficient garbage service for multifamily units. Whenever, I know it's commercial, but we oversee the commercial. When these apartment complexes are sold, the new owners are trying to, you know, increase profit margins, and they reduce garbage service. Under our current contract with the commercial contractors, your department can require higher service for these apartment complexes. And practically speaking, what occurs is those bins are overflowing in our alleyways. The transient community takes that material, it goes to an encampment, it goes on a city street, code enforcement or HART then picks it up at the cost of potentially the general fund or the ratepayers. I haven't seen your department active in either requiring those complexes, and I'm not going to settle for, if somebody complains, we'll go look at it, or if somebody files with 311, I'm looking for a systemic review and assessment of every commercial multifamily user to ensure that they're receiving sufficient service so that there isn't these bulging trash bins where this garbage eventually ends up in the street and somebody has to pick it up.
Brock, I'm going to take this one. So Brock and all of his team are paid for by residential ratepayers. If you want a proactive approach, then we would need to put general fund money in his budget to pay to oversee commercial operations. They are funded right now with, they do not get, there's not a float, they're very, very limited with the exception of, I think, a little bit for Beautify Fresno and one other function. But all of the staff time that would be needed to go out and do a proactive inspection program would need to be funded by the general fund, because we can't have the residential ratepayers paying for enforcement on multifamily.
Understood. What's our franchise fees that we get from these commercial providers every year?
Oh, darn it, Ruthie left the building.
Left the building.
I don't know if she's left the building.
Gotta be in the millions, right?
Okay, well,
Okay, you can get back to me on that.
Yes, I will.
But I would argue the multifamily ratepayers are already paying for that fee. It's just right now ending up in the general fund versus in your department to go oversee this work. The other two places I want to bring to your attention, I think I've talked to you about this before, is the famous trash cans for residential users. The population, the homeless population, also tends to take them from people's front yards. I know you mentioned the last time that I think we're no longer charging people when their garbage can goes missing. Is that correct?
That is correct. If it's been stolen, we're just replacing it.
Would that remain under this proposal?
Yes.
What is your plan to proactively collect DPU's property as it's scattered across the city?
So in follow-up to our conversation the other day, I was talking with our manager, Sue Fang, about what is the most efficient and cost-effective way to do that. Right now, we're handling it through 311, Fresno, and responding and picking up these cans as they're identified. The alternative of having staff drive the city street by street looking for them is very expensive and inefficient. You know, we're able to be more cost effective when we respond to a report than trying to drive through the city, identify them.
So is your proposal to continue doing the same thing and waiting for somebody to report our missing property?
At this time, that's the best cost-effective solution for us.
The reason I struggle with that is we require every grocery store to proactively pick up their grocery carts, right? In the past, the arrangement was we would have to report it to them, they would respond, Then we changed the policy and we said, they're your grocery cards. You have to have your own arrangement with the provider to go proactively pick up your own cards. That has resulted in none of these cards going missing and not being in the canals or in the neighborhood. So in order for me to support this proposal, I have to see an enhanced services in addition to baseline services. The last item I want to bring to your attention publicly, again, I think we've discussed this, is trash cans across the city. There's trash cans, public trash cans in downtown, public trash cans in Tower. Currently, the current system has FACTS taking care of their trash cans to empty them out. Public Works empty some other ones out. Then, we hire a private provider to empty others out. And for me, it's a constant annual headache of figuring out who pays to empty a public trash can that was installed with city approval or by the city at some point. So I'd like to see an enhanced service where the garbage department arranges for all that pickup to occur on a routine basis, so we're not having to have these annual steal from Peter to pay Paul or figure out when this agreement expires. And the reason I struggle with that is just yesterday we went to FCTA, I think it was, right on Venice and Tulare, an overfilled garbage can at 10 o'clock in the morning or 9 o'clock in the morning. In Tower is the same way every weekend, even though we pay a vendor. Everybody's asking us for more public trash cans, but we as council say no because we don't have the solution to empty them out. If this proposal was to address that in a systematic way, I would be supportive of making the adjustments. But those are three areas I'd like to see addressed in some way going forward as part of an enhancement of services and higher fees for residents.
Councilmember, while all of those are, I'm not going to disagree that they're problems, all of those situations that you've brought up, with the exception of the containers being removed from homes and used by homeless people, are not services that can be paid for by the residential ratepayers, which is what we're here to talk about today. So I don't know how we can continue to have that discussion, but frankly, it's irrelevant for the discussion today because we can't impose those charges on the residential ratepayers. Now, with regard to the issue of apparently trash cans being stolen and hijacked by homeless people to use in encampments, I would say that we met with you and others months ago as we were developing this rate plan, and received a number of ideas of what your thoughts were. One of the things we heard was additional service in the realm of like additional pickup. You never mentioned the desire to have proactive driving around the city to find where homeless people are using our trash cans. So if we wanted to do that, that would have been something that would have needed to be built into the rate plan. So we tried to balance what we heard from council members for additional service, which is why we came back with the additional pickup, while also balancing that with trying to keep the cost as low as possible, because we also felt like we heard loud and clear that in the state of where we were with our citizens and their affordability issues, we wanted to be very cognizant of the type of rate increases we would be imposing. So once again, I don't disagree that any of those are problem, but all but one of them cannot be borne by the residential ratepayer. So we will continue to have those discussions. We can talk about the downtown cans and talk about possibly contracting with a janitorial service like Scrub Can, like we do in the Tower. Because I think they're emptying the trash cans in the Tower now, so we can talk about doing something similar in downtown, but that would have to be an expense borne by the general fund or some other funding source.
I understand the complexities, city manager, of what certain funds can pay for, but I've been here 5 years, and in these 5 years I've always been told we can do that later. We can talk about that and we can figure that out, and that later never comes. That later is always this very long-winded, who's going to pay for it, how much can your budget pay for, how much can my budget pay for, how much can code enforcement's budget pay for. What what we're requesting, or what I'm identifying, should have been identified by staff a long time ago, and I think would have if they experienced the neighborhoods the way we do. If they saw the amount of, for the sake of me, I don't know how our city employees or leaders drive by our city, see our city garbage cans, and keep on going. Like, you know that city garbage can doesn't belong on the canal. I literally yesterday had to send a photo to the irrigation district because there's our city cans inside the canal. We have to have a more systemic, proactive way of being able to address these basic matters. And you're right, city manager, you're about to organize your city budget probably next month, right, for the upcoming. If there's a commitment to address it from another source, then I'm open to that conversation. But it took me 5 years to figure out a garbage compactor in downtown, and every internal department in my view was an obstacle, not a support to get there. And I understand it's your position that you don't get paid by commercial, therefore you don't spend time on it, but somehow we find the time to renegotiate their contracts when they cry wolf and they need more money. So those are my requests to have addressed in this rate increase. If the city staff can find other ways to address them, great. If they can't, then I'm not going to agree to impose a higher rate for status quo service. I think we have an obligation to enhance them beyond the one item that you've included, which I appreciate.
I want to shed just a little bit of light on this issue. I know that the last time that we've seen a rate increase was in 2009, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so the last time that we saw a rate increase for our residential solid waste, I was still in high school. It was quite a long time ago. Over that time period, the cost of everything has increased, whether that's the cost of living generally, the cost of purchasing a car, the cost of owning a home. All of those costs have increased. And so what I don't want to do today is delay or impede this process in the hopes of finding a last-minute way to bring our solid waste service to here when we're struggling to keep it at the baseline at the moment because we haven't increased these rates since 2009. I think that we're in an incredibly tough space. We're going to have to make the decision soon with the input of the community whether we're going to increase the rates for these pickup services. But the alternative, in my opinion, is far worse. We're going to have to make sacrifices somewhere if we don't move in that direction. And that could look like only picking up trash once every other week, which I don't think families in my district want. Because, as Councilmember Arias mentioned, our trash cans are already getting filled really quickly, and they are causing a mess, and that's on a weekly basis, let alone every other week. The other alternative is we're going to have to make cuts to our general fund, and I don't want that coming from street improvements in my district. I don't want that coming from officers patrolling my District 4 neighborhood, homes, and businesses. And so I think that we're going to have to make a tough choice. I don't think that we should let perfection get in the way of progress. I think after getting close to 20 years, it's time that we rip the Band-Aid off and make a tough decision. And that decision is not today. The decision today is, do we want to explore this option? And I think that it would be beneath this council to suggest otherwise. Almost 20 years is a really long time. It's been almost half of my life. And so I think that the onus is on us now as a decision-making body to rip the Band-Aid off and take a peek under the engine. What is that going to look like? And then next year, when we've done the studies, to potentially make that decision. But I don't want to delay this decision. I don't want to hold it hostage. I think we need to move forward. And I think that we need to move forward today so that you and your team, that I think does a fantastic job, is able to do what the city expects of you. And that's to pick up the trash on time. And so I'll be supportive of this. I'll make a motion to approve this item. I don't know, is there a second by Esparza? But I just wanted to get that off my chest. That's how I feel. We are far behind other California cities when it comes to how often that we increase our rate. To me, this is not a scandalous decision. This is not a hasty decision. This is one, again, that's almost been 20 years in the making. So I appreciate what you do, your assistant director and your entire team. I want to make sure that you guys have the resources and the tools to do what the city needs you to do and to do it well. With that being said, I do have Council Vice President Perea punched up to speak next.
Thank you, Council President. Director, I just wanted to say thank you to you and other staff members for taking the time to meet with me over the last several months and answer my questions and just help me get to a point where I can stomach everything that we are proposing to do with this item. So over the last, gosh, it's been 13 years since the last rate increase. Do we know more or less how many additional service accounts have been added to our city?
Yes, we do. It's been about 16,000 new accounts.
16,000, okay. And would you say, in your opinion, that we've been able to keep up with the 16,000 new accounts in terms of hiring and adding additional routes and making sure that we have the proper equipment necessary to properly service not just the existing accounts, but the additional 16,000 accounts?
Yes, I would say we have. We've gone through an evaluation and actually designed the routes to optimize them. And in doing that, we've been able to keep staff and the vehicles at a level necessary to provide adequate service.
Okay. And this plan is very well thought out. It not only maintains the current level of service, but it really does take us to that next level. One of those components, I'm hoping you can speak a little bit about this, is we're expanding the senior affordability program. We're casting a wider net just to give our residents more of an option, increasing the number of people that will be able to take advantage of this, I don't know what we're calling it, affordability.
Right. We're taking what is a current reduced rate and we're replacing it with, the uniform rate across all customers, but then we're going to develop a credit, an affordability credit, to help offset those rates. And so we're looking at that right now. We're trying to evaluate what would be an appropriate credit. It has to be funded by non-ratepayer revenues, so that factors into it, and it would be similar to what we do with the water division. Currently, they have a $5 credit that can be applied to low-income folks that qualify. There's some qualifications that you'd have to demonstrate. It's not too difficult. And so we would take that similar program and combine the application for both water and solid waste into one application so folks could be have access to that. And we'll bring the details to the public hearing in May.
Okay, that's great news. And in addition to that, we're also going to be giving folks the option to do a new, this will be a new program. It'll be a pickup by appointment, which will be free for customers. I think it's one pickup per year per
customer. That's correct.
Okay. And then a big component of this rate increase is simply for us to come into compliance with SB 1383. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so this is something mandated. We have no control over this, and we are needing desperate help to help us continue to fund based on this state mandate. Is that right?
That is correct. We're having to look at, working with our green waste processing receivers, renegotiate those contracts. We've done one so far. We still have to do another. But there's also components to that. We have to do education. There's some outreach and monitoring that's all involved. So it's quite complex.
Okay, thank you. And Director, if this increase does not pass, at some point it'll look like we'll have to dip into our general fund to subsidize our enterprise fund. Is that, I think the council member alluded to that. This is the fund we use to pay for firefighters, police officers, our roads, Is that correct? We would essentially have to start dipping into our general fund?
That would be one of two options, is to get funding from the general fund or look at making some cuts to the services that the Solid Waste Management Division provides.
Potential staff reductions, potential having to decrease routes, or the number of times that we service someone's home per week. Are those all possibilities if we don't pass this?
That's a possibility, but myself would be fighting very hard that we're not eliminating staff, but if it comes down to it, that's a possibility.
Yeah, no, definitely understand, and that's something that I'm not going to support, is doing something that would result in us having to decrease our staff. And then just so the public is clear, we are not voting to increase rates today. We are just simply moving this process forward to the next step, correct?
That's correct. We're just asking for authorization to proceed with the Proposition 218 process and establish a public hearing for May 2nd.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to be supportive of this. This is one of those decisions where it's not popular, but it's the right thing to do. This is something that's been kicked down the road for far too long, and now it's on our plate. It's up to us to make this decision. I think the cons of our inaction on this item is going to speak volumes, and it's going to have just a detrimental ripple effect to our residents moving forward and to our service employees here at the city of Fresno. And so I'm looking forward to hearing more from the voters and kind of seeing where they fall on this item. So tonight I will be supporting this item to move us forward into the next step.
That's appreciated. Thank you.
Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. Back in March of 2019, when I was maybe 3 months or less on the job, I held my very first town halls in District 7, and I have literally been sounding the alarm on this since then. At that time, when I first brought it to the residents, they were fairly alarmed. But over the years, as I've continued to hold, 5-6 town halls every year, over the last 5 years, I think they stopped believing me because nothing ever happened. No, there was never any movement. At this point, they probably thought I was just crying wolf. But this is a real structural issue that this city faces, where our revenues in public utilities simply do not cover the costs. Unfortunately, that's where we are. And so I do understand why the administration feels the need to bring this forward. This is an interesting group of today's city officials. This cohort, a special group, a group I think that has courage that we have not seen in our city officials over the last 14 years or 15 years, however many years it's been since we last raised rates. But it's been very, very long. This is a tough decision because folks in my district and really all across the city have seen prices go up for nearly everything, and their wages not increase quite as fast. But I think at minimum we owe it to them to bring them this proposal, provide the opportunity for real input on a meaningful level, on a large scale, outside of just my District 7 community meetings, as well as these outreach meetings that were held. And so I actually did want to ask, how well attended were the community outreach meetings that were held recently?
It was pretty sparse. I think we had 6 in the first one, 7 in the second, 5 in the third, and 3 in the fourth one.
That is, that is rough. I want to ask as well why there were not more meetings held so that every district was covered. I know there wasn't one in my district, or to the west of me in District 1, or I think even in District 6. How were those site selections made, and why did we not cover every council area?
So the city is broken up into 4 quadrants that we serve. One quadrant each day is served by the solid waste residential group. And so we just kind of saw that there was an alignment of doing one in each one of those quadrants.
Okay.
Council member, I think moving forward, once we, assuming this, well, I don't want to assume, if this passes, and we're proceeding, we have a lot more public education to do, and once we start talking about the actual rates, these community meetings, we didn't talk numbers at all, we talked process. We explained them what the Prop 218, we just talked about the state of the deficit in the department, but I think moving forward, when we send the notices out and start trying to educate the public, we can be very sensitive to the fact that we can be doing it via district.
Yeah, I mean, we have to think outside the bureaucratic lines that you operate in, right? And think about the council, and we're the ones ultimately approving and representing the residents, right, all across the city. With respect to the notices, will those be mailed along with the utility bills, or will those be mailed out separately?
They'll be mailed separately.
Okay.
There's a lot that goes into it. It has to have a return envelope. It has to have the APN and address number on there. So it's a very involved process. It'll be the notice and the protest cards, and then the return envelopes.
Yeah, what I don't want to happen is that we go through this whole Prop 218 process, and then and then the council potentially ends up raising rates, and then you have residents that are opening their bill down the line and just shocked and surprised and had never heard of it and had no idea it was coming. That's what I want to avoid. And I think depending on how we go about this, I think we need to put our best foot forward and maybe go above and beyond just the requirements to legitimately try and reach every resident. And I mean, outreach to residents is extremely resource intensive. I mean, it is. It costs a lot of money and a lot of time to really reach people and meet them where they are at. And so what kind of assurances can you provide the council that if we initiate this process that we're going to make really an earnest effort to reach people where they are?
Yeah, I'd make a full commitment to doing that. We can do inserts into the bills, notifying people that it's coming. We can do messaging, but whatever it takes, we're going to have additional meetings. We can put our best foot forward and really, engage the community.
Councilmember, one thing I want to note, and Brock, correct me if I'm wrong, but the last time we did a pretty substantial increase was on the water side to fund the Recharge Fresno water improvements. And I believe when the residents, so first of all, there's something that we do go above and beyond where we send the protest, the notice and the protest ballot to renters and owners. That is above and beyond what Prop 218 requires. And if I remember correctly, when you get the envelope in the mail, it has big bold letters on the front that says protest election or ballot enclosed, something like that. It's noted. Is that still the case, Brock?
Yes, that's still the case.
Okay. And then I also, in my mind, I would be very interested, and Brock and I have talked about this, in running this outreach very similar to how we did Recharge Fresno outreach. It was an amazing outreach. We had so many meetings. Now, granted, it was expensive, but we were all over the place. We were in community meetings, neighborhood meetings, church halls, whatever. We were very, very aggressive with the community outreach. And at the end, honestly, we had people coming out speaking in support of raising rates because they understood where the money was going and what needed to happen. So I would love to go down a similar path as that if we have enough time and have enough money. So more than just like the standard stuffers, but really, really engaging the public and making sure they understand what it is that we need to do.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Again, as I noted, it's extremely resource intensive to reach folks in the city. I mean, just the basic sort of mailer doesn't always suffice. You got to go to great lengths
and
sometimes.
to that point, I'll just add, we are having a kickoff meeting with a new consultant tomorrow, just to help start strategizing what we can do, and it'll meet some of those kind of goals.
Sure.
Brock, is that the same consultant we used for Recharge Fresno?
It is.
Oh, you guys are going to love them. They were really good.
Good. Huh? I'm going to love them. We'll see. How many consultants do we truly love around here? Yeah, it's and I hope we do have the same outcome where folks potentially are sort of bought in enough to the point where they're willing to support. I don't think anybody would be enthusiastic, but at least understanding. What are, under Prop 218, what are our limits in sort of outlining what options residents do have? I mean, is it just sort of black and white? Here's the proposal, yes or no? Or is there a way we can incorporate some of this conversation that's occurring now? Because in reality, as has been said with my colleagues, we have, a few options. One is to do nothing, and from the branches there are, we eventually utilize general fund money, or one day, residents just get really pissed off because they realize there was no Operation Cleanup that year, or they've seen a decrease in the quality and frequency of service. So we could just sort of, sort of turn a blind eye as the city has done for many, many years, and let residents experience the consequences. But I don't think is the right thing to do. But what is our ability to sort of paint that picture?
The protest cards are very specific, and the owner, if they're not supportive of it, checks a box, signs it, and then returns it. There's not any options there. So, if they're supportive of it, there's no action to be taken. If they oppose it, then they would send in the protest card.
That's prescribed by law, right?
What's that?
That process, the way that it's designed is by law.
Yes, it's very strict on, what needs to be on there, the information, who's signing it, the address, all that has to be verified. Since we are sending it to both the home owner, if he's renting it to a tenant, both can send in a card, but we're only going to count one of them. We can't have a double count. So there's a validation of all of that information.
Sure, yeah. So, very, very black and white. It's just, I was thinking of when you get your ballots, the state provides for sort of a fiscal impact or analysis, and you're allowed to sort of have an objective review of what the impacts would be or would not be. And I was just wondering if
well, and there's still the public hearing. We have to have this hearing, and that's still an opportunity for people to come and voice to council if they have concerns.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But I see this process as it's as much an opportunity for us to hear input from residents as it is for them to hear the city's position. And the city's position, or at least the administration's position at this point, is that these rates are necessary. I think it's safe to say that based on the fact that you brought this forward. And so, as important as it is to ensure we're reaching everybody, even more important is that they are receiving, as much information and as accurate information as possible, and what the consequences are, would be or would not be, depending on whether they support the rate increases or not. I want accurate feedback, and I think we get accurate feedback by providing the accurate education on the issue.
Councilmember, in your packet with the protest ballot is the notice, And it's I guess it's close to like an impartial statement that we're used to, where it basically gives the background and it gives the reasons and it tells you what the proposed changes are and it tells you for the basics. So it gives you, it does give them a little bit of like, you know, educational and from the most impartial way, because, you know, we're not supposed to be particularly, you know, advocating. We can't say, hey, but don't protest this. So I would say the notice that goes out is the closest thing to sort of the impartial ballot analysis that you're used to seeing in a regular election.
Do you have copies of that you could just pass around? So
It was in the agenda packet, but yes,
okay.
we can get you extra copies.
Yeah, we'll take
Well, and I'd
closer
just
look.
add too that we're going to be maintaining a website. So as we're moving through the process, we'll continue adding information that people can access that. And we'll also have a phone line. So if people have concerns and they want to voice them, we'll have this phone line set up so we can receive those calls.
Okay, all right. And the mayor's gonna answer the phone personally? This is Jerry Dyer. Yeah, well, I think at this point, I mean, given the financial and fiscal circumstances of public utilities and specifically, I mean, and it's not just solid waste, but specifically solid waste division, I'll be supportive because we do owe it to the residents to give them the opportunity to voice their opinions on what they think. I mean, the numbers are the numbers. But if there's anything you've learned sitting up here on this dais representing people is that there are a number of different perspectives, and you know, there are human lives and families and such behind all those numbers. So I hope we can get this across the finish line today, hear from folks, and make a decision collectively as a community.
Great, thank you.
Let's take it out to the public for comment at this time. Does anybody in the chambers wish to address this item? This is item 1Z. Oh, we don't need to go out to public comment for this. Oh, I thought you told me we needed to.
This is contested consent, Council
Sorry,
President.
somebody told me we needed to. I think that was by mistake. All right. Well, we have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any opposition? No. Is that opposition? Yes. We have Councilmember Arias opposed, as well as Councilmember Chavez. Motion passes 5-2. Thank you, Director. Appreciate your time. And that'll conclude open session portion of today's agenda. We got a few items we need to hear in closed session, but thank you everybody for your time. We'll see you all back here in January. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. God bless you all.
What item was that?
Okay, go ahead.
Am I good?
Yes.
What item was the one?
Yes, 3B.
Good evening. Today in closed session, we have item A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Terrence Frazier versus City of Fresno. Item B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. Item C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, ACLU et al. Versus City of Fresno. Item D, conference with real property negotiators is being removed from closed session as the item was approved during the consent calendar. Item E, public employee performance evaluation, city attorney. Item F, public employee performance evaluation, city clerk. We may expect to have reportable items after closed session. And for the record, as to item 3B, there was no public comment because no cards were submitted and there was nobody punched up online.
Good evening. There was nothing to report from closed session. This meeting is officially adjourned at 6:29 p.m. There was nothing to report from closed session. The meeting adjourns at 6:29 p.m. Thank you.